Futures back in negative territory as we get going for a brand new week here, coming off a bit of a rally on Friday, coming off that jobs number, if you remember. If you missed it, much higher than expected. Non-farm payrolls coming out Friday morning at this time, 512,000 versus 188,000 expected, still pointing to a ton of strength in the labor market. We did see a big bounce then take place in tech stocks specifically, so we'll look for some underlying strength in some of those to continue this morning, but we are back to the downside once again ahead of more earnings to come this week and a big speech coming up tomorrow from Fed Chair Powell, who is set to deliver remarks, but I mean, it's going to be all about what he thought about that number, the jobs number on Friday, coming off the Fed announcement last week, where he specifically pointed to underlying strength and too much strength, in fact, remaining in the jobs market. Lots to look at this morning as far as individual movers are concerned. Tesla back to the upside, showing a ton of strength here this morning. Some of the tech names as well. Apple's still trying to get back to the upside, but a little bit of relative strength coming into play. The iPhone Ultra may be on the way, coming up in 2024. It's Monday, February 6, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. All right, yeah, we're still dealing with a bit of a sideways chop right now as far as the futures are concerned. 0.84 for the NASDAQ currently, about 0.66 for the S&P, struggling in negative territory. However, there are a ton of things that are showing a lot of strength to kick off the morning, including Sharif, good morning.
Good morning.
All things AI back to the upside in a big way here this morning, including there was a note that included Meta for the first time, specifically Meta, for the first time in this AI group after that earnings call last week where they mentioned it, you know.
How many times?
Only 30.
That's it. Okay.
You know, it was a few.
Yeah. It's being widely reported as being a masterclass in how to handle analysts and financial investigators. I'm talking about Meta and their conference call last week and their earnings call with investors. My eye, though, Brendo, I'm keeping my eye on AI, and I'm keeping my eye on these Chinese ADRs. I think they might have an interesting little move this week after the balloon incident.
the balloon burst, I guess, on the weekend. Yeah, 23%, guys, on the week last week for Meta. And it was also the 5th week in a row to the upside for Meta stock. So a ton of strength still.
Yet somehow that's understating the move in Meta. If you look at the charts, it's pretty impressive. It's going to be a fun one this week. I think you got most of the earnings have already come through, like the big ones, anyways. But now, can we hold up? You got a ridiculous number in terms of non-farm payrolls on Friday. That had us under pressure, and that's going to keep the volatility here. But as I was saying, like it doesn't even do it justice because the gap up was tremendous. You had a huge fall in the market. Well, a big fall on Friday in the afternoon, and that didn't even really fill in the gap on Meta per se. But yeah, these AI names are going to be interesting. You've got another small one, I think it's SCCO or something like that moving this AM. C3AI is also moving. Heck, even Ape's up 5%. Yeah, but I want to be fading a couple of Chinese ADRs. It just feels like it could be a little bit low-hanging fruit. You were already getting some pressure last week to begin the week with regards to the administration and potentially sort of more restrictions on foreign investment or U.S. investment in Chinese companies. So that was already weighing on some of those. PDDs set up pretty well, breaking a channel. Alibaba as well. So to me, those are shorts until they're not. But the overall market, Meta is our leader. Tesla's pretty strong too, but out of those big tech names, you knew which one was the strongest all last week, and I won't want to change that tune too early.
All right. Yeah, no, Meta's going to be huge. I think it's all downside today, unfortunately. Okay, good. This guy's already a bear. Yeah, I'm pretty bearish today. I want to be looking at Amazon, trying to pick on that one of the weakest names that was here Friday. We'll look to pick on it again today as Amazon's breaking lower. I mean, I might just take the 102 break rate now, to be honest with you, and then see what happens. But I really like Amazon short anywhere around here, 103, 104. It's on the sticky note. I just think it's already worse than the market. It got killed on Friday. And you know what goes up, obviously, for Amazon seems to just be coming down. It was down 7 or 8% there on Friday. It might have even been worse at the end of the day. And you can see here just off the daily chart. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, God. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Go. There it is. Nice move from the top to from the bottom to the top here. We still ran into that 114, 115. That was the 200 period on the daily chart. Now you're starting to give some back right now. This little level right there is 102.50. Bring it up here, 106, 107. I don't think we get anywhere near there. Doesn't look that great on that chart, but here's the 20-minute. There it is, straight to the move to the downside, looking like we want to break out or break down through this $100. So I don't think there's any names that are safe here again today. If anything, I like AMD. Meta's probably good, and then Tesla up at that 200. But for right now, let's just continue to go short on Amazon. Look at this $99.50, $100 level. It looks pretty sweet to me. And then anything up into here, man. Like, I'm waiting for 104 even to short would be fantastic. That's that top right there, 103.80. That'd be great. 104, 105, 106, 108. Like, anything up here. Let's just see what this market wants to do. As you can see, it's starting to fade out right now. So I think it's going to be a negative week and a pretty bad one. So, get your shorts ready. If you are already set up short, I like it. I don't like the longs heading into this week. I don't really see too many reasons for, the long bias, but let's just see. The DXY, the dollar's breaking out. That chart looks pretty nasty as well if you're long tech names. So, yeah, it does suck. I hope people paired off a little bit last week as it was a wild ride there. Everyone gets excited waiting for better earnings, but you're not going to get better moves than what you saw in Meta, I don't think. And the fact that Apple retraced everything on Friday, is pretty important for sure, but doesn't look like it wants to hold it here today. So you're down to 153 already. Let me see, how much is Apple down? 1%? Yeah, just 1% right now. So following the market, not holding. Again, what was a wild report. We thought we were going downside there on Friday. No, all the way back up, almost in a straight line early, and then the market faded a little bit late. So I still feel like Apple pulls back as well. Like, watch to see what happens when Apple doesn't hold 150. I mean, the market goes up, market goes down faster. So let's wait to see what happens here today. I am biased short side, so hopefully that doesn't affect too many of my decisions. Let's just trade what we see. But right now, I do want to get short, and it's looking like Amazon 102 is about to happen right now.
You and everyone else. First segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV to learn more. Use that promo code bottom of the screen, guys. Shout out to Surge Trader, back on board once again this week. A ton of things to take in this morning. As far as catalysts are concerned, we got to look to tomorrow. Tomorrow lunchtime, Sharif just found out, about 12 o'clock Eastern. We'll get this speech from Fed Chair Powell. He's going to be making some remarks at an event. It's nothing specifically market related, but just an event. But everyone's going to be, I'm sure, looking for any kind of comments in relation to what happened on Friday with the jobs numbers. So again, tomorrow at lunchtime, we'll keep you up to date on how that plays out. There was this as well. I mentioned this last week in relation to Bitcoin, but it's actually the S&P 500 that has done this first. But the famed golden cross has occurred on the daily chart of the S&P 500.
Yes, that most notable technical signal that we look for. So by the way, this is the simple moving average that crossed, not the exponential. I personally use the exponential. But here it is, guys. So the red is the 50, the blue is the 200, and you have the crossing right here where the 50 has crossed over. But that's not the only thing you want to look for. Like, we have that down trend line that everybody and their dog had drawn, and look at that. Now we're closing way above that, and we created a new high above this original peak here. So it's multiple confirmation signals that we look for, I think, Brendo. So should be interesting going forward.
Yeah, I mean, multiple positive events have taken place over the past couple of weeks. We get through all of the mega cap tech earnings last week, so nothing huge as far as earnings to come this week. There are notable names, of course, that might give us individual opportunities coming off reports. As far as economic data is concerned, really the only market moving number is going to come Friday, which is the Michigan sentiment. That also has an inflation portion in it. CPI, we don't get until Valentine's Day, in fact, February the 14th. So it's going to be a week or so before we get any kind of major economic moves here, guys. But as you were saying, after such a positive move in the overall market, after the Fed, after these big earnings, might be in for a rough ride here, or at least sideways action until we get more catalysts.
Well, a couple of things worth remembering. Like, the initial reaction to like the big three in terms of the A names, Alphabet, Amazon, and Apple, was actually to the down. Was they were not necessarily the best earnings in the world across the board. You could say Apple's was certainly the best. But I want to go back to the golden cross thing for a quick second. And you're not going to hear me say it's the golden indicator or it's the worst indicator in the world. But just take this one with a grain of salt, because Alibaba had it. This date is like late January, call like 24th or 25th, right when it was resting up against this 120 level. And since then, like, you had all kinds of resistance selling there. You get your golden cross, supposed to be bullish. You all kinds of resistance. You had multiple pieces of negative news when it comes to U.S.-China relations, Chinese tech firms, and then of course it goes to the downside. So overall, yeah, these things matter, but I look at what happened on Friday. I look at that jobs number. That non-payroll number, and I simply say that the market does not like it, and so far the big tech earnings, they don't like it either. Like, I'm going to show you even something which had been an absolute beast, just to give a juxtaposition here. Like, no one's going to have an argument that Netflix has been super strong and one of the better upward trends that you're going to be able to see. Yes, it had its 50 cross to 2. That ended up being bullish the moment it happened. Look at the support. Look at it run. However, you have you have a clear like false break on super strength yesterday, on Friday at 370, right back below, gapping beneath it. That's pretty bearish. And that's one of the stronger names in the market. It fails a breakout, and it does so almost spectacularly. Now you're gapping beneath it, suddenly set up with that 370 as resistance again, and maybe it's forming some kind of head and shoulders type of thing. So, I know that's an overall bullish sign, that sort of golden cross, but I'm looking at a lot of individual names, and what I see, even on a strong name like this, is somewhat bearish. Is there support? Sure, there is. If you get to 350, maybe even 360 on a Netflix. But that's just one example. And believe me, there's plenty of them that look very similar in regards to this, where you have last week's resistance levels, they get taken out. Now we're right back underneath them. And that just sets up obvious resistance. Doesn't mean things can't break out. Meta is an example of something which doesn't quite fit that pattern. But at the same time, you couldn't put Meta into any box that was anything resembling another stock last week. It was just on its own. That's why I put Meta on an island a little bit this week. If I look for weakness in something related to Meta, it's probably in Pinterest or Snapchat, and not trying to fight Meta.
All right, so here's leave the technical analysis over there to Sharif. He's trying to study for CMT. If we think that the golden cross is a bullish sign, I don't believe that to be the case this time around. You can always look at technical analysis and find spots where it worked and spots where it didn't work. I think you just want to trade the earnings that we've already seen and then the forward guidance. They haven't been great, right? So look at this. This is just since November. You want to talk about why we've been in a rally here? This is the dollar. The dollar was 112.50. Then it made its way all the way down, trending pretty strong into the downside and stopped at about 101. Now, in the last 3 or 4 days, we've been going to the upside here, back up to 103, and just trying to break. I'm a little nervous if the DXY breaks over here, over through 105. So again, you're starting to hear it is right here, the dollar currency index. As you can see, nice movement. If you're going to look at the 1 year, we can even look at a 5 year, just so you guys can see exactly what we're talking about. When tech is working, everything's great. This is during COVID. The dollar's down here, sub 1, down to 90, breaking through 95. You take out this $100 level back in the spring, summerish of 2022. Then it's boom to the upside. All the tech names get absolutely wrecked. Comes back down here, tries to find a bottom, and probably does, unfortunately, at 100. Would have liked to see it break lower. There's macro reasons why you don't want to see it break lower, but just for that tech trade. But now you're seeing it do the opposite, trying to bounce up, trying to take down this 105 and then back up to the upside. So this is definitely a headwind for all these tech names, and it's because you got to repatriate and so on and so forth. But when you're looking at the NASDAQ here, it's still, this still looks fantastic for the long. Right now you're just trying to bounce off right here, the 50 period. So that's 12,500. We'll see if we can hold that today. You're already down to, actually you're at 12,500 right now as we go. So nice little move down. I still think you could retest back here. The 200's all the way back to 12,000, which is nice. That could be a level that we retest, and if we do, then that's what matters. And we're going to hopefully have Arun coming up soon. You're going to come down, you're going to bounce off 12,000, and then we'll see a higher high breaking through 13. Hopefully that's kind of what you want to look for. And look, markets aren't only going to go straight up. I know it feels like that if you've been short over the last little while. Got a nice reprieve there on Friday, back to the downside. So let's just see if it holds. I could definitely see the NASDAQ fading back to 12.1, 12.2 easily. That could even happen today. It's 12.5, make a move back into here. It's retesting this 12,000. That's really the key for me. If we can hold that, then I think it's off to the races to the upside. You know, you had good reports, but again, the guides weren't absolutely fantastic by any stretch of the imagination. Apple, we saw them miss on a few different metrics as well, and miss on MacBook. They're going to have to refresh that. Guide lower for iPhones. So, yeah, it's not great. Netflix has been holding up some of the market as well. Google's still pretty far down. I still look to break out Amazon to the downside. So this is going to be the #1 short idea that I have here today. It's going to be Amazon. I'm already waiting for Amazon at 103.50, watching 104 levels. So a couple things to look at there. I think the dollar strength is what's going to really, rally this market. But again, NASDAQ testing back down to 12,000 also wouldn't surprise me in the next couple of days.
On that note, still a ton of strength on some of the yields as well, back to the upside this morning, extending gains from back on Friday. This is the 2-year. Same look as the dollar, essentially 4.42 right now on the 2-year. This is the 10-year, back to 3.63. So big move up on Friday. We're seeing some of those extending those gains this morning. Here's a couple of interesting moves as far as analysts are concerned so far this morning. PayPal, Raymond James cutting to market perform from outperform. Earnings coming up on Thursday for PayPal. There's this one as well, Spotify, Wells Fargo, with an upgrade on Spotify. Not a lot of volume here, but taking out some highs from the past couple of days for Spot.
Yeah, Spot did well last week on, as you mentioned, on earnings, and it looks like there's going to be more analysts buying up this one. PayPal is the one that kind of confuses me. I mean, they haven't reported. I'm not sure if there are industry numbers that have leaked out that analysts can go through, but it's also not done as well as the general market. Look at this recovery. So we bottomed out here at like that 66, 67.50, and it's really at like the low 80s right now. So we haven't had a golden cross on this one. It hasn't made a newer high. It's been lagging the market recovery, Brendo.
Yeah, so we'll shift our focus a little bit as far as earnings are concerned. This week, PayPal going to be one of them. Firm, another one that's coming up this week. Disney to report this week as well. What do we think of these going into the next couple of days here?
Well, just before we get to that, I just want to address GoEV for a quick second here, because down 32%, you're seeing it do a lot of volume. There was a 52 million direct offering that just came through like several minutes ago, and that's going to explain why you're getting a little bit of a dump here. So if you see this one popping up, that's what the story is. On Friday was a firm that I was actually most interested in, just because when the market turned weak, that was kind of low-hanging fruit for the short. But PayPal, look, PayPal reports at the end of this week. I want to say Thursday, and we also get a firm as well. Maybe we'll get to that in a quick second. But if PayPal's got this, it's another setup for a false break. It's not exactly the same thing that I saw over at Netflix, where it's just one test. It's more like double top and then hold support at 85 for 2 days in a row. You break at 85, hold 85, and then close at 85 or just above 85, and now you're gapping beneath it. Like, this is just set up short into 85 on PayPal, and maybe that's the theme for the week. It's basically been doing not a heck of a lot when it's in the 70s, right? Like the 76 to 80 you were hanging out for a while, as you were rightfully saying there, Sharif. So if it heads back down to those prices, I would tend to think you probably pick up at least some kind of chop or support. But from 85 into there, there's just room to the downside on PayPal. And yeah, it has been languishing a little bit. It's worth noting, though, it did break its major moving averages to the upside, right? It seems like it's a slow grind up, but it crossed the 50 period, so the 200 period just last week, and now you're sort of threatening back beneath it. I always think you break that number, that's 83 actually, and we're above that now. That can get, that can be a little bit of a trend or weakness at that number. So I'm set up for that in PayPal, but it's more interesting for me a firm, and that's the one that was the best short for me on Friday outside of Amazon, and I'll go right back to it. 2 days in a row of just a clear channel down on a firm, and it's about as clear as you're going to get. I can draw you a trend line if you want to, but I mean, you're not going to get too many more clear channels than this one. Whatever, I'll just throw it in there, because sometimes it's fun to look at it. As long as you continue to do this, that's not that clean, but I can clean it up. It doesn't make a difference. I want to be shorting almost every chance I get. I think the first look will be to that 18.25 area, and if it breaks that, then I don't want to be fighting this if it starts going to the upside past that channel too much. I just want to be going with the trend on something like a firm. They report end of this week as well.
Yeah, I was looking at Square, just Square, an absolute monster, and I just wonder how much of this has to do with Bitcoin and everything like that. I don't even know, what percentage of Square is actually involved with Bitcoin or what their profit looks like for that, or what their margins are on any of their sort of wallets or crypto offerings. We don't have Block or anything like that here in Canada to really purchase anything with. You could see, other than it's like a merchant thing. 90.91 here. It just looked, we've ran into again more support up here, or more resistance, I guess, on the upside. 90.91 for Square. So I think, like, as long as you're looking at, I keep calling it Square, but as long as you're looking at Block up here, I mean, now you're down to 83. So I'm just talking more of a longer term thing here. Like, we were just at 90, which ran right back into where we were on August. So it's like it took care of all of this garbage and then gave everybody an out, including myself, which I didn't take, up there at $90. So you always look at things like, oh my God, this is going to break out longer, right? But no, it's not. Move back in here for Block, right back down again. So I could see this name also getting back down into this 70, 75 area. So, what remains weak, I still think gets weaker here today. Nice move downside. When we were just at 90, it's just so crazy that we talk like this. Like, we were just at $88 on Friday morning, and then now you're all the way back down to 83 right now. So it's like what looks like such a great out right there. And now you're debating, will it even hold 80 down on the downside now? So yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about some of these plays. Looks like we topped out on a lot of them. So especially if Tesla can't break through 200, if Meta gives up the ghost right now as well, back up to the downside, then yeah, I'm not super positive. Apple tried to rally and did, so let's see if that can hold. It rallied on a bad report. Meta on the upside, I was going to show you again, some of these wicks. But if we don't hold this 186 here, well, that's 183, but really 186 is what's been holding, 184, 185, 186. Let's see if it can hold that, and let alone this 183. There's a lot of room to fill up to the downside here for Meta, including a complete cover back to 150, 160. That, I think, is in the books, right? We just had a survey here by Jefferies stating for Netflix. So this is, it's not really moving Netflix, only 50,000 shares here, but saying 62% would cancel their membership or stop using it if they can't share their password. So just like my guy Fahad over there, a lot of people ain't paying for Netflix. So hey, if they're going to start running the password sharing sort of filter there, I do wonder how that's going to affect everything. They're going to have to change pricing. I'm really nervous for Netflix longs. I think it's time to pair that off as well. So yeah, just I think stay fluid, stay liquid, and make sure that you take advantage of some of these up moves that are happening in the market. I just feel like it's going to be a little bit of a weak week, and I hope that I'm wrong on that one.
Yeah, Sharif and I are just going through this Jefferies note on Netflix as well. So it looks like U.S. users not going to be affected by this. But this is the note Sean just mentioned here. But maybe we can show Sharif's screen here and we can go through this, because it was released in the U.S., guys, apparently by mistake. And it's only going to affect a certain amount of countries.
Yeah, Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru. And Netflix coming out and saying by accident, for a brief time yesterday, a Help Center article containing information that was only applicable to Chile, Costa Rica, and Peru went live in other countries. A Netflix person said, we have since updated it. So it looks like they're either retracting or doing some damage control here.
Yeah, so they also point to the platform not being affordable, replaceable with other options at this point, and also the password problem as well. So yeah, not good for Netflix. Here's a few other analyst moves for you so far this morning, upgrades and downgrades once again. Lyft, notable to the downside so far this morning. Not a lot of volume behind that, but a little bit weak. There's the PayPal we mentioned. Datadog, DDog on here, down 3% so far. Spotify we mentioned, with Wells Fargo positive.
Rogers. Like, don't really see that very often. Well, it was a Spotify that we glossed over there that you pointed out, Brendan, that looks pretty darn solid. Spotify, I mean, a lot of things had good weeks, but Spotify had a great week last week, busting 100, getting to the quarter mark, or at least close enough to the quarter mark. It has double top, so very different from, you know, we're showing you like Netflix just there, having a huge run, basing out, and then failing the gap and sort of beneath that breakout. Spot doing the other thing here where, okay, well, you broke out from 100 just above the 200 period. You have resistance here at like 1 1/4. That's where we sit right now. Be great if we could break through it. It's got no volume on it though, and that's the problem with when you look at the upgrades and downgrades. Like oftentimes it's just a reason to look at the stock. And it just caused me to pull this one up, remembering it from last week and saying, okay, well, if it can bust out from here, that's great. I can pull it into the category of names that actually set up for some kind of a continuation trend move up if we can find one. However, resistance is resistance until it's not, last I checked. So you're not really doing enough volume right now to break through 125. But if this takes out 125 at the open and starts going, that's the kind of move that I wouldn't hesitate to try to join that one to the upside. Doesn't mean I want to take a breakout because there's no volume on it, but I remember, each time those breakouts on Meta were happening at the open, you didn't have to have the initial break. Like you didn't need to be long Meta at 82 on Thursday or 83 on Friday. Like you could have just joined it anywhere here, like the 88, the 190. You still got 97s. You're still getting $5 to $10 moves. And if spot starts doing that above 125, I wouldn't mind joining that party. It's nice to have some names in the back pocket that are in the relatively strong bucket, so that if the market turns green or gets positive, then you know the names that you want to be in. So put Spotify on that list for me, but above that 25 break.
All right, I haven't really looked at Spotify too much here. We talked about them with great earnings there. They did get rid of some of their employees. I think it was last month or so. Chop some of that down. I think podcasts and everything is the way to go. They have tons of content over there. But again, I just worried about all this subscription model stuff. You're hearing Netflix go the other way on this, and I don't know. I feel like they are releasing that password protection stuff in North America. It's just a matter of time. So I wonder what's next for something like a Spotify. Then you have Apple in there as well. There's just so many different services right now that I feel like if the economy does sort of go into a little bit of a downspin, then yeah, names like a Netflix, names like Spotify, will people go ahead and cancel those services? I don't know. Disney Plus is there, Apple is there, Amazon Prime, what Fahad likes is there. There's lots of stuff there that's happening. So I'm going to wait to see what happens with some of these names, but I do think it is time to take something off the table if you've experienced a great run in a lot of these names, and Netflix would be the prime candidate for that one. So I'm just not super bullish about the market this week. So any opinion for longs for me isn't going to come until we talk about AMD.
Vinco Ventures, retail favorite, just popping up here. Heads up on BBIG, 15%. More volume coming in. This was earlier, but more volume coming in there, around 80 once again. So a new joint venture with some digital media assets announced this morning for BBIG. There's also, we'll get into Faraday Future here as well, but FFIE, one that's lower priced. A ton of volume, a ton of liquidity on Faraday specifically, but BBIG, one you've traded before.
Yeah, Vinco Venture is looking pretty good. Let's pull up the chart here. It's been a while since we traded this. We used to trade this a lot on the midday show. We obviously have a clear breakout of that 75-cent area. Brendo, it's not my favorite. These sub $1 stocks I try to stay away from, but we'll definitely keep an eye on that one today on the midday show. All
right, we'll have a quick look at some other things. I was going to show the European board there, but my data's connection's not working right now. But Europe kind of mixed to start the week. There's nothing really significant as far as what is happening over on that side of the pond. We'll have a look at Apple coming up here. We'll have a look at Tesla as we get into the watch list to kick things off. Just from a general standpoint, we'll get Arun in here in a second, guys, but from a general standpoint, I mean, the market kind of in a wait and see maybe ahead of what is to come Tuesday. Maybe hold that thought. Arun is here. He has arrived and ready to go, so we'll have a look at the S&P futures to kick off a brand new week. Arun, how much attention are you going to pay to this speech coming up tomorrow from Fed Chair Powell?
Anytime he talks, you've got to pay attention, right? That the market now revolves around his wording, and they're trying to project what they're going to do with rates. So I would definitely be aware of that if you are risk on around that time. Maybe just take off a little bit just to keep an eye out. So you don't want to sit on too much risk and then something comes out. The last thing you want to do is be surprised by something that he says and you're not prepared for it. So always be aware of the events for the day, and especially when it comes around to the Fed. Now, coming into what the market's been doing, obviously we've been sliding a little bit here. We've been struggling. And it's interestingly enough, it's right around that 4180 to 4200 mark. And that's the area that I really want to pay attention to going up. We needed to get past a certain boundary to change the long-term chart, and we're struggling up there. So still that 4200, we went as high as 4210. I'm going to put the marker up at 4220. So if we can't get above 4220, this chart still has a possibility of setting up on the short side. Obviously, we've come up quite a bit, so it allows for two different types of trades. But from a long-term perspective, until we cross that 4220, this is still a possibility on the short side. So now what I'm going to look for intraday-wise is, can we bounce a little bit? We can't use 4220. That's too far for an intraday day trade. That's something you got to swing around for multiple days if you have that ability in your accounts. For intraday day trades, what I want to see is, are we going to bounce up a little bit, maybe into the 4130, 4140, and then lose any buy side strength? At that point, I would like to jump on board with some shorts here. So 4117, a little too low for me, so I would prefer a bounce that ends up losing any action to the upside, run that short, and then 4175 would be the exit point if that were to just continue going up. So possible short there, but risk is about 30, 35 points if you can get it right. So that's one trade. Flip side of that trade is, given how far we are down, there's a possibility that we actually do find a long down here as well. That's going to have to come in below 4100. What I'm looking for is a break of 4100, a false break of 4100 that sets off some stops, comes right back into maybe 4105, 4110, and there's a possibility of a long there against 4075. So there's two possible trades given where we are right now. It's just a matter of this market either moving up or down about 15 to 20 points, at which point we can get a much more clear idea of what to do with this. But right now, this is going to be a wait and hold or wait and see approach, at least until we get into those either 4140, 4135, or below 4100. Setting up the possible long if, again, they need to sell below and then snap back up to set it up. So it's not a matter of just getting there. It's got to set up. Both these trades do have to set up. So you have to be careful on how you jump on board with either side. But just wait until we get some action and we can go from there.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. If you haven't done so already, make sure you scan that QR code and grab the watch list. Every single morning comes right to your inbox now. It's super easy. Just enter your email address, and that's it. You get the free morning watch list every single day. From us, let's talk about Tesla to kick things off once again this morning. I mean, up 2.3% already, coming off a monster week last week. There's a couple minor things. That trial wrapped up at the end of the week last week, the 420 tweet trial. Elon and the company found not responsible for damages that were allegedly being brought against them. So 420 back to the upside, I guess, here once again this week for Tesla. There was that price hike as well that kind of went under the radar a little bit. They increased the Model Y price by $1,000 in the U.S. once again after the government raised the ceiling for that EV tax credit.
Yeah, basically showing that that's why they made the decrease. We weren't really sure. Hey, it's a market-based system, and Elon's going to respond. Also, good Twitter news coming out that's saying that Twitter may be profitable, and that's obviously taking a little bit of pressure off him. With the focus being that he may now actually focus on SpaceX and Tesla. But hey, they cut an upgrade today. Tesla is from Wedbush. Price target raised to 225 from 200, Brendo. Yeah,
so a number of positive catalysts here potentially, guys. Once again this morning, huge week though last week for Tesla.
Huge week, but the race to 200 between Meta and Tesla is not over because neither one of them actually got there. Tesla got really, really close on Friday. Did think for a brief second that it was inevitable we'd get there on Friday. That's kind of the obvious big level that's going to be out there. Resistance till it's not sort of thing. And if we do get an absolute, at this point I'd call it a flush, 183, that's what held on Thursday and Friday is a bit of a bottom. It's $10 away, so I mean something pretty interesting would have to happen in the market for you to get down there. I think that's sort of that obvious level where even this week, like if it breaks 183, I think Tesla could be coming in pretty heavily through that price if it were ever to take it out. So I don't want to be too much in the middle on Tesla. I think the 200 level is a big one. If it hits 83, that's big. Lucid's going to be on watch for me a little bit here. Lucid, obviously, there was that news with the Saudis that didn't really amount to anything just yet. However, since that happened, you've had this nice little like 11 support area. And then and Friday, I should say, you kind of gravitated just beneath this 12 level. It's kind of hard to see Thursday. You had 12 of support. You tried to break out from 12, and then we zoom in and just look at it just slam, get underneath the $12 level. You have a pre-market high sitting at 1180. So I kind of like the up and down idea on Lucid today. Like if it tries to break the high, doesn't get through 12 even, then I would say short back beneath that 1180 area or maybe even like the 1190s or so. And if it gets to $11, I'll take a shot going long in front of 11. But that was pretty weak on Friday. It gave everything back on the move, and it's basically showing you that same thing. So I tend to think that it's not likely to break back toward those highs. If Tesla gets to 200, I would feel Lucid could be dragged up, giving that short.
Yeah, I don't want to be too caught here with Tesla. I just want to go long. So I feel like, again, you know, it is going to break 200, just a matter of when, whether or not it's going to be today or not. It's nice to see that it's up 2.5% and looking to go longer here. So I don't, you know what, the court case, all that kind of injunction, this and that, figuring out all that tweet stuff, has nothing really to do with the macro at all of this company, I don't think anyways. They're going to be releasing that Cybertruck very soon. I feel like there are some nice tailwinds here for Tesla, including that price drop, now selling more cars than ever, has that 2 million target on it for this year, for 2023. Let's see if we can get to that, or between 1.8 and 2 million. You know, I like Tesla here, trying to hang out on the upside. Obviously, we talked about that 183 before, like that kind of a flush, if that does happen. But, you know, again, I don't really want to go short this name, but there will be opportunities to do that here for Tesla. So, you know, you can take the pre-market short here of 195, 196. For me, I've already put the order in to go long on 200 break. So I feel like that happens today at some point. Like, imagine this market actually gets going. I'm pretty sure that people will float over to Tesla, and then we'll see what happens right there. So that's 200, that's 199, that's as far as we got. That's not even really that close. The 200, you like to get there so you could see the level and see what's on there. But again, the size isn't going to matter. There's so many HFTs and algos and everything that is going to eat up whatever size is there anyways. It's only a $200 stock. Can easily take down millions of shares. We've seen it do 150 million or something on its active days, whether or not it's even more than that possibly. But yeah, we've been you know, relatively strong on this name. You can see with the RSIs down here have hit above 70 and 80 a couple times. So let's watch out to see what's going on here with all this. So there's Tesla 199, 200. For me, I want to break long on that. We've done really well on Lucid and Rivian in the last couple days. Those they're not my top stocks, but they've been up there, so we'll look at those as well. Ford is one that missed on Friday and you know, is in the bucket here for another short as well. Let's let this load up. So on Friday, again, there's what we were on Thursday. Not a great report, comes back in. Still looking to see if we can get a 1350, 1360 possible short here for Ford as well. Back to that high that we didn't break. So remember, the market was all doom and gloom when we came in on Friday. Then it rallied and got positive, and then it gave it back into the close. So Ford still looking like it wants to give up 13 as well. That bottom was 1280. So we'll look at that on Ford. But right there, 1360. Any kind of a pop up, I think you want to give Ford to that 1360, 1350 area. Start the short and see if it wants to take that level from Friday. So yeah, EVs and automobiles definitely hot right now, and I think you got to look at them all. I would stay with Tesla because it's up there, but then this Ford is pretty exciting as well. Quick check before we go back. Let's just check out on these imbalances. I saw AMC moving around a little bit, going to the downside, unfortunately. Did start rallying here this morning. When we came in, 660. Now it's down to 630. So it has sort of trended downside a little bit. Still watching out for that 6 to break. Ford is still a sell. But remember last week when we had all buys one day, market ripped. Friday was all sells, market went downside. Today, it's a mixed board. So we'll see Neil with the sell. That's not BOBA, that's BBAI. There's BOBA with the sell as well, just because we did talk about some of that Chinese stuff. I think that balloon stuff is way overplayed. Anything they could see from that balloon, satellites, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's just kind of funny that there's a balloon, going over other countries that's not your own country's balloon. So I just think that that's just funny. It's great that they shot it down. We'll see. That might be great for the markets. I don't know if it's great for geopolitical tensions or not, but come on, man. I mean, I could look up Google Maps, all this kind of stuff, and you could see whatever you want. That's free. Imagine what some of these companies have up in the sky already that we don't know about. I'm sure they can zoom right in right now and see Neil and I head out of here after work. So I'm not too nervous about that, but again, I think it is something to watch out for. Some of these Chinese names today, you see they're down much more than the market. So let's watch out for Alibaba down here at 100. Alibaba's been fantastic to the upside. I mean, it went from 60, doubled up in 3 months. Now you're getting faded out right again. Here's 90 down here. That could be a key level, but we're always watching 100. Let's watch out, man. We don't need that balloon to pop on Alibaba.
Yeah, we were just talking about that as well. Apparently it came through Canada on its way down through Alaska as well, or from Alaska down through the entire US. Crazy. We'll talk about Chinese ADRs coming up here. Here's a note from Bloomberg on Apple this morning. Pointing to, if you have the Ultra watch, Sharif, get ready because you're going to be pairing it to an Ultra iPhone pretty soon as well.
And we were laughing about this, but I readily admitted that I'd be the first to buy this Ultra iPhone, guys. I'm an Apple guy, but looks like they're not on their own with respect to this Apple Pro. They're going to use the Samsung M13 panel, which is a display panel. It's supposed to be 2 generations ahead of the M11 panel now that's being used on the Galaxy 23. So it looks like it's a collaborative effort here, Brendo.
So you're going to have the Pro Max, which is the current biggest one that you can get, or the most powerful one, and then the Ultra? Is
Just
that what
the
they're
Ultra. Got to get rid of the Pro Max. Come on.
Never enough iPhones, Neil.
I think the most important thing out of that entire conversation was Sharif doubling down, because I heard him say it when he came in, that he's just going to buy it anyways. It's like, oh, they don't need another one already? Oh, I'm probably just going to buy it. And that's sort of the thing. Like, I know it wasn't the best quarter. The services was definitely a bright spot there, that's one of the things that people love about them, is once you're in that ecosystem, it's like buy, buy, buy. They got you for good for the most part. I'm not in the ecosystem, but I'll tell you this much, like, there's a reason why I own it, but don't use one. And I think you just got to understand that, out of that big group of 3, I thought it was pretty easy pickings on who had the best quarter in terms of, Alphabet, Amazon, and Apple is who I was sort of getting at there. And I think the market definitely reflected that. It was super strong on Friday. I hate the fact that it's back underneath the afternoon support at 154, because when I left on Friday, like, my first thought was, okay, man, you showed the higher low on Apple. We can look long in front of that, and then it's okay, well, we're like instantly below it. So, if we do dip down further, I'm not going to forget about you 148. 148 is on the daily chart, just to show you, 148 is the 200-period moving average. 148 is the exact zone at the open where it broke out on Friday. So that's where I like Apple today. It rejected that one. Well, it hasn't really rejected the 154 because it's just pre-market volume. I suppose we could blow right past that at the open, and then maybe I like that. Maybe I like the longs again or something like that on Apple. But if we are in for a downward trending day, I know I like 148 this week. And you need to be. I want to see us above 154 and sort of holding that level before I like the longs again in Apple. I still feel like of the big 3, of those 3, they had the best quarter. To be sure. And like it was a stark difference between them and Amazon. Like, the reason we were sort of talking Amazon short on Friday was try to break. I mean, you had support, you broke it, you then had that same level as resistance the entire morning, and you just sort of stepped down lower, almost the exact same pattern, right? 105, 105, 105. So if I get anywhere near that, I kind of know that for weakness. Apple's chart just looks a heck of a lot better in terms of relative strength, but I want to see above 154 before I chase.
What's up, Henry Z? What's up, everybody in the chat? Yeah, look, I was just talking with a trader as well. I don't think you need to make complicate things too much. If your stock gets to key levels, you just trade them, and you don't worry about anything else. And I think that's the way you make trades. That's the way you make big trades. That's the way you make winning trades, is trust what you're reading and what you're doing here. I'm going short today, so I'm just going to make it as simple as you could be. Do I want to short Apple? Nah, not necessarily, but if it comes up to this 154 area, I think that's something you want to look at. I know Apple can get going a little bit more, so I'm going to actually up it a little bit up here, 155, 155.50. Again, what was a very weak, not a weak stock, but not a great report, they loved it and bought it right back up, which is why I'm very hesitant to short Apple right now. I know that they don't like Amazon, and I'm going to stick with that as pretty much my only short idea. I don't have Apple on the radar. It's on the radar. It's on one of my screens over here, but definitely not something that I'm in love with today, Apple. So you know what? Like, if we can get to 156, 157, and we rip up, fine. But I feel like there'll be better shorts if the market fades, you know, like I'm expecting it to do today. So I'm going to look for other names, but I like Apple. I just think it did really well off that report, man. So I'm just a little nervous about it. It ran into the report a little bit there from 140 up to 150. Tried to get knocked down to that 148 like Neil's talking about, and then just ripped up there on market sentiment early on Friday. Then gave a little bit of that back. I mean, we still wound up positive, which was quite amazing. We didn't think that was going to happen. And then now, of course, you're bouncing right around some of these highs right there. Like, just like I'd saying 156, 157 is a good short, like this is probably a better long right here at 151 than any of the shorts we're talking about. So let's wait to see what it wants to do. Either way, you're in the middle. This is pretty much the definition of being in the middle. If I like the short up here and the long down here, then right now you're in the middle. So let's wait to see what happens with Apple. I don't have any bids out or offers out on this name. We'll keep it on our radar. When it starts moving around, not if, it's going to move, we'll have a look at Apple. But for right now, no, I'd rather take an AMD long, something like that, than an Apple long, and I'd rather take different shorts than an Apple short, and we've talked about that a little bit as well. So AMD, again, monster report came through. They really lifted the market up there for the semis, lifted NVIDIA, lifted everything. Micron was weak on Friday, but this name continues to be strong. You're still above the 50 period here. That's the 200 period at 81. The 50 period's all the way down here. This is a level that I really like, man. $80 or so on AMD. If we can get back into that level, that's a crazy long for me as well. Maybe even an 82 long here on AMD. So let's let the market settle down. It's Monday. Exactly. We didn't know what was going to happen there on Friday. We all thought the market was going to go to the downside, and we rallied back up, and I got stopped out of AMD, which was crazy. So I'm not trying to let that happen again. Let's just stay focused on some of the names that we know we like and watch how this trades in the first 10 minutes.
All right, a bit of a tale of two stories when it comes to Chinese ADRs. We're going to tell you why they might be a little bit positive. At the same time, there's this ongoing tension between the U.S. and China, as we discussed early on. I mean, I sat down, Sharif, we were talking about this just off camera. I sat down this morning. There was 55,000 shares, I think, traded in Alibaba. If this was a big deal, I think it would be, you know, far more than that. I just saw there's NIO. We just showed you there, 2.3% downside. It only just right now crossed 1 million shares. There was a note over the weekend that was very positive on some of these ADRs as well.
Yeah, Brendo, optimism on Chinese stocks basically soars to all-time high. Active foreign fund managers are buying mainland China and Hong Kong stocks not seen at a level not seen since 2018, Brendo. And we saw BlackRock do that last week with its stake in Baidu. So, you know, there was a tailwind. Now there's a headwind. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I mean, how do you approach this, guys? I mean, there's not a lot of volume across the board when it comes to some of these this morning, but, you know, on one side of the table, there's a whole bunch of money going into these ADRs, and then on the other side, we still have some tensions back and forth with the Biden administration.
It's not bad.
So, like, here's the thing. I was just explaining the golden cross. We talked about the golden cross. I was like, hey, look at the golden cross in Alibaba, and then, you know, it's not necessarily the best indicator in the world. However, stock could bounce at 100 today. If it gets to 100, that's a 50 period. Since 120, it's been a short on BABA, and I don't want to get away from that, especially with the increased tensions and, you know, all that good stuff. my first notion would be to short off the 105 level. We've all seen the story before where these have gone you know what at the open. And if that happens, maybe there's a 107. But there's another name out there that kind of caught my attention, mostly because of how strong it's been. Like Pinduoduo is redonkulous. Well, I mean, it has been anyways. And if you look at since like the end of October here, where it had that sort of big flush down and then just has been ramping to the upside, it's about to break. And again, I could draw you a trend line, but suffice to say, underneath 95 today, it's sort of breaking that trend without actually taking out the 50 period, which gives you some opportunities, I think, on this to look for the short. So I'm already sitting here in front of the pre-market high 93. I'd take another probably at least 1 or 2 shots at this in front of the 95 level, just looking at it go beneath that gap from the last week or so, and then work down toward the 89.90, which would be the 50 period. So I think it gives you A, a target, B, a trend break, and then C, you have some news sort of behind that whole move. Recognize it's been a strong stock. It's just a little bit more clear where things have sort of broken in that 95 level from the last couple of days. I mean, obviously on Friday you saw it hold there, but then you go back to the beginning of last week and 95 was also support. So I'm short 93s. If I get stopped out, I'm probably looking for short in front of 95 on PDD. And then to cap that off, as long as BABA's beneath 105, I like that one as well. Those are the 2 names I'm focused on. I didn't really look at NIO this morning. I think I want to keep the focus on these 2.
All right, just getting some orders ready. So I'm going to look. Yeah, I mean, you just went over Alibaba. I really like Alibaba to the short. We talked about that a little bit, but I just think that some of these Chinese names are a little bit overdone to the downside. I just talked about, you know, the balloon there, and I just think it's just so random that, you know, we're sitting here talking about a balloon. But anyways, nice move to the downside here, 11.20. I just want to see NEO obviously pretty weak there over the last weeks, and, you know, it just continues. If you're, this is pretty downside right now. I say you just stick with the plan now and continue to short anything from yesterday's close. So like right into here on Friday, we got back. So there's Thursday's close at 11.90. Look at the high on Friday, 11.90, right? And then you can look at the same thing today. This would make a lot of sense that if in around here, 11.30-ish is the high for today. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be the high for today, but if you run into something right now, I just feel like, does NEO want to turn positive? I mean, you know, if the market goes positive, great. But do these Chinese names want to go positive? You know, unless they, again, Chinese State Trading Authority comes in and turns the machines on again, like they've been doing for a little while, then I don't see I don't see this 11.20 being broken. So I don't know. For me, it's a wait and hold and see on this one. But yeah, $11 downside. I'm going to be short here. This is I just put the orders out. So I have orders out on Amazon short, Snapchat short, and NIO short right now. So this is another name that I like to take on the downside here if it does pop up. Like I said, we're going to be very, very specific about some of the trading that we make early on here today. The imbalance locator is not giving us any sort of indication, but the biggest name on here that we tend to trade, obviously AMC's there, but so is NIO right here. So a little bit of an NIO action, but other than that, man, Uber buy, Ford is here. There's Alibaba again. CCL we haven't looked at in a while. Pfizer's been moving around a bit. That's a buy down here at 44 as well. Not that I think it's a buy, but there's a buy here on the imbalance. So we'll wait to see a lot of these stocks. But hey, man, it's Monday. Anything could happen here early. I think you want to sort of sit on your hands, which mine feel freezing again here today for some reason. And then we'll wait to see what happens off the open. But for me, it's NIO, and I'm just looking at past results to be future indications. We didn't break above the high there. We tried. Let's see. It really looks like a nice base that we basically traded in for the last hour there. Let's see if NIO wants to get positive today. I say no to NIO, Brendo.
It's worth noting, there's a big auto show coming up this week in China as well, where XPeng, I was reading, is supposed to unveil a whole bunch of new models. So it's later in the week, though, Wednesday, Thursday, I believe. Let's go to AI. Huge week last week for these. Back to the upside again this morning. Just one of many positive notes here for this one, C3 AI from D.A. Davidson, initiating at a buy. I mean, it's everyone and anyone initiating these at a buy at this point. There's this SECO. Seems to be the latest to join the bandwagon this morning. SOUN was another one from last week. Where do we look this week for these?
Well, yeah, C3A and I now coming out and saying that they're releasing a product suite that would rapidly locate, retrieve, and present all relevant data for businesses. So basically what ChatGPT is about, what we saw Microsoft announcing last week that they're going to have something with Bing. We saw Meta mention it 30 times on the call, and we saw Alphabet basically call it code red. That's how important it was. So everybody and their dog on AI.
Yep. So that's coming up in March, I believe, for C3 AI, guys. But it seems to be this one so far that's leading this group day in and day out.
It's on an absolute tear, that stock. But I guess, you know, all things in perspective, right? Like this was, whatever. The more you zoom back the chart, kind of like you see how further back that high goes. 190, I believe it was. Somewhere around there was that top. But if you look at the last really significant bump to the downside, let's call it, that was back in November of 2021. Like it was a huge move down, and then it got right to about 28, made a big bottom, and then kind of tried to hold that, and then when it broke that previous bottom, then that was your resistance. That's where we're sitting right now. So it's kind of in this possible chop zone at about 28 bucks, and you'll sort of see what's happened here, you know, the last couple of days when it's gotten to said $28 level. You get to levels of where you might find some price acceptance. So inside here, unless you want to scalp 40 or 50 cents on C3AI, I think it's looking for a bigger dip into 25 or a breakout of these highs. And if it breaks out of those highs, I think it gets a little bit interesting. It's that SECO. That's the small cap one that's up 100% today. That could be like the halt fest type runner in this group, because this is day one for SECO. You know, like AI has been going for a while like this, reverse split. Now it's catching a bid and just broke out that 250. It's just so far away from the breakup price. I feel like you're chasing it. But if this gives you any kind of a maybe like reasonable dip and consolidation, like there's a lot of room. Even if it pulls back, you can get some scalp trades off 3. If it never pulls back, heck, there's like a 420 break setting up. But I want to see this one take out the top at the open to join, or just kind of see where it settles if it dips down. And C3 AI, I don't want to really, unless we get down to 25 or break out the high, I definitely don't want to be messing with that one while it sits in the middle of a range.
All right, I'm going to go to what I think is going to be obviously a monster story moving forward with Google, and that's going to be their story with AI. Everyone likes to buy Microsoft right now because of chat, and I don't think it really, I mean, sure, it's great, it's a nice investment, but you know, Google actually has, you know, this in their back pocket as well. So I'm going to look for longs in Google, but honestly, for today, because I'm so looking short, I honestly think like a 106 right here. We spent a couple days above here between 107 and 108. I just look to say, hey, if we do rally a little bit, watch out for this 106. But remember, the best thing about being a trader is our ability to change our damn mind whenever we want to based on what we see. So we're not pigeonholing ourselves into anything here. I am going to look short on Google, but again, you know, there's 105 where the 200 period is. So if we rally back up to that side, then I do like it right now. It's only 3 minutes to go. We still got to talk a little bit about Meta. Here's the NASDAQ imbalances. Shout out to all the Mullen traders out there. 44 cents right now for Mullen. I didn't see this before I looked it up, but there's Google on the sell right now, on the sell side. So, okay, yeah, wow. All right, well, that just created that right now happening. I wasn't even, the minute we talked about AI, I instantly went over to Google. I didn't see, you know, that's a nice little imbalanced sell side right now that's happening. There's Apple sell. Wow, okay, so they're starting to get sell side right now on some of these names. Apple downside right now as well. Hey, there's a reason we put this, or this bear is staying the way it is here today, as I'm pretty short bias right now, but let's wait to see. All this could flush out, right? Apple's a short, Google's a short. Google right now down. Wow, down pretty good. Look at Google, man. It just touched 102 right there. So yeah, very, very volatile trading right now as we only got 2 minutes to go. This is going to be a wild open, so I'd say buckle up on this one. Brendan, 2 minutes.
Quickly, let's talk Meta here. Going to wrap things up, guys. There was more AI talk when it comes to Meta, but huge week last week off of earnings. We're back to, or trying to get back to positive right now.
So Meta, obviously, that Google move is actually pretty gigantic.
Yeah, it is, right?
Well, I don't want to, not gigantic, but it's a big move in because it looks like it was you're breaking essentially support from last week at 102. Oh, goodness, that's going to get really spicy super fast. I didn't see that happening too quickly. This might set us up for Meta getting down to that 183. So Meta, one of the few names out there that where it found support and was breaking away from, you're above the gap up, and you're still holding above that support. So 183 would be that line for me on Meta. As long as it holds above there, I think there's a long opportunity at 183, and just see if it's a scalp. There's no chance. Like, I can't see it bouncing off a level like this and being as good 3 times in a row. Like, the first time it gives you 15 bucks. On Friday it gave you like 12. If it bounced off there, I'd be looking for like 5 to 10 bucks at best. But that's a crazy move off of not Amazon, Google there. And just one more. I know we said GoEV had that offering. That got a pretty decent pop there. And I just saw Sean point out a 1 million buy-in balance. But GoEV back beneath the $1 level. This could be a spicy trade, and just in terms of like a dead cat bounce, if it gets up to 110, I'd be looking for a fade. That's like previous support levels on GoEV, but I got to pay for locates, which I have not done. We are going to have Katrine on the bell.
She's actually not here with us. She's at an exotic location
Where is
right
she?
now, so
Oh,
she's
well,
going
let's
to be
find out.
remotely ringing the bell right now in just under 10 seconds. So we want to thank Katrine for attending us here on her vacation. She's spending the time here.
It looks nice,
4,
man.
3, 2, and go, Katrine, and then go spend some time. Go grab some margaritas while you're there and catch some of those falling
All
coconuts,
banana cognacs. All the
right
time.
now, yes, banana cognacs, coconuts, everything like that. Okay, here we go. 103 right now for Amazon. This is what we want to watch out for. I'm at 103.50 to start the short, but hey, we know we're able to change this script. So let's wait to see if Amazon continues this little bump to the upside right now. I want to be here for the short. Look at the market. Market rally city right now. We were looking short not long, so we're not involved right yet. But right now, it's a nice move upside for Amazon. Let's see where we go on this one, guys.
Yeah, just looking at Netflix here, that's one of the names I like. But I like it at in front of 370. It was a failed breakout off that price. As you can see here, as the market tries to head to the upside, that's when I'm definitely looking for a fade. Meta's starting to come back down here. And by the way, Tesla already off to the upside. So that 200, yeah, it looks like we could be on our way testing that 200 level. Affirm, I wanted to short any pop into that trend. Affirm is not popping. Market goes a little bit up. Affirm goes a little bit down. So I'm just going to have to, I don't want to chase it too far, but I'll take the short off 18 if that's what I have to get. This was one name I knew I wanted to be on the south side of going into this move, and it's already starting to flush.
All right, so wow, big move upside right now. We're going to get out of this Amazon trade. We're going to average into it, obviously, up here. Way more shares coming around 80s. But yeah, it's starting to go up to the upside right now. Let's just not, sit around and watch this happen. Let's trade it. So we are now short here on Amazon. We're trying to get a little bit more up in the 80s. Like we said, I'd hate to see us fail, right? So it looks like it can't hold this. So we'll take a little bit more now. We still are waiting for that 80. I'm going to take a little bit less shares because I just took some more there, where maybe we didn't want to. In the 60s. I'm only going to give this to 104. If we break above 104 right now, then I just want to regroup. My thought here for Amazon was a break of 104. So we're going to have to wait to see if that does come into play. But right now we are short Amazon and looking to see what's going on right now. So nice downside or upside move here for the market. We're hoping there it is. So now we're short. Hey, we break above 104. This is a regroup spot here for Amazon.
Yeah, I just got into Affirm there and just realized that Alibaba making a bit of a push to the upside. So look, if Alibaba gets to about 104.5 in front of 105, that's where I'll look to engage it. I did just pick up some shares of Affirm, and then, wow, like the second I say it, it's like you're getting filled instantly in Alibaba as that's screaming toward that 105 level. I'll only add right in front of 105 if I get a shot at PDD. I'll go over to that one. But Baba, certainly the stronger name as we speak. And Netflix is going to start to come in as well. Got to keep an eye on Tesla. We wanted to short the open, but sometimes you get in a little bit too early, and there is PDD. Now, I like the chart on PDD a little bit better than Alibaba, but, sometimes it's Baba that has the crazier moves off those opens. I'm just going to get my stop so I can go over and manage some pin duo. Don't have any longs that's set up for me. We'll see if they actually start to come into play. We like that spot. That's one of the names we liked above that 125.
All right, so Amazon is absolutely tanking right now. I mean, we got a huge freaking trade again here on Amazon for us here today. So nice trade on this one as we just respected that level on the upside. I was actually watching Apple as well. Wow, okay, big trade alert now on Amazon as we're down into the 30s right now. I keep on calling up the wrong stock here. I keep looking at Apple, not Amazon. But here it is, nice move downside now. There's that 104, man. We just got this exactly where we thought we'd get it, man. At not where we thought, but where we wanted it, at that 85, 86 level. So there it is, nice short for Amazon. Let's see if it pulls back, man. It's like we said, one good trade is here right now for us on Amazon. So let's see if it continues to make that move to the downside. So there goes Amazon 103. Let's go, baby. We're loaded up, man. We kept saying this. Shout out to one good trade because this might be just that one right now. Down to, wow, $1 almost in the money now for Amazon. We talked about that. Shout out to my guy in the back. What's up, my guy right here? You remember we talked about Amazon there. So what's up? I hope you have this short right now. Congratulations to graduation. Nice move downside right now for Amazon. Let's go.
It looks like everything's starting to come back in here. I did get PDD. We'll go over to that one. Got to the pre-market highs. We got 93s on the short side. I'll take some out in front of 92.5. Look at that 92 even as well. Meta caught a pretty sizable bid there. Oh, that's a little disappointing. I don't know if it got to the price that we wanted, but Meta catching a bit of a bid. It looks like BOVESPA going to be stronger than PDD, but that one is looking just fine. I'll get to Tesla in a quick second. Meta setting up like it's about to test 190 here, two-set upside. If the market continues higher, there are some names I do want to some of the longs, and that spot. Looking at this, it just got right up to 124.5. Looks like it's going to try to make a run at this 125 level for that break. Brendan?
A tiny little low float stock just popping back up. Big mover from Friday. If you remember, this thing ran all the way up to 13, halted on the way up. Numerous times they sold a division of their company. That was back on Friday. 745,000 share float on KAL.
All right. There we go. We're out of now about 65% of this Amazon trade. When it started going down below right there, that was a pretty good out for us down below 03s right there. Just ringing the register. Like we said, man, you got to take advantage of these moves when they're there. The NASDAQ is starting to go back up to the upside right now. So let's start to get a little bit more out here on Amazon. As you know what, we can always reload this short back upside if it does come back up. I think that's something that we probably would wind up doing. But again, you have to reward yourselves for making these calls, right? And that is so key over and over again, just to reward yourself. I will be looking for some more trades. I know Neil's in a couple of them, so we can throw back.
Well, flush. Oh, I shouldn't have hit it till I got the second fill at pre-market lows there. I was on the bid here just beneath the 104. We were able to get some 104 quarters. We were going to try and take some out in front of the low of the day. Now we've got the pop and fade. I wasn't able to catch this on the way down because, quite frankly, it got to 104.95 and then just started flushing, right? So it was a little bit rapid. I usually want to catch some on the way to the downside as well. Now Alibaba is threatening to break the lows. When that happens, I want to be holding on for dodge, finding places on pops to reload. We're able to get that PDD 93, just got some out 92s, a firm to the short side as well. I don't want to ignore a firm, but I mean, it's a firm, so I didn't feel that bad about the short. Those other two Chinese names were a little bit stronger in the moment. But now you're breaking down toward low of the day. I will get one bid out in front of the low just in case we bounce here. You know what? I'll cross the spread. And let's just see. I want to hold on to these. If the market trends to the downside, I think we got the right names. But guess what is up 2% and breaking high of the day?
Yep.
I mean, it's, well, whatever, it's Meta. Okay, I just jinxed it. Meta just reversed off 190. So if Meta can't stay up here, I feel like the shorts are good. We got three that we like. Maybe look for some others out there. And Spotify, looking for that one if it could have held 125 or broken above 125. Never happened. Market reverses. Hold on to your shorts. I guess it's another one of these days. Well, I don't want to say it yet. For the Chinese names, it looks like it though, because they're all taking out bottoms here.
Yeah, the market definitely, giving some back here a little bit, but it was a great morning to be there. Remember we talked about AMD, as possibly the only long idea. Well, I mean, that's straight to the upside right there, but we did fade off 86. So again, looking at some closes from Friday was right there at 86. So that could have been a level that we would have looked at there for Amazon, for AMD. The only name that I'm in is Amazon. AMD still down that 1%. Just looking at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA reports this week, do they not? I think they do. Or it might be the week after. But NVIDIA right now up, well, I can check on trade ideas too. Okay. NVIDIA here now up or down 0.6, but against AMD. AMD's weaker than NVIDIA right now. So AMD 1.2. Okay, Amazon, come to the party. Your boy is here, man. It's the Grammys here for trading today one more time. And yeah, you are not Harry Styles, Amazon. You are like whoever got faded yesterday. I don't know anything about Harry Styles, but my kids listen to that dude, and I don't know. That As It Was song is like,
least you know it.
Crazy. Lizzo, though, my family was really happy when she threw down. They really love her. So nice little move to the downside, and then of course Beyonce becomes, I think, 2 or 3 Grammys. I'm not sure, but
A bajillion.
Oh, she's the leader. I don't know if she got a bajillion yesterday, but she is the most celebrated Grammy artist of all time. And then Beyonce. And then I saw God Did by all those guys there at the end. Was okay. Would have liked to have that performance live inside. Instead, they did it outside. But shout out to JZ and everybody like that. Good first name there, JZ.
Oh man, Baba, 103 just bounced pretty nicely. I was trying to get this right here in Alibaba, and you're going to see it start to pull back. I still favor the shorts. These are obviously looking pretty good here. PDD, I want to say like this was looking as good. It just bounced off the lows as well. So you have basically the same pattern. So I don't want to get caught trapped in both of them if we get a big market to the upside. And then Affirm just took out 1750. Looks like we could see 17 even potentially if this one gets down there. I want to have bids out toward the bottom. I didn't mean to ignore the chip names. It's just like you talk about, I knew the Chinese EVs were going to be, the Chinese ADRs would be where I wanted to be. And then after Affirm, Intel's not doing anything. If it gets to $30, I thought that was a fate, but it was NVIDIA that's showing some signs of strength here. If NVIDIA gets to 2, I think I had 200 written down, but the upside on NVIDIA, if it gets up to like that 215 area, that could be an interesting fade for us. I'm just rigging the register one more time here on Alibaba as it gets down to that 103 low. Now I just want to go into hold mode and see how far we can go. If you're looking over for something strong, I think it's still Meta. You know, Meta, it's trying to hold up here, try to break 120. It's got a couple of wick tops above that 120 level. All it has to do is retake that high, and I think you could have a bit of a jailbreak forming on Meta. And then Tesla as well. Like Tesla, the other name that's looking pretty strong. Not at 200, some ugly wicks there, but up 3%. It's holding the 195. It's got a bit of a shot here, but I don't want to rush into any long positions right now because this market, I don't know, it gave that one shot to the upside, and a lot of things could have failed that break. So I still want to be thinking net short. Something has to break highs like Meta, a Spotify, to convince me that I like these long, because the shorts right now are absolute gold.
Oh, man, yeah. Gold, to say the least, right now, as Amazon just goes right back up and fades back in again. But the one idea that I have, again, I'm just going to try to stick with the names that I've been looking at unless something really comes out here, is going to be AMD. I really like AMD here. I still think we go long if we break this high of the day, so I am going to go long at 85.80 right there on that break. Oh, man, this Amazon's stressing me out a little bit because I was at 52, went to 54 there. Should have been at 62, so now I'm getting a little bit, okay, here it comes. I don't know. I still want to, let me buy some 70s here. If we can get it canceled at 62, buy a 70 or so. I just put a bid at 70. Hopefully we can come back in there. It just keeps on bouncing off this bottom. We've rewarded ourselves, man. We only have 25% left of this Amazon trade, as we did take something out when it went back above 103. Then we got another fill down here at 75, and now we're waiting again for that on Amazon. But just back over, it's my only trade right now. Like I said, I'm completely comfortable doing this kind of trading. We've been really on fire lately. This right here, 85.85. If we could take that level out, then we'll go into this name for the first time here on Amazon or on AMD, and then we'll look just to see, because I want to see it break 86. So we'll go long here, just a piece. Then if it breaks 86, we'll average into this long. 86 is Friday's bottom and where we closed. So let's see if it wants to take it out. Then I think you can get to this 86.50 for sure. 86.70 maybe the next target there. So hey, if the market rallies, I said the name I want to be in. It's right here. It's going to be AMD. Just before I throw it back, I want to check Snapchat as well, because this is getting close right now. I've had 11.50 on here. I'm waiting for 11.40 for Snapchat. Trying to be very, very specific on this. It's actually pretty upside right now. Let's still respect it right here, but I was just trying to think about these levels up here for Snapchat. But again, 11.50 is where we talked about it. I'm trying to go short 11.40, give it maybe to 11.60. I'm going to rethink this Snapchat because it's just up so much right now.
Yeah, we're in the target zone for Pinduo Duo. They had $90 was the support level on the 50 period. It's going to get there. It's at 91. Well, I shouldn't say it's going to get there. It's very close. It's just breaking 91. But C3 AI did break out the top, and I did not grab it when it took out that 2860 double top. As it pulls back in, or attempts to pull back in, I'm gonna look to see if I can't join this party off that level. So 28.5 or so would be where I like to buy the dips. It was SECO. That was the other AI name. That's actually starting to roll over. So, I mean, AI a little bit stronger than this SECO. I said at that pullback, I'd look for like $3 or something along those lines. Affirm is still cruising, but catching a bit of a bid at 1750. So, you know, I'm short here at 77s. It's kind of like that, you know, in those quarters. So 1-to-1 is as we get down beneath those 50s, or just a little bit better than that. Alibaba is still breaking down beneath those lows and holding. But it's like you could jailbreak from here. I've scalped what I will out of here. We're either holding for a bigger flush through the lows or looking for a place to reload at this particular point. I don't want to chase Meta. I want Meta to actually make a move breaking out of this high, which it does not seem to want to do just yet. And then the other name I like short was Netflix. And I'm going to cancel my order here because I like 370 short, or in front of 370. I was sitting there in front of the lower high on Friday. It popped, missed me by 10 cents. And then started to come back down already. So I feel like this trade into here to give you the $2 scalp, I've already missed that trade. So the next push up, I need to be tighter to that 370 level. Netflix showing some relative strength here, but here comes Meta. Meta is now trying to go. This looks a little bit more convincing. I just want to see it breaking 190.5, right? I want it getting out of this range. Otherwise, I mean, it's kind of doing nothing after that big spike at the open. I want it breaking out.
510. I was just looking down here. I mean, I still want this break. We got right to it. Okay, good. We got right to it, but then we just fell down on AMD. I mean, by the way, we got 2 more bids there on Amazon, so that's doing really well for us there. I'm debating, let me just take out one more piece, because now I'm getting a little bit nervous, to be honest with you, because I don't want to get leveled into this long here on AMD and then get run over somehow by Amazon going back up to the upside. We do have a lot of profit on Amazon right now, and we've captured it, right? So there it is, new position alert right here, AMD. We are now long AMD. Let's see what it got long at 91s. Let's see what it wants to do here. We'll put something out at 98, and then we'll punch a little bit longer if we break through O's, right? So if we break through 86s, then we will take this. This is a position I'm starting right now for me on AMD as we're breaking above, I thought anyways, trying to get to 86. I just wanted to long a little bit earlier than 86. I don't know, we broke, that was the high. I mean, I don't want to be too specific, but that's 86 right there. It's actually like, you know, 85, 95, something like that. So let's wait to see. It shouldn't matter right here off the open, but look, maybe we took it a bit early. Let's wait to see. We're long right now, AMD, and we're also going over to Brendo.
Not a heck of a lot going on in crypto land right now, but this is HUT 8 so far this morning. Was gapping to the downside, already green and then some, up 6% for HUT on the NASDAQ. That's Bitcoin right now, not really doing much, just hanging out.
Yeah, I meant to look at Coinbase this morning. I didn't really, but I did get triggered into Meta here, so I guess I have one long finally. As it did take out 190.50, I got 58. So let's see if it can hold that 190. I did want to go over to NVIDIA as well, because if you're looking for kernels of strength, Meta's up 2, AMD's shot into, and NVIDIA is now up 1 full percent. This looks like it's on an absolute jailbreak. Man, it just might end up being a fade on some of these, and I go over to Intel because I might have missed it. Look at this. Intel beneath the lows on another day where you have AMD and NVIDIA showing all kinds of strength. This kind of tells me I need to be looking for the shorts when those two turn. So if I see AMD turn, I'm going to short. Or if NVIDIA turn, I'm going to short over on Intel. Affirm just got back to my price, so I want to get back into this. I want to see how it reacts to that 18 area. So as it tries to get back up, I want to look for the rollover in front of 18. We did scalp out and look to re-enter this position. I'll do a similar thing with Alibaba, but that monster move in NVIDIA right now just has me thinking I should be fading Intel, because that's nowhere near as strong.
Money. I mean, it's only a matter of time before we have to spin these things. There's AMD. We gave it to you at 85.85. We gave it to you at 86. It's only at 86.20 right now. So let's see if it wants to continue. There. Jeez, man. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, honestly, this is why not only do I love this job for many reasons, but, like, you know, when it starts to work out, it starts to work out. There it is. Nice upside move for AMD once again. Man, we just brought this to you live right now. Not only did we bring it to you early, we got it to you at 85.85. Now it's a nice move to the upside. We are also, let's wait to see, man. I mean, who knows? The NASDAQ just failed, actually, right there it didn't fail too bad, but it just tried to go. It's just bouncing around here. Here's the pushback down now for the NASDAQ, so let's be very, very careful. We are out of half of our AMD trade right there. It's still pretty early, but this is a time where I think it's about time to get a little comfortable because, once you have your trades in, you know you have them there. I mean, look, it sucks now that I see AMD going down. It's a good thing we took some money out. But Amazon just retraced all the way back. When I got the long in AMD, I did buy a little bit there of Amazon, bought some back because I was like, okay, now if the market rips, we don't want to be hella short Amazon. We just want to be small bit short Amazon. But now it just came right back into 102.59. That's another great bid, man. I was waiting at 102.50, so let's just put one at 60 again, see if we can catch it. Here comes AMD back down. For me, AMD's not really an out until we get back through 85 again. So let's just try to respect that 85 area. We'll average back in if it comes back down there, but I'm not super worried about it, but it is fading out a little bit. We're long at 98. Our first longs were there. Some of these outs you could see pretty good, man. 20s. My first out is 14. Then we got some out in the 20s with my best out on AMD being 24. So let's see, man. We'll average it back into down here near 85. Hopefully we don't have to do it too much, but it is fading out right now. AMD coming back in.
Yeah, same thing's happening to Meta as well. The one name that was looking pretty strong, it looks like it just tried to hold the consolidation level at 189. I got to throw a stop underneath there. Don't want this one to get out of the way. I did pick up another short. So it feels like I want something alongside that is not just Meta, but at this point, everything else is setting up in the other direction. I was like, oh, I just got out of Meta. That was really quick. I'll stop to fail on the one long. It's like, okay, well, we're back to only short. So I got Intel there on that rollover. I did try to add to Affirm, but just a reminder for myself on Affirm, just how weak it was on Friday, it was short sale restricted. So when it did this curl, you can't hit the bid. So I did miss the opportunity to get more of this at 1770. It's headed right back to those lows. But if you show me any kind of a curl in the market, when I saw NVIDIA go to the upside and saw Intel doing this, it's like, okay, we'll just sit in Intel beneath 2960 and see how far this puppy can get into set downside. Netflix was the other name that we're looking for the short. Yeah, it looks like we're not going to catch that 370 level, but that's okay. We have enough on board at this point that I don't have to worry about missing anything if we have the shorts start to come in a little bit more. I still like C3 AI. I just feel like, I was sitting here 2880s. It just bounced at 29. So I'm going to cancel these bids. Obviously, wasn't quite nearly aggressive enough trying to pick up this long, and now you're holding above 30 even. So the new long would be off of this 30 level. If it consolidates here, just look for like the 30 quarter, give it back to like 29.90 or something along those lines, and then look for the jailbreak to the upside on C3AI.
All right, so we did unfortunately get out of a little bit. Okay, you know what? Now that we're all the way down here on Amazon, all right, let me just buy a 6.9 here. Yeah, remember I was saying how cold it was? All right, so we'll take another bid on Amazon and then watch out for AMD as it's trying to fly back right now, back upside. So let's see if this one wants to work. We did, sorry, that's Amazon. We just took a bid right there, 69. That's fine. We were waiting for lower, but again, if it's just going to give us this and give us $1, let's just take what it gives us and not worry about too much there. If it continues to go down, fine, we'll do that, but we'll average into it if it does pop upside. But for right now, let's let Amazon work out. AMD right back up to sort of where we punched in the first time. I still want this, I still think it's going to work, but we did take some out there as it broke a little bit below. It broke below 80, it broke below 60, so we have a 60 fill and an 80 fill there. Let's just see if it goes back up to the upside right now. Here it goes. So we're long right here right now. It's going to be a positive name for us, but again, it has to stay above $86 or it's not going to be. So we're going to have to watch out here for that. Amazon still flushing, looking for more trades. SoFi right here could be something. SoFi with a beautiful move up, and the reason why I'm scanning out for this one is it's positive here today. So that's another name that we saw trade through 750 right now. Nice move upside. It broke sort of that 745 area. There's the close on Friday right there, 750. We took it out. We touched 760. Let's watch out. We still have an $8 spot coming through for SoFi, but I think this could be a good long right now on SoFi, especially because you're back down to 750. But again, I'd rather see it back into the low 40s, but there could be something here on SoFi back down near 46, 47. So let's have a look at that right now. So that's going to be my bids, 46, 47 for SoFi against 740. Thank you, Rob, for that refill. So SoFi down here, 745. We may take a little shot here. Wow, by the way, why not just hold everything, man? There it goes, Amazon. See you later, man. We are short, upside at 104. We're all over the sticky note on this one. The number one idea. Not only that, I even write on the sticky note, follow me at TraderTV Sean. I really like the short sell idea here. I haven't wrote that on the sticky note too much, but there it is right there. So my bias was this way, and now it's hopefully going to pay us out as we touch 102.
Yeah, you know what? I forget. These longs suck. Like, I just took like the C3 AI. That's no good, but like every single short is just, it's essentially free money. We just got that 1780 on a firm. It's already back into the 50s. This one's trending back into the low of the day. We just picked up Intel to the short side. That's heading toward the low of the day. I haven't even taken anything out of that one just yet. And then Pinduoduo. For me, the Chinese ADRs are the ones I like the most. PDD's at 91 now, so you've kind of had that move. Remember I told you that here's the channel, one of the strongest Chinese ADRs there is out there. Beneath 95, short the first pop to 93. I have to, well, I don't have to. But the 50 period lies at 90. That's the other side of the trend that this has been on. So if it does make a little bit of a curl here, I am trying to get out at 90. See if I can't hold on to Alibaba as well. But definitely want to make sure I pay myself out here if it does touch down into 90 even. Just one other one for you, Tesla here. Still strong. So if you're looking for, and I'm always looking for something to the long side, the market hasn't broken its range this morning. So as long as it's sort of the thing. You see Chinese ADRs moving, there's been lots of good opportunities, the market's still inside the range. There's always a chance you could take out the top, and if we do take out the top, there's got to be something worth it for a long. Right now, Tesla feels like one of the better ones with like a 90, we're 92, 93 bottom down here on Tesla. I think it would be worth going for. But the longer PDD holds down here, I may have to respect the fact that 91 is the current bottom. I can always hold BABA. I can always short another pop. It doesn't seem to want to break this. I'm just going to get on the bid here. I feel like I'm looking a gift horse in the mouth on you, PDD. That's a lot of higher lows and some strength that it's putting in. So I'm going to get out of this. I can always hold BABA, and I can always short the next pop in, or simply a breakdown of said support level. But the shorts, they've been paying out pretty well here. It's those longs that have been in trouble. And one more for you, we'll get to in a second, Uber. Uber is a good long if the market tosses. Someone type in Uber, 34, 34, 34. That's what you care about on Uber. Triple top on the daily. It's up slightly, but if the market goes, that's another one set up for a fantastic break, but it has to get there and break that high. So I saw someone put that in the chat, Rick D, and I do like that Uber at 34 as well, but like everything else, resistance till it's not.
All right, guys, I see some people in the chat talking about the sticky notes. I'll just show you here. It's at TraderTV. Sean, we finally got our verification back. Thank God for that. Follow me on Instagram as well. But here it is right here. I really like the short sale idea here for Amazon. So we had Snapchat, we had Amazon, we had AMD long, and we had Tesla breaking through 200 as something to look at right now. So that's what we're talking about. You can follow it there. Bears vs. Bulls can tweet it out or put it on the chat as well there as we look to just give some trade ideas. Now, they're not always going to be the exact, the right levels or the right this or the right that. They're just something that I'm looking at early. So if there's something that you guys want me to look at now, we definitely can. We are now into SoFi as that's dropping down a little bit. I want to give this to like a break of 40. So let's see if we can get some more long here into SoFi. Just starting right now, I have another 43 bid out here. Then maybe we'll test 40s. These are just very, very light trades right now on SoFi. So let's just wait to see if it does come back in a little bit more. Like I said, I'm going to put another bid around 40 or so, see if we can take that. But for right now, we'll test this long now on SoFi, see if it gets back up here. Like, let's put an out. I don't know. Let's see if it goes. We'll put an out right now at 54, 55 there, just part of it. See if it can float up, and then if it goes, then great. We'll also put a 60 there to try out for that. We are getting ready for a long down here on AMD as it just fell in again. So that's why we got not most of it. pretty much all of it out, but we still do have some as we're starting to float again. We just touched out 18, maybe it was a little bit too low there, 85.15. It's just right in these levels. I don't know where to start to buy. We'll probably buy a little bit more right now, and then we'll wait down for 10. So just fixing some of my orders, making sure that we have the right risk to reward on all of this right now for AMD. So I was waiting at 85.10 right there. That's where the 200 period was at 07. I guess we were waiting a little bit long. We did take another 60 fill here. So let's see. We just missed that. That's too bad. And then here comes Amazon bouncing off literally my level here at 15, which is where I'm bidding. So maybe, okay, let's go. I'm not even going to cancel. Let's see if we get it right now. Amazon 102.15 is there. We are on that one. So let's go bang, man. One trade. That's it. My whole net is this one trade today because we've only made 2 trades. And then one of them is SoFi. That's in the money. One of them is AMD, which is fine. I still think that we don't want to worry about AMD until it either gets above 86 or below 85. We'll keep averaging in here. We like this name. The 50 period's above right now. We just cleaned Amazon so much, guys, that honestly, like, I'm going to spin this one more time. It's it. My day is done already. We're already at, it was about 1.5 times daily goal there for that trade alone. So, yeah, pretty good so far. If you're riding with me, hopefully you're having a good day. We are going to watch out for SoFi as well. Right back up to 50. I mean, we could take a piece at 50, but I don't know. Let's just wait. There it goes. We take something at 50, and it rips right to 52. So looks like we're going to have another one right now on SoFi. That was a good idea. Kind of brought out of the blue there, SoFi. Nice move back up to the upside.
Yeah, another one, Michel A. Bear has been talking about APE, and I was chatting with him this morning that I didn't necessarily like the 3, which we're going for on Friday. However, if you look at it dipping down, I like the hedge idea on this where you go long one and then short over on AMC, but it looks like it could be making a little bit of a base here following the trend that got put in on Friday. So just wanted to point that out. We took this long when it dipped, higher low, and they made that consolidation. It's setting up for exactly the same thing here with an 89 bottom. I sit there and I talk about it. It's like, just get into position. I'm going to sit on the bid here 95. You see the idea I'm going for. It's like there's that little bit of a dip into the open, take the long and the consolidation above, give it to the low of the day, and then try to ride the train into the upside. So we just started at 94.5, actually got a midpoint order in there. Give it to the low of the day, and we'll see what happens with this. It worked on Friday, but the out is beneath that low, so I'm just going to throw my order in beneath. It's 10 o'clock. Let's go to Brendan for Happening Now.
Just like that, 10 o'clock, guys. As always, make sure you do take a second this morning, smash the like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Tons of new viewers with us again this morning. Welcome, guys. We do this every single day. The market is open. Here's how things are shaping up. 30 minutes into the U.S. session here, 0.5% to the downside for the S&P, the Dow about the same. 0.6 to 0.7 there right across the board for the Russell 1, 2, and 3,000. NASDAQ composite and 100 down here about the same. Chopping around that 0.5% mark. If you were with us in the pre-market this morning, we talked about Tesla, we talked about Apple, we talked about Meta, among many, many others. All 3, however, not really doing a heck of a lot. Here's Apple still kind of chopping around. 1.4 still to the downside. Did hold 151.5 there, which was that level from last week, guys, for Apple.
I haven't really looked at any Apple this morning, to be honest with you.
We're just dropping the cash down. I haven't looked at Apple either. I mean, there's SoFi. I mean, I don't know what else to do here. We're long at, let's go, man. We're long at 747, and it is starting to rip up. I put a 60 bid here, just be like, maybe we'll get a 6. Let's just get a 57 right there. Then let's get a 60, and let's go long side right now. Let's go again, man. I'm spinning this. It's our show. We'll do whatever we want. There it is right there. We'll spin it again. We're going to go 3 for 3 now. SoFi, perfect execution on that one. Let it drop down right into our levels. Boom it to the upside. That's absolutely perfect. We now have like 3%, 2% left of our Amazon trade. It went down to 102. We said, thank you very much for that. Wish we would have held a little bit more, obviously, for the downside, but it just kept on hitting our levels. And when we're going to take $1 off a smoke trade off the open, like 3 times the charm, we just kept averaging in. That's how much we liked it. I wanted it against that 104. So that was a good trade. And then, honestly, we just picked this SoFi just out, not out of the blue. I mean, we were looking at it. We knew it was strong there today for some reason. I don't really know why it's strong, to be honest with you.
It's been trending.
Yeah. It's been a strong stock for sure. But there's a decent pullback from Friday. But again, it just came right into that level. That's kind of what I was looking for, right? Where pullbacks, or like we started down, get it back into Friday's levels, and then see what happens. So that's sort of what happened with SoFi there. We're out of half of SoFi. So even if I'm going to take another fill here, because I wasn't expecting this, but there we just took another 57. So we are now out of 60% of SoFi. Let's just see. It could still go higher. Next out, maybe we'll talk about a 780, 775. So let's really hope for a big move up here on that one, and we'll see where we go for that. That's that right there. I wonder what my guy back here, if he got in or out there. I don't want to say his name because I don't know if he wants. Can I sit? Yeah, all right, Raj back here. I hope he did really well on that Amazon trade. We were talking about it. I said, look, just play something that simple. And if he remembers as well, we did talk about it. He was like, maybe Meta short. I was like, Napa for Meta short. What would have worked though? I mean, the 190 and what we talked about was key levels. It's just off the open. That was not the greatest trade. Wait for a key level, and you might have found one there on Meta at 190. Let's go, man. Look at this. It's too bad we missed AMD. We were really down there, and you have to believe me when I tell you we're at 85.10. It went as low as 85.15, but when it just came right back up, let's start taking some more profit on this one if it takes out 86 again. We could be wrong, man. We busted the long on 86. It only went 20 cents. So this one is a little scary, but I really think that as this market turns green here, looks like it's going to, this is something that we want to do. Oh, quickly, Neil, into a new position right now. I told you we didn't really like this one. I might just get out of Snapchat if we take that 50 level. So right now, Snapchat, well, that's where we're in. So let's wait to see what Snapchat does here. We can probably just give it up to 60, and that's that. Up to 60 for Snapchat, and that's that, although debating getting out at 50 and regrouping. What's up, Brendan?
The latest to join the AI bandwagon here, KULR Technology just tweeting that, quote, the potential of hashtag AI in design application is endless. Quick 13% pop there for KULR.
Yeah, watch out for those ones. Obviously, everything's catching a bit off them. I did just reload a firm. I'm going to quickly show you. Didn't want to interrupt Sean there. We got a firm in front of the pre-market high. We're shorting it at 75.80s. Working down into the low end of the range, but now it's broken out. So once it takes out the top, I'm out of dodge. The next level I'm looking for is in and around 1860. It's an over-under. It's got a trend line. About 1850 would be the top of said trend line. Alibaba, we got out of Pinduo Duo. Alibaba, kind of bounces off the low. We're still in this one after having scalped it out, but I still like this beneath 105. It's putting in some lower highs. I'll probably try and reload this one if I do get the chance. I just put my Uber, I just put my Uber breakout order in above 34. When it was down here at 33, I didn't really like it. And then Spot was the other one. So remember Spot 125, rejected at the open, holds a pre-market low. I don't want this one off of the support. I want this one breaking the support. That's where I'm going to like it. Intel, we're still in Intel. Didn't really get that low of the day. Come on, chart. There we go. Didn't really get that low of the day that we're sitting on, and now it's trying to roll over off of a lower high. It's still, look, I mean, NVIDIA's up 1%, AMD's up, AMD's up, right?
Yep.
Okay, well, I mean, it's breaking. At least it's strong.
Yeah, it's not up on the day.
I mean, Intel is still gliding to the downside here. Every single pop, it just starts coming back into it.
Very volatile. I don't know, like it's up, it's down, it's sideways now.
But this one's clearly weaker than the rest, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna.
NVIDIA was weak.
No, NVIDIA's super strong.
Oh, it just turned? Okay.
So NVIDIA, well, here's NVIDIA's chart, and you guys just saw what's going on in Intel. So I still want to be working the short on Intel. I haven't even taken any profit on it just yet. And the ape that I just got into, that hasn't really done a heck of a lot. I think we have the bottom consolidation that we're looking for, but this has to at least get back to, or if not break 3 even, if it's going to do what it did on Friday, right? So I'm just looking for that dip buy following the pattern. Nothing too crazy about it, just going to have that obvious out at the low of the day. Breaks the low that I'm getting out of dodge. Lucid's the other one. That was the one. I bet you Lucid at $12. Yeah, whatever. See, Lucid goes, breaks 12, fails 12, lower high at 12. That's the key level on Lucid. If it got to 11, I would have longed it. But breaking above or holding beneath, that's your key line in the sand. I think you can play this in either direction. I'm going to choose to go short before I even can entertain this breaking out the top. We'll see what happens. Doesn't mean it has to take out said top, just that I want to be short. And it was Tesla's strength that I thought could get it there. Look at Tesla. I'm glad I'm staying away from this one. I mean, nowhere near 200, nowhere near those lows in the mid 180s. It's just kind of chopping around in the middle, which is a bit of a disappointment. And we're gonna go back to Brennan when he comes back. Oh, never mind. He's gonna.
Yeah, I just saw this volume come into Virgin here, back to day highs essentially. It came right back in though, 6% on the day. There was a 13G that was filed in the pre-market at 7:30 showing State Street upped their stake in Virgin Galactic, guys.
Oh, no, my chart's not working. Oh, there we go.
State Street, you say. All right, yeah, so Virgin Galactic, another one of those names, a little bit depressed there, obviously, and I haven't checked out in a while, so we will have a look. But I just want to check back in on SoFi right now, because so far, SoFi good. Here as the long continues to trade through now. Oh man, I guess I got to go on a gateway that actually pays me here because a free one, because it's not printing anything at 63 right there. Okay, there it goes. So now we get that 63 fill. I canceled my 64. This is a banger trade for me now. 15 cents in the money. It might seem like it's not huge, but that's a good level right back up to the upside, honestly. Waited for that name, came perfectly in there. There's SoFi. That's a great trade for me. We're going to wait to see what happens with Snapchat now, as this is a new position. I was giving it to 53. I don't know if that wick actually happened. It only went to 52. That's not why. I wanted to give it past through 1150. I just was looking at this name, and I didn't think the market was going to be as strong today as it is. You guys clearly heard me talk about being very, very short bias here in the AM, which has been great. All my money's been made on Amazon. SoFi and AMD have been great longs, picked up at the bottom. But I just don't know. I don't want to just be short this name all the way up there and then give back money we made on our other calls. So we'll watch it. If it fades out, great. My target, I don't even have any bids until 11:30. So if we get down there, this is about 18 cents worth of risk for 5 cents of upside. So, hey, if we get stopped out now at 53, or sorry, it'll be 8 cents of upside because we're short at 45. Here it comes. I knew I didn't really like this trade when it happened. We had a lot more shares. Like, I had like 4x the shares sitting here. And I'm glad that we reduced the share size on this. So we'll wait for that. And there it is, like Neil just mentioned, some of those chip names. AMD's trying to go green now. When I looked at it earlier, the reason why I went AMD long was because it was stronger than NVIDIA. So that's why when Neil goes, oh, NVIDIA is strong, I was like, no, NVIDIA is weak. But NVIDIA has just made a $6 move straight up to the upside since we last looked at it. So huge move up for AMD now, for NVIDIA, sorry. So that means this guy is holding on to AMD, because AMD should be able to sort of make up that difference right now and get back up to the upside. We're long AMD at the 60s, so it's a 30-cent winner, but we don't want to take only 30 cents. No, we want a little bit higher on that, so let's see if it goes. The only position that's in danger right now is Snapchat. Our Amazon is barcoding now at these levels. That's not a recipe for success for me. Normally, I've traded this, and I can do it, and I will look at it, but just because it's right here doesn't mean we short it immediately. Let's wait to see if it can bump up a little bit, but more work needs to be done here on that. Let's just hope Snapchat can fall out. And just as an update, guys, each one of these is 10%. We only have 30% left of SoFi, but that was a good trade there.
Yeah, you'll see I'm now long in Lucid. We took it in front of that high of the day. I like that lower high sort of notion, roll back into VWAP. And now that it wants to break out, I think the trend is strong enough, and there's enough room to the upside. You know, if you look at this is a 3-minute chart. 15 is going to show you the same levels anyways. 1260 is that potential top. It's the lower high from last week. I'll respect it if it gets there. But now I want to play into that long side breakout. Intel obviously is going to be where I think there's at least some concern for my shorts, because Alibaba just doesn't want to seem to give me another fill. Like it just keeps on putting lower highs. I'm thinking each push is going to be a little bit stronger and we'll be able to get more, at least a little closer to that 105. And it just doesn't seem to want to get there. Ape, another one of low caps, is sort of, it's hanging out. It's not really stopping me out. It's not really running, so not terribly interesting just yet. This SOUN, by the way, this has been, and shout out to everybody for bringing this one up. It's the reason I love this community. I did see it pop up on my trade ideas scanner, obviously up 52% and trending. It's going to be one of those. Just have an eye on the daily chart, guys. 44.5 here. You can kind of obviously see that 4.5 as resistance, so that's why it's pulling back. Got to 451, now giving a little bit of a dip. I think this is where you get sort of the natural dip at a resistance level. Every consolidation's been absolutely gobbled up on this bad boy. I think the same thing can happen. I'd look for like 4, maybe 410 in a bit of a trend if it gives more of a dip. I think it can be worthwhile. I want to see a little bit more out of this in terms of volume picking back up on the next dip. Just be careful with that 450 level. And where do we go back? NVIDIA. Oh yeah, NVIDIA, a bit of a curl. I just got one fill on Intel in the big, so I'm taking some out at 50s because this is happening in the chip names. They're getting a bit of a bull flag setting up. and that does mean Intel. I'm going to show you this because I don't want to get off NVIDIA in a second. Intel starting to pull back in 1950. That was a bit of a support level where I want to take some out on this recent short that we had. I got bids down around the 40s, so 50s, 40s, 30s. I will be on the bid of Intel on the way back in. But as that's going down, I want to respect the fact that we're climbing on NVIDIA. And if you look at this top level, I hate breakout trades. You don't have to. Sometimes they work, they're great. But I prefer buying dips and finding the trend on the low side so you get a better price. NVIDIA feels like it wants to give it to you here in and around this 212 level. Brendo?
There was a note on ON Semiconductor in the pre-market this morning, guys. It was gapping to the downside here after they cut their forecast. Look at what has happened since, however, since the market opened, straight to the upside. ON now up 3.5%. This is all-time highs for ON Semi. Quite the day here.
All right, maybe some of these semis want to fly. I mean, that's why we're just sort of sitting here in AMD. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, holding these 4 positions. We actually just took a Snapchat fill at 40. I actually thought I was short a little bit higher than 45. You guys remember I was talking about changing my order. So I actually was at 48 with bigger shares and then canceled that and went to 45 with less shares because I wanted to get that fill. And so, yeah, we only took 5 cents there. But remember what our stop is? We only got out at 10%. So our stop is 53. So that's going to be 8 cents worth of risk. So, yeah, I want to get some more out if we come back down, at least to get this to 1-to-1. So I do have another bid at 36, which gets us 9 cents. So hopefully that can come into play there on Snapchat. We'll see if it wants to continue to make a move downside right now. That's Snapchat. SoFi. Look, we only have 30% left. If it fades out, I think we can probably just get it out here at 750. One new trade alert that I'm looking at is Shopify. I know this has been a pretty big monster to the upside. So this is why I'm very, very, first of all, Amazon, like, let's go, buddy. Like, this thing is just printing me cash, even though we only have a small piece left. But Shopify really on a tear lately. You can see the daily chart just marching up here to 54, but that's a couple top wicks right there. And then even right now on the daily, on the minute chart, 52.60, we're right here right now in that pocket. I think you could probably short this name here. It's just I'm a little cautious because of the market is still above the 50 period. And quite frankly, I thought we were going to go down pretty hard. Not too hard, but much harder than this. In fact, we're up since the open. I thought you would have added 0.5% the other way. So like when we opened up about 0.7, 0.8 down, I thought by now, you know, you'd be 1.3, 1.2 on the downside. Instead, it's half that to the upside. But it looks like we're trying to break a little bit lower now. So here goes Snapchat, finally breaking through 40. That's going to be a good trade. Remember where our AMD bids are. I'm not trying to get cheeky with any of these plays. That's why we're out 70% of SoFi. That's why we're out of almost all of our AMD as we're holding 10% of AMD again. And that's why we're holding on to one last piece here of Amazon, because we wrote down 102 breaks short. So, I mean, maybe it does get to 102 and breaks that. Our best out is 102.15. We'll wait here for 102 flat, see what happens downside. But right now, Neil, as I'm sure you know with some of the shorts, they're starting to come in right now. I don't know if Baba's coming in. I'm sure Intel must be.
It is. The one I'm not pissed off about, but I'm pissed off about it. I made the wick top on a firm, knowing that if it breaks the top, we can get 1850s. Very likely, it doesn't really go. I just tried to grab it, and it's SSR. It's short sell restricted. So as it broke this channel down, I'm like, okay, we'll just get back into the short after the wick high, but you can't hit the bid. So you had to already be in this one. That's a little bit frustrating. There's nothing you can do about it at that particular point. You can just try to catch a fill on the way back in. Intel did start to come back in. We have that short and Alibaba short. Those look like they're going to work out for me, at least for now. Obviously, this means that Lucid on the break is not going to go anywhere. And there's one short, one short. One runner that's starting to go, one short. SECO just made this break of the high, but careful. It just wicked the top 450 and look at the rejection. So it got all the way, this is legit, it went to 450 and then slammed back right in front of $4, actually at 390, trading in the 390 range. That's an obvious like failed break of the high. I got to double check to see if we have locates on this, because when I see a wick top like that, my first thought is look at the rejection, look for the short off 4 to 420, and then go from there. You know what, maybe we do have locates. And No, we don't.
You do not?
So look, yeah, we don't have locates on this one, but this is one I want to be paying for shorts here and just give it a shot. 4 to 420 here. That's a huge rejection of the 4 breakout on SPCE. I know a lot of people are looking at this one for a long, but wow. I mean, 10% pullback on a single wick. Actually, check that. It was about 12 or 13%.
So we're not loaded up here on AMD, but we are loaded on it. So we're not loaded up, though. It's not a completely full default, as the market has just cracked below here. We're long right here at 21. I want to take a little bit of pressure off now. Just again, you know, part of the way I trade here as on a prop floor, of course, is that I have the capabilities and the abilities to make numerous trades, as you guys know, all day, every day, where sometimes it's in the hundreds. So if AMD, first of all, Amazon's cruising still to the downside, but if AMD wants to give up 85, we're gone on that. I still like the long. I feel like it here, but it's pulled back a lot on this market move. So there it is. So that's it. So we are now gone. So we will flush ourselves down the toilet a little bit on AMD today. Good thing we took a little bit of risk on this name. I'm always happy to do that. But now you are breaking a little bit lower here on AMD. So yeah. You know, next level of concern, maybe this pre-market bottom of 84.20. Sorry, the pre-market bottom is 84.50. We've already made an 84.20 bottom there, but there's the break lower there on AMD. So, you know, should have. Again, why did we like the long? You see it here on the 3-minute. I felt like we could have got here to 86.50. We didn't. So now it looks like we do want to drop out a little bit now. So let's just continue to hold on to some of these shorts. Obviously, SoFi's come all the way back in, so let's watch out for that one. Snapchat's not really moving. We do have some bids. Oh, that's 36. We went to 37 on Snapchat, so that could be something to watch out for. I don't want to get back into AMD right now, so I'm going to cancel all of those orders on AMD and just let it continue to float. We always get out, and then I say it all the time, like, should reverse into that short because we lost 15 cents, right? No, sorry, 20 cents. We were long at 85.20. Remember, I was trying to get out for flat. Yeah, so we lost 20 cents. It just gave 15 cents back short, but we don't have it. So let's just go. Here comes Snapchat right back in. I'm bidding 36s. Oh, we got 36. Okay, so that's a win right there. We'll go awesome on that one. This is why these cuts don't hurt that bad, because we're still holding on to some of these names. Amazon right now, though, is at that level of 102.
Yeah, so we had Lucid for this up-down sort of style move here. It looked like it was going to be on the verge of a break. I liked 12s into like 1260. Thought we had about 50 pennies worth of upside, but if you're going to have 50 pennies worth of upside, when it gets past that, almost, it's not really one-to-one. It's just crossing. It's just crossing that like 50 cents on the dollar there. When I have to get out of this one, it's like those longs just not really working out. I did grab SPCE there. Yeah, Lucid just broke 80s. I'm out of Lucid. We'll take the L on this. But I did go over to SPCE before we go to Brendan. This is a tricky one. So a lot of times I'm short these, and you're like, oh, wick top off. No, out is not the high of the day here. That's insane, because that's like 15%. I want to be short here round 4 with a 420 stop. That's the lower high. So I'm short at 90s. I'm trying to get more shares around that 4 even, and then looking for a 420 stop after that wick high. I would never give one of these to the high of the day. That's way too much room to give it. Risk to reward has to fit. Brendo and, small cap recap.
Let's go.
Hey guys, yeah, it was all about some AI names so far this morning. Still trying to come back to the downside a little bit for many of these, but let's start things with C3 AI was gapping to the upside. We had a positive note on it coming off of Friday from D.A. Davidson, upgrading or initiating with a buy. There was this 27.50 level that was holding just before the open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times that got tested. So I was trying to be long against 27.50. It was very, very volatile and kind of whippy right out of the gate. We go all the way down to 26.80 before it does get back above 27.50 and hold. So I had to try that twice on the long side. The second level was that high from Friday, around 28.50. So the second long worked out quite nicely all the way up to 30.5. But yeah, coming back in a hurry is C3 AI. SECO was the other one, was showing a ton of relative weakness versus C3 AI. Remember, this is also an AI name today, right out of the gate. So I was trying to be short this versus day highs out of the gate down to 350 just because of the weakness. Ends up holding 350. There was a huge buyer that was just accumulating in front of 350. So I flipped that to a long, and then that worked out pretty well, back to 4, but still huge move. 126%, trying to hold this level now, guys. 360 for SECO. The other one I had in mind was this Faraday, but this gave it all back before we even got to the open this morning for a Faraday future, guys.
Yeah, that was that EV name, Faraday. They got some money. And look, the market's headed back into the downside. I was just telling to Sean, it's like all the shorts have been pretty easy. Most of the longs have been a challenge if you got anything on them that's any good. I just took some more shares of Intel out there in front of 29.25. I mean, the quarters and the 50s tend to have bounce zones. If we get to 29 even, I'll probably be almost all, if not all, out of it. But that SCCO that I just took caught a bit of a bid here. So it got to VWAP. Now it's pressing back up. I actually never got in everything I wanted around that 4. I did pick some up at 92.5. If it gets to 60s, I want to get a piece out. If it gets to this low here at the 40s, I think that makes sense as well. But a little bit of a bounce play happening on the name, and then I'll look for get more shares. It's about the wick top. That rejection up here when it broke 420 in the first place. That's what I'm looking to fade. Give me a break. I was just sitting. Where's my offer? Did it really just?
Oh, SoFi went.
It just went right to. It just went right to like a penny away from my offer, and then put a bit of a reversal in there. So we'll see what happens. I tried to pick some shares up right in front of 4. And it got to like 398 or whatever it was. I might get a little bit more aggressive and try to pick something up. I want a 420 out, and then going back over to Netflix. It's another one whatever. It's actually going to start breaking down. I wanted 370 short. This just broke the low of the day, so unfortunately, I'm not in this one. If it gets down to 358, 358 on Netflix is the big level. If it holds that bid, fantastic. There could be a small bounce play. But obviously, we missed a short at 370 on Netflix. The next play would be in about $4. And I could take a long, risking like 30 or 40 cents, see if you can catch a bit of a bid. But it's SECO. Hold on to BABA. Intel's working. SECO is definitely the one of interest. If it breaks back above 420, I don't necessarily think the short is over, though.
Okay, yeah, I just want to talk about quickly. We got out of SoFi there. We came back in. We averaged it right on VWAP, right on the 200 here. Didn't work, but that's why. Remember, we got out of 70% upside. We talked about that. Then we averaged it back in, so SoFi's still okay. And then we did re-short Amazon right here. So we got out at 102 when it came back in, and then we shorted the 102 again. So like to get some more shares short. We're actually waiting a little bit higher on Amazon. Actually not. 101.98 is where we're at now. I'm going to put a little bit more in there, as we've already taken some out. What's up, Brendan?
I saw a couple of people talking about this ARQQ. This is Arctic Quantum, so another one in the AI group, guys, just taking out day highs there, 350 on a huge volume spike. Now 40% for ARQQ.
There may be a few too many of these going at the same time. So I'm not tightening my stop because I already have it set in just above that 20 level on SECO, but a lot of times you'll have a group going in sympathy, and if they're all breaking the highs, that does put pressure on one. Even if it had a bit of a reversal candle, you could see it try to run those tops as these start to go. I don't want to be chasing any of the new ones in here, especially when I've already got one that I'm focused on. But I did want to get back over to one big cap name here that I haven't traded it yet. I do feel like at some point, it entered twice on Tesla. At some point, this gets pretty spicy. Tesla is breaking, or at least attempting to break the low of the day as we speak. There's a lot of room for it to get to this mid-80s if it continues on this path. Next time it gets to 195, see that line in the sand? That's an obvious area for a resistance short. If I get that, that's one that can come in for me. I am trying to get more shares of PDD or back into PDD off the 92, but it's now breaking the low of the day as well. I got BABA, and that's fine in a bucket of money, but I want to get back into the train wreck that is Pinduo Duo down 5%. If it pops into VWAP, it's another name I like. But SECO, I don't think this is done because it hasn't broken the high, but I had to have my stop there at that 420. Risk to reward, 4 to 420 makes a little bit of sense to me. I don't want to risk 50 pennies on a $4 stock. 25, 30 is a little more reasonable. If it slams back down, I still favor shorts beneath that wick. As far as I'm concerned, until it gets through the high of the day, this one is threatening that it wants to be done, but you just saw ARQQ go to the upside. And when one goes, the rest might follow. I don't want to fight it. I'll wait for it to set back up beneath $4.
Shout out to my wife. I love you. Look at Amazon right now, guys.
Money.
Now I don't have to yell too much about how much money we spend on Amazon, but there it is. Wow, Amazon. See you later, man. You want to, again, like it just takes one good trade every single day, and that's exactly what we're doing here, and we're going to try to do that every single day for you. Please make sure you follow me at TraderTV Sean. Here's Amazon, the #1 name here, looking to fade. I really, really like the short sale idea here on Amazon. So we talked about it. We talked about it right there. I hope everybody really takes that consideration, some of these trades that we talked about. And not only that, what about Snapchat? We talked about that one also as being, I don't even have SoFi written on there, which is the one loser that we had there, and it wasn't even that bad. But look at Snapchat. There's the 50 short. I wish I wasn't too scared of it, or else I would have gone more shares, because we did cancel the shares that we had up there. But still, a nice trade for us here on Snapchat. We are now out of half of Snapchat. So as it's bouncing around right here, I don't mind it. But we do have a new position alert right now. So let's hit this. Wake up. What's up, Henry? We'll trade some Palantir for you again. And I know you don't like the change, Sean. He's more calm. He's more of a ruthless killer right now. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's sometimes you got to adjust, right? But here we go. We're long into Meta right now. I'm going to watch out for a 187. If that breaks, then we're gone. I want to average into it. I was waiting at 50 to be exact. Maybe that's a little bit too exact here. There it is, not exact at all. We just get a 50 fill, and now we're going to watch. Hey, look, if this runs us through and the market continues to go down, we're short Snapchat here. We will be long Meta. We're going to get a little more long at 25, which is basically this bottom right here. And then if it breaks back down below 87, we're gone. It's well under all the numbers. This is just something worth it for me to take the shot now. We're already short 50 cents now again in the money on Amazon as we re-shorted that 102. Not only do we have 103, 104 on here, but we also have 102. So if you missed it early and you just joined us in the last 20 minutes, hopefully you're short with me again. There's my out. Like, here's the shorts. Here's all the outs. There's an out at 20. There's another out right in there at O's. And then there is the short down. So my first take on the short was 80. My next were 70s. And I think we got a 65 in there. Now let's see if we can touch even lower at 101.50. Wow. All right, let's still hold on to this Amazon. And there it goes right back up to the upside Meta. So we are long now at 60s. What is that, 188 flat right there? Let's put a 188 there, get a piece out if it goes back up into 188, and then we'll watch it from there. But so far, so good. There's a little bit of a reload position there, not a reload, but a new position started on Meta. Let's see if it works upside. Our out is 87. So we have 60 cents worth of risk here on Meta.
And speaking of Meta, we're going to look at BBAI in a quick second. That SECO just took out that high of the day. Trying to get back into some firm there. But you got to have an out, right? So 420 the out. Actually, probably should have reversed there, but I didn't like it until it broke that high. It slammed through 450 without even really giving you much of an opportunity to break into that high of the day. But I want to go over to what is a weak name that just broke the low. Here's 91 on PDD. It's now headed toward 90. That's the 50 period on the daily. If it bounces off that, I'm looking to short it back into the 91 level. We want to get back into this one. But the other way to play this is Alibaba here consolidating off the low. So this will also give me a chance to fade back into VWAP. 104 or simply break 103 to the downside. So 103 break sets up, shorting into 104 sets up. PDD, if it wants to come back, fair enough. We'll take that one. The problem with Intel for me right now is like it's really starting to, I don't know, the market's at the low. Here's the thing about here's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is making a bit of a bottom at the overnight and morning lows. And at the same time, Intel's holding its low. I generally, already got some out at 29.20. I'm going to get another piece out here at the quarters. Just feeling like it's going to make a bit of a bounce with the market here. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see if the NASDAQ ends up holding up, but either way, it does make some sense to ring the register again here. Look for a play back up. I'm now looking to short some pops. I do feel there are kernels of strength in the market. One of them has been Tesla. I'm just not seeing enough of a reason to think about a long at this price. If anything, Tesla just feels like it could come back down into the 190, and that's a much better place to look for said long. Oh, I forgot, Momo in the morning. Momo was a member of the chat. Was talking about Ford at 13. I just wanted to quickly say Ford, it broke 13. Ford is now looking for a double bottom off these lows at about 12.75. Oftentimes, Ford can be a decent scalp trade off a level like this. It is SSR. That's the thing. When it's SSR, it's a little harder for it to break low like this. So that 1275, I think it's SSR, 1275 could be a bit of a nice little double bottom for Ford. If I see a big bid, like $1 million or something like that, I might take a 77, 78 long in front of 75 and just see if it can scalp it like 10 cents, 15 cents for a 3 or 4 cent worth risk.
All right, I can't believe it. Thank you for all the nice talk there in the chat. To everybody there that hit this Amazon trade, it really means, honestly, man, it just means a lot to me that you guys are following and looking at some of these trades that we've had on board again here today. Amazon absolutely falling down. The #1 idea from my desk, and there it is, man, huge trade happening. Snapchat also breaking lower, but when Snapchat breaks lower, so does Meta. Meta broke, man. Meta broke, and we wound up, we were long at 50s. Our average price was 50s. We got out on the 87 break, and I just flipped it over to a short. So look, this is the thing. The NASDAQ's falling down here pretty good. We called that short today. We only really had some short ideas. We did have a good AMD long idea, but I'm going to give this name back to 188. That's what I'm going to do now. Now that Meta's starting to break down. Shout out to Raj back here. He talked about Meta short, so that's going to be a good one. We said wait for some levels. That 190, pretty good upside as well. So let's let this thing fall down. Wow, Amazon is like, we were short Amazon at 104, man. Now it's 101 flat. We re-shorted that at 102, so I have no qualms about this one. This is a good one. We're just going to have to wait for Meta. So I'm going to average into it if we get up to like 187.70 something. Let this thing try to float around a little bit. I don't want to get caught too short here under 187 because this is the level that I like the long. So if it does fail here, some of our charts aren't going to really work out, but there's 930 and there's 186.50, right? So that's something to look out for now on Meta. We just got an 87 fill. Nothing left, guys, until 188. So let's wait to see if it breaks up above 188. That's where we'll start to get out a little bit of Meta. But for now, we tried the long. So look, we lost on all the longs we had. Like Neil said, man, AMD and Meta both out. Let's see if Meta will pay us back on the short side here. But I'm going to average it in, man. 187, 187.50 is going to be my next in spot there. And let's go over to Brendan for something.
Quick look at a quiet crypto market so far this morning. A ton of positive analyst notes this morning, though, on the overall cryptocurrency market. After quite the move to the upside that we've been talking about over the past week and a half, in fact, the bulls remain in control going into a brand new week. Following the Fed, following big tech earnings, answer so far, yeah, absolutely. The trend's still intact here. This is Ethereum holding on to the middle of the range currently, 1,620 right now. Bitcoin looking a little bit worse, if you can call it that. 22,500, bottom end of the range. Support still very much intact, though, and this uptrend still very much intact, though. Even with some red numbers today, 1.6 to the downside for BTC Ethereum, 1.8 currently, 1620 as I mentioned. Choppy overall to start off the new week. Solana down there, the worst off, 3.7 back to the downside, but overall trend still intact for crypto, guys. Make sure you do take a second, smash the like and subscribe if you haven't done so today.
So we might have been onto something with the market breaking or bouncing off of some of those lows. The NASDAQ trying to get up that bottom. Like I said, I just took something out here when I felt that the NASDAQ could hold that bid. And then I was sort of saying, if Tesla was going to show any strength, I didn't really like it at 192. Let's look to see if it drops back in to that 190 area. Look, it closed. It closed literally at 190. So morning support at that price is just because that happened to be flat. So if it gets to that price, that's what I like. PDD bounced off a 90, otherwise known as. And we're talking about this one sort of breaking that channel underneath 95. Look for the shorts. The 50 period sits right at 90 even. That's where I thought we could get to. Any bounce off that level is going to give an opportunity to get back into the shorts. So I'm looking 91s. I had an offer at 92s. I don't even probably cancel it now. The first trade to come back in will be retesting 91 on Pinduoduo. And a similar thing with Alibaba on the next bounce. We knew the Chinese ADRs could get weak. It doesn't really matter what you think of the balloon story, quite frankly. It's a sentiment that matters. So as long as they're escalating tensions, and there was already talk last week of some restrictions that the administration was thinking about when it comes to investing in Chinese companies. So that's been weighing on these stocks anyways, and they've been sort of breaking some trends. BABA looks like it's going to get here first, which is back into VWAP. Once it starts putting in a little bit of a curl, I've been trying to get PDD, but BOVESPA's the one that never quite, every time I'm trying to get more shares back into it, it never quite gets to the price I want. So what will happen is I'll get a little bit more aggressive instead of waiting for it to get to VWAP. And sometimes that'll mean like the one time you actually get aggressive enough, it either runs you over or you've done the right thing. Hopefully it doesn't run me over, but I've now reloaded Alibaba. I tried to get it here thinking we get 5s, it didn't get it. Tried to get it here thinking we get 104.75s. This time I step into it at 103.90 to jump back in. And I'll short more intel off that top. Oh, but here's Tesla 190 now. That was fast.
Meta, we had that short there. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hopefully, let's wait to see. We just got out of 30% there. When we broke back down below 187, we actually got some 80s out there.
Wow, that was fast.
Not a fantastic fill down there. I mean, I was hoping to go lower there, but Meta just resisted that drop. So it just stopped again there at 70. So there was a good fill. Remember what we told you, man. We had to be specific. So there we go. Got another 90 fill. We had to be, was that 90? Yeah, 92. We had to be specific on what we're waiting for. So right now we're 50 cents in the, on Meta. We're not, like I told you, like we're not playing around today, right? Like that was the whole point of me to this morning. I hope you guys understood that anyways, where we were talking about the shorts. We have Amazon now, if you're still holding that to almost, well, it's only $3 in the money, but we'll see where it goes. Snapchat, I just took another piece out right there. And then we flipped over the script on Meta. So, you know, we were long Meta there, you know, trying to get some support. It was a name that we liked. Obviously, it's positive there right now. And we still could get flipped up on this, for sure. But you know what? You trade the levels that you see right now. All of my numbers, all of my moving averages are to the upside right here. I'm not trying to, you know, turn technical analysis on its head here or anything. It's just watch the weakness. It started to make, obviously, as you see here, lower highs all the way. So boom, boom, right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. So, you know, like that to me is a good enough indication. We're now 70 cents in the money on this trade. We're now $1 in the money on the reloaded sticky note level of 102 on Amazon. So that's been a great trade too to the downside. I'm honestly just gonna, my next bid for Meta should be right here at 60. So let's wait, that's the bottom. So that bottom right there is 55, so I have a 60 bid. Let's see if it collapses all over itself and gives me that fill right now. It looks like we're bouncing at 70 here. Again, let's see what this market wants to do. The market hasn't even really failed yet today. So, I mean, once it does, we'll see if we can get some more on there. But we go from a bull into a bear real damn quick. And that's how we do it, man. Amazon dollar, Meta dollar. Like, I didn't think we'd have Meta dollar in the money, but there it is right now to the short side here for Meta. I guess that Tesla, I know you were just on it, but that
was just that easy.
That 198 was huge.
It was. So I was just trying to explain. Someone in the chat was like, Neil, why do you like jumping from stock to stock? Because I trade setups, not stocks. It's that simple. And so, like, to me, if I'm looking for key price areas and certain things that set up, then staring at one stock might give you actually nothing. So when I saw Tesla come back in, the futures were at a double bottom. So exactly what I was looking for was a double bottom on the futures, something that would pop into a support level and give you a scalp trade off the support. Now the trend has been to the downside, so that can also give you shorts sort of bouncing high. I'll get to that in a second, but that gave Tesla, because 190 was significant, and I said I don't like Tesla unless it's off support, I mean 200 is not coming to play. So we take the 190 bounce, and it gives you a quick buck, it gives you a quick $1.50, I'm in, I'm out. And you know, Alibaba, the other side of that coin would be, as we got a little bit of a bounce play, it might give me a setup into something to the short. So, you know, Baba's one that I liked for the trend. I had trouble getting back into it, so I went over there and shorted back into Alibaba. That's more sticking to the guns. But if I'm looking for a bounce play, you know, if I'm only trading Baba and PDD, I might not like the longs that I find as the market comes into that support level. I might see shorts start to set up, so that's what we end up doing there. C3AI, no.
Hello.
I don't know what that was. Hopefully everyone's
Meta.
okay. But C3AI just took out, no way I saw this was going to be coming in here. I'm just going to go over to C3AI here for a quick second. I did not think it was going to get back beneath that 28. I had a stop set in there, and apologies for not getting to it. I didn't think this was going to come into play. You had a failed break at 28 in the afternoon. You actually had me sort of in that long, breaking out at 30, thought we'd be heading higher. This just took out 38 to the southbound side really, really quickly. Sometimes it's how you get the fill. I don't like the way that I got that fill. That's a little bit too aggressive of a pullback to have gotten that fill. I might trim it almost instantly just to get a piece out, because sometimes you get in and it's too aggressive of a chase when you have a stop order set. Time for Brendan and Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty red board to show you to kick things off so far this week. 0.82 right now for the S&P 500 to the downside. There's one jumping off the page right now. This Catalent, CTLT, to the upside on this note. Danaher interested apparently in CTLT, so that's the reason for that move today. Everything else pretty much downside, led by tech right now. The entire group in negative territory. ENPH standing out there a little bit strong. ON Semiconductor, mentioned early, all-time highs today for ON Semiconductor. Still positive on the day, but it's come off quite significantly. PayPal on the downgrade, 3.2% ahead of earnings coming up on Thursday for PayPal. Semis across the board pretty red, led by Micron, currently 3% to the downside. Consumer discretionary names also very, very negative so far today. All of the retailers, all of the consumer services as well, including the hotels and casinos, down about 2.5% to 3% across the board. A little bit of positivity in the equipment makers, along with pharmaceutical names in the healthcare group, but that's pretty much it. Unfortunately, Tyson over here down 4% off earnings. Communication stocks right across the board pretty red, including ATVI earnings this week as well, guys.
So you heard me just say, what was that drop? Meta. Yeah, we just got a 186 fill on Meta. Like, I don't, and then all of a sudden, this is why you scalp out. Like, this is why, as day traders here, these gray hairs are coming with experience. And honestly, it's like, that this is what happens to these stocks, especially a stock that's, was up, 50% last week or something. So Meta, has this opportunity to rip right back up. I did take the opportunity to short again at 187. So, we're still in the pocket here at Meta. We're still waiting for it to get back up to 188. That's going to be the stop zone now. I have no idea what that spike up was. For me, maybe technical off of 12,500. We went downside there, touched this bottom of the market right there. That's the pre-market bottom for the NASDAQ, and then jumped right back up. So maybe there was some sort of buyers down here somewhere, not just on Meta, but in the market on general. So I don't see too much volume picking up there. I'm just trying to justify this move, and right now, other than it touching that pre-market bottom, not completely sure what that's about. So we'll still sit here. This will be a losing trade now if Meta hits 188. We took enough profit to make it a great trade, but then it just bumped right back up. So although we got out on the way down, right? But most of our outs were again in the 70s and 80s. So we took one at 50, then one at O's or 12s, whatever it was. So now we're watching out for 188 to break again. I'm taking another fill here at 70, and that's that. If Meta wants to continue to go up, that's fine. We talked about not shorting this earlier today. So now that I am short, my mind has flipped over on it because of what the market's doing. So there it is, a little bit of a pullback. We should have taken the 50s again, but we didn't. I'm going to wait for 70s. Meta strong here, and I have no idea why. So let's just watch it. Hopefully the market can fall down, and then we'll see from there. But market rate now bouncing off this 50 period. So that is that rate now. Watching Amazon still.
Yeah, and that's sort of the thing. Like, sometimes you get a feeling, it's like, whoa, what was that? And I just got one of those on C3 AI. Like, I was looking for that lower high, like failed breakout at the top there, looking for that lower or higher low in the morning, support 27.70 to 28. I had my stop order set in, and I did so when it was kind of breaking this channel. Then it just kind of hit me a little bit faster. I thought it would go gradually to the downside. I immediately said, you know what, I don't like it. I'm just going to get a bunch out and then regroup. It made this high here at 28.40. I'm like, okay, well, it seems a little bit more calm. I'll jump back in, take some more shares, kind of what we got out there, get back in a little bit better, not terribly better, and then just as it comes down, get some bids out and regroup. But I don't mind doing that because it's the way you get a fill or the way things move. I always find that matters, man, and that was just a little bit of a violent move to the upside. I might have gotten in. I said at some point I was going to get into BOBA, and maybe it was going to be too aggressive because I kept missing the reloads up here. And that's the tricky thing about BOBA. I couldn't get anything on the way down there, couldn't get anything on the way down there, and the only way I was able to get into position originally was on the way up. So I'm doing the same thing here again, but this is a little more gradual. I put this little bit of a candle in, but you'll notice, look at the pattern. on my 3-minute, strong move up instantly works to the downside. Strong move up instantly works. Strong move up once it turns instantly. The second it put in a bit of a curl here, it's just gradually going back higher. So I'm going to have to stop this one probably at 14.2 or so. Just get out of Dodge. Acknowledge the fact that it's a bit of a different trend here and not want to give back what we earned right at the open on BABA. It would be the same thing if it was pin duo. Got to trade that setup. Brendo.
A couple people were asking about some issues possibly with OTC markets early on this morning with some of the individual symbols not actually open, or it looks like they're not actually open. They are. Just sent a note quickly to our friend Jeff Mendel over at OTC. He has come back to me with this website, which I'll pass along to everyone, which is posting this technical notice. Right now, this is the FINRA website. FINRA is currently experiencing an issue with ORF transaction messaging. So that is the reason you're not seeing actual prints, and our platform is the same on certain prints. Apparently, Luckin is one of those guys, if you wanted to pull that up, but it's not the OTC market, it's FINRA guys, but I'll pass along this website.
Yeah, you can't even get quotes on GBTC or anything
nothing
like that. Yeah, I saw that a lot earlier, so good thing. I actually messaged Mendel like around 9:30 there to say what the heck was going on. Yeah, so we'll respect that. Thanks, Brendan, for that. So if you guys were on GBTC or, like you mentioned, Luckin Coffee there, any of those names, watch out for that. Okay, so we did get into Meta. So now we're getting close to getting stopped out. This takes out 188. We're out. Again, it's going to be a 50. This was a 50-cent hit. We took $1 on some of that, but again, mainly out, most of these out there around that 50 cent, 80 cent, 90 cent mark. And right now we do have another target right here as it's just super strong. So let's not like say, oh, let's hold this to 190 or anything like that. Let's just get out, like I said here, make some more trades and make this money back. But Meta super strong, back up to the upside. It's a really good thing we had some of these outs because here it goes, going to rip our face off here, back up to the upside. So there goes Meta. Really super strong stock today, despite the market. So, keep that in there and remember that for next time. Any sort of dips down, we might want to watch it. But for me, it's just pretty choppy here. So I think we're going to stay away from Meta. And there it is. Took the L there on Meta. But like I said, you guys can ask. We're still well green on the day, man. And that has been a fantastic day here. So yeah, I'm green today, and hopefully that can continue. We'll wait to see if we get any updates on OTC markets. The midday guys will give that to you as well. Alibaba's still down that 2%. Tesla right back to 293, 193 right now, and starting to go back upside. Let's watch out for Tesla in case it gets to 200. And Amazon bouncing around that 101 now. I have it, but it's trying to go back up. We'll look to see re-engaging in some shorts, but I don't know about that until we get back up to 103, 104. Let the market go, man. It did what we thought it would do early. Let's not throw good money or bad money after good at this point in the day.
No, and you'll see I'm out of Alibaba here. I'm going to go to Pinduoduo, so I'll show you. There's Baba. It sort of broke out of that range. Now it's putting another curl in. I might jump back into it. I just want to see how it behaves here at that 104 to 104.20 area that it just kind of tightly stopped me out there. I still like the 91 short on Pinduoduo. PDD was the better technical setup. I just felt it was a little bit weaker. Obviously it bounced off the 50 period at 90 even, but this feels like it's on a collision course with that 90. Much weaker than Baba. I just showed you Baba breaking VWAP, and PDD is having all kinds of trouble breaking it to the upside. I was looking at Ford for a bounce off the low, and like this will happen. You guys can kind of see there. You know what? Can you see it? There you go. If I pull it over. There we go. It actually touched 1278 where I am sitting on the bid, but passively. So I never got the fill on Ford, and now you're seeing it bounce to the upside. If it comes back to the low, I don't just randomly want the exact same price. I either want a little bit higher or just beneath it to that 75. So a bit frustrating here on Ford. I did like it. I was on the bid. I didn't actually get picked up there. It would have been risking 3 or 4 cents, and I'd be already taking some out. I think VWAP at best for them, they had a bad quarter. And it's not necessarily a strong stock at all. But I did like that double bottom that it put in from going back to last week. I'll probably try to get something if it pops down there again. Just a bit of a miss. I could have been on a reverse model gateway and gotten the fill. Like paid for the liquidity, and then I probably would have gotten the fill. I was trying to catch a rebate, so sometimes you miss the fill when you do that.
All right, we'll Yeah, that's I sometimes all the time try to tell you guys. Normally on those slower moving stocks, I will use like an inverted gateway because the fees don't really matter that much. But again, you know, on the faster moving ones, I definitely use Arca, or Arca's pretty much my go-to because they will pay a rebate. So like on Meta, like if it's going to go up through 39, it doesn't. I'd rather just get paid for that fill than sit there and use an Edge A or an Edge X. That's the way I trade it. But we're gonna wait for this. So now look at that. Now we're 40 cents in the money on Meta. Like just as easy as we get out there, we go right back in, right? So Meta right there, we flipped it over to the long. We just took that. We're now long at 188.16. You could see we just took the long right there, took a piece out. Now we'll wait to see if it goes higher. 189.50, something like that maybe here for them. Maybe 189. Let's put an offer at 189 right now. I don't know if it gets there, but you know, if the market wants to rally upside a little bit, look at this market breaking here, back up. So far, so good on that trade as it's starting to go. We got out of our Amazon short right there. So that was good, 101.18. Can't complain there. We actually got out and punched too many shares long on our out. So then we got out of that again. But look at Amazon starting to rip back up. So right there, man, again, getting out of your shorts, saving you. Like I just got out at 101.16 right there. It's at 101.75 right now. So save yourself some money there by making sure that you capture some profit on some of these plays. Meta's along until we break back above here, 187.58. Let's just try it. I feel like the market is just dancing right now, so we may have to sort of pull back, wait for the best trade again to come through. But for right now, it's Money Talks, and it's with Brendan over at the big desk.
Hey guys, still seeing a ton of dollar strength coming through so far today. Back to the upside for the third day in a row, you'll see on this chart down here. 1, 2, 3, we're right back to these December lows that broke down going back a month or so ago. But a huge move up once again today, 0.7 for the DXY, 103.6 coming off the jobs data on Friday. Again, if you missed it, much stronger than expected. Non-farm payrolls number on Friday, lifting the dollar not only on Friday, but again today. Everything else back to the downside as a result. There was also a little bit of weak data over in Japan overnight this morning, so 1.2 for the yen, 75.3 back to the downside. British pound holding on to 120 right now, but only just 120.17, 74.3 for the CAD. Euro 107.3. Under pressure though, right across the board with the dollar continuing its rally, guys.
Yeah.
Strong dollar, not necessarily good for stocks. However, you are getting right back to the top. I know we always talk about the market. I use air quotes there because obviously there's more than one index. However, it is typically speaking, if you look at what we mostly trade, the NASDAQ is generally going to be the indicator that I prefer. So you're getting back toward that high 12.6 as we get to that price. I think there's going to be some things that set up back for the short side of the trade. I don't want to be too stubborn about them because, you know, when you sit there in the morning and you get those opening trades that really trend for you, you don't want to get sort of trapped at the bottom. But anything making lower, generally speaking, anything making lower highs that you can work off of as the market's retesting the top, I tend to like for re-entries. If they hold, I think we can get a nice little rollover back into the bottoms. But like PDD here, and like it was the same thing with BABA, you don't want to hold it all the way back. So I'll probably give this another 20 cents or so, and then just see if it can get back down to 92 even or 90 even. And for some signs of strength out there, there are a few names that we know are strong. One of them, NVIDIA here, and back, it's actually green on the session. Higher lows, everything you're looking for. 215 break, I'd only consider if the market itself was breaking out. Otherwise, you know, I'm looking at this 210 area. I got this wick. If I zoom in, I can get rid of that. There we go. You have 210 to 215. That sets you up for longs in front of this in the afternoon or at lunchtime, and a potential 215 break, which I'm only interested in if the market is through that top on the NASDAQ. You know, I don't want this one going by itself. I'd rather play inside the range at lunchtime. I just feel like that's the way to go. And I got out of Tesla pretty early, but sometimes you have a bit of a bias and it gets the best of you. At this particular point, I clearly had too much of a bias. And the bottom of Tesla was definitely in at 190. I still think this one can be a fade off 200. We're halfway there now.
All right, we hope you guys are positive trading after today, as it was a very, very big morning. So congratulations to anybody that is here. We did take into our new position right now into Snapchat. It's right into that 1160 area. We are very, I told you we'd have to get as patient as we could be with these names. This is another sticky note name up to 1160. We already hit it short once, man. We got a great fill down there at 26, right there off VWAP and then off the 50 periods. And now we shorted again. So we just shorted it right now at 58s. Our average price is 55. Whoops, don't. Oh, okay, good. I thought I hit X there. Our average price is 55. So hopefully this will come back down a little bit for us into the 50s. Maybe is a good spot there. I was worried about 50 breaking, and that did happen. So watch out for it. Now we're going to be out of this name. If it just continues to go up, we're long Meta, which is now 50 cents in the money. We're making more money on this one than we are on Snapchat, of course. But one more penny up, we're going to break Snapchat. That high was 63 right there on Snapchat, so we're going to get out if it takes it 61, 62. We're almost out of Snapchat right now. One more penny higher. But hey, look, we ain't crying over spilled milk, man. We were a little bit upset about, well, we weren't upset at all, but Meta starting to go, so we went right back into the long. Now we're 70 damn cents in the money now on Meta. Let's see if we can get it out now into the 80s. I'm trying. I'm sitting there at 85. We'll see if we can get that. It's right now at 75, 78. Let's go a little bit higher right there for us on Meta. So yeah, there it goes. Nice move upside. Let's see if it continues for Meta. I'm in the 80s. It looks like we're going to get there. 70s, 80s almost. Maybe 80s wants to stop. I think that's pretty random. So let's wait to see what it wants to do here on Meta. Maybe I'll go to 80 or 79. Here we go, 83, 84, 85. There it is right now. Spin it right there to end that trading off today. So we'll finish the day off right now with a 75-cent winner on Meta and hold the rest to see what we get to at this 190 flat up there. It's this 191, 190.50. Let's see if we can retest that. Snapchat just came out, so that's a cup of coffee. We'll go get one after that, after the show, to make up for this. But Meta really running upside, 75 cents. Brendan, it's still earnings season as we are actually into Super Bowl week.
And a jam-packed day coming after the close, before the open. You can see still a ton of names. We're past all the big ones, but still a ton of names to go this week, guys, for earnings.
I see Pinterest. I don't really see much else on that board. ATVI doesn't matter. It's all about the Microsoft deal, whether it gets. Oh, no, never mind. We got Royal Caribbean tomorrow morning. Yeah, those can be good movers. We usually talk about CCL, but RCL definitely one in there. Speaking of Pinterest, Pinterest is relatively weak today. 28, this is all obviously looking back in hindsight, and maybe we see 28 again, but 28, 28, 28, 28. So if we get to 28, that's resistance on pins. I wasn't really focused on this one nearly enough here today. Maybe there's a flat bottom break at 27 even as well, but that's an obvious one that sits out there. Mostly moving because of Meta and the earnings that they had and the relative strength that Meta saw. But pins in their own right, another big name. Advertising is going to be big for them. They have been stuck in a glut for a very long time, and you can see they've been trying to break out from it. This is trying to break 28 on the daily chart. It just failed it again, so it's just another reason why that 28 should be faded, to be honest with you guys. I should be all over that one if it gets back there.
All right, yeah, good little name there, Pinterest. We haven't asked one time for likes or subscribers or anything yet, and it is now 11. So I'm going to do it for the very first time. We only have 1.6K. Please hit the like button, man. Over 8,000 watching. Let's do that. We don't have any polls up or anything yet today. So hit the like button, hit the subscribe. I hope we're putting on a decent show for you here. Not just the show, but like, you know, we do this as entertainment as well. Try to add value, educate, entertain, and inform you. Brendan's came with some really big hits today on different names that have been moving around. I put on some big bangers. Neil has as well. So hopefully you guys are able to take advantage of this, as I'm positive here one more time today. So I hope you're able to follow some of that trading. It's been a great day, needless to say here, and I think it's going to continue, man. You know, we traded Snap. For me, only 5 names, right? AMD, Amazon, Meta, Snap, and SoFi. So we're trying to stick with our guns here, making the right trades as many times as we can see them. And hopefully, just like this Meta, man, we lost on it. Now it's $1 in the money and still trying to go upside here through, well, it just was $1, through 189. Let's see if that continues to work. Stick with your plan and you will be rewarded. Believe me on that one. I'm trading better now than I was last year. It's because I've changed up my style and, you know, really trying to take on new positions, new strategies and whatnot. So, all right. Thanks, Pratt, again today. Thanks, Bears versus Bulls, man. It was a very, very good show, I feel like. It keeps getting better every single day.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're getting ready to throw it over to the Raptor killer over there. Are we going to make a trade here coming up, Luca? I think we will at some point.
I'm not as optimistic as I was before. I thought for
Yeah.
sure we were doing something.
We will. It's Feb 9. I think Van Vliet goes for sure. I think Anunoby goes for sure. As long as Scotty Barnes doesn't go,
There's a
Then that's fine.
0.00001 chance we'd
Right.
ever trade Scotty Barnes.
yeah. And I don't think that
There's no way.
that would happen. I think we already feel bad missing
That would
KD
be-
for him. We could probably do it again, but now that we're so bad, I don't think
KD's going to-
we would want to do that. So
He's going to go to Phoenix, right? I mean,
yeah, KD's looking like he's going to go to Phoenix. Kyrie
that's
almost
how
went to
how it
Phoenix.
works, right?
Kyrie went to Dallas, yeah. So
Like that's the team where he'd probably win the most, and that's the team he's going to want to go to the most. So he's going to get his wishes because that's how it works in the NBA.
Yes,
You're
it
going to
is.
get your wishes. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. It is the Professor and the Scalp Demon.
What is up, guys? I'm
going on,
Sharif. That's
everyone?
Luca. This is the midday show, and whoa, what a market it's been, Luca. We've been at like high, then we went to the low real quick, and these small cappers are moving as well. I've been in some of these. ARQQ has been absolutely paying. Every retracement so far on this stock, you've been able to punch in and take long. So this one has been a nice one, breaking through 4 up 61%. ARQQ, by the way, in case you're wondering or just joining, is Arquette Quantum, a UK-based cybersecurity technology company coming out with a headline, a news catalyst, and that has got it moving to the high side. That was a cool one. Now, currently, I'm in a losing NVIDIA trade. I was taking this one long because I felt it was relatively strong on the day, and the market kind of went up. So I was like, okay, let's take the relatively strong names. It hasn't been paying the bill so far. So this one has been a work in progress, but thankfully didn't get into a full position right away. So I've been kind of building my position into this one. But currently out of the money, guys. There's no bones about it. 212.65 is my average. So I'm about 65 big pennies out of the money on this one, but I like where the technicals are pointing. Let's see what it does around VWAP, around that 211.5. Meta's been very strong as well. It kind of like slowed down a little bit there during the later part in the morning, but then as soon as the market kind of started making its way up, Meta was kind of the catalyst for that. You saw Sean trading that one to the south and north side. This one making a nice little move now, holding VWAP here at around this 188.5 level. Let's see if the market can make a leg up. Where are we right now on the market? We're 41.25s. After the bell high was at 41.32. So we're closer to highs at the moment than we are to these lows. But some of the actual technical highs were made overnight, and those ones we're not even close to, Luca.
Yeah, it's been a fun morning. Yeah, for sure been a fun morning. Hopefully everybody is enjoying the show, and I'm seeing different colors in the chat here, so I'm not really sure what's going on. That's kind of cool. Got red, blue, green. Yeah, hopefully everybody had a great weekend. Relax, reset. New week coming, definitely excited. Thank God it's Monday, man. Mondays and Fridays, always a good day, man. This is definitely a different week than last week. You had big tech earnings coming through last week, definitely very exciting. And this week we have a whole different slew of earnings coming through, so it will be exciting. I'm not really too sure what I'm gonna look at here, but I do see some levels developing. I'm looking at Microsoft right now towards the high. It's kind of interesting here with the range that's being set into play. Range set into play. So I do want to short this into 258. Just range play on that one. We'll see what that one wants to do there. And Tesla right here at 195, kind of interesting as well. I'm wondering, are we gonna do a couple over unders before we make a decision? The big level, obviously, if you guys are waiting, key levels here, Tesla 200, Meta 200, Apple 150, Amazon 100. These are super key levels that are in play. Amazon currently below that 102, and there was a buyer at 102. I'll share a trade that I had here, but let me first, let me just fix this up here just to make sure this is all good. And okay, yeah, we're good here. And Amazon, let's have a look. Amazon 102 was pretty interesting. There was some size that was bidding on 102. I'm not sure why this is not here. There was some size bidding on 102. And 102 sort of bamboozled me because I thought, okay, you know, look at the pre-market lows. 102 was there. It wasn't really, you know, breaking through. Bounce 1, 2, 3, 4 times, then get the pop-up. Sort of butchered the short here, which is my own fault. Finally caught the short. That was pretty nice. Then was going for the long, sort of long scalp trades. Didn't really lose on these long scalps, but I thought we were going to had a chance to whip back, and I was playing off the 102. Then we go into 102. There's like 2,000 lots sitting on the bid, and for whatever reason, this moves up to 102.10. And so I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like bidding, you know, 102.06, 04 in front of the 102, thinking, okay, maybe we get the whiplash down and then the bounce back up. And size moves up, gets filled, and then I'm filled below, and I'm just like, oh my God. So as you can see, basically did that flip short. That wasn't part of the plan. Then continue with the scalps over there. But yeah, just below 101 bouncing and now sort of moving back down. Not really too sure how I feel about the 102 level, but I kind of feel like for the time being, if we pop over 102, you got the VWAP overhead, kind of same deal. So I do want to scalp around this level, sort of short over 102, cover below 102. And if we continue to rip to the north side and just kind of reverse this whole move and go back up, then just get out of the trade there. But, you know, the market did bounce down towards those pre-market lows, reversing quickly off the 41.05, ripping back to the upside. Now it is at that top-ish range. So if we are breaking out to the upside, Amazon is still down. It'll probably go up with the rest of the market. But it'll be easy to get out of that short, I feel like. So we'll see where that one wants to go. I noticed that I am now short Microsoft. So let's see. Yeah, short Microsoft here, so probably add into this one unless it wants to just go down right away, which I think this feels like a really good level, 258. So let's see where this one wants to go. But I'm going to scalp around this level for sure. I feel like eventually we do get a break of 258 there, you know, going into the afternoon. So I will just continue to take my wins. That was a quick one, man. That was 30 cents instantly. I'll hold some of this for a move back down. We'll see if we can run towards 257. If not, I'll add back to the short and recycle a lot.
Yes, okay, so I had two big boy trades while you were talking there on NVIDIA and Tesla, taking both of those north. So let's get to the NVIDIA one first because that's the one we started on. So here's our building our position into the retracement. So it's basically, it's been moving up all day. So here's the trend line that I was basing it off, get anywhere on here, and that's where we started our position, built into it, and then scalp, scalp, scalp on the pop-up. So that ends up being a nice little position there. Tesla, likewise, same thing. Let's zoom into this one because it's going to be hard to see. Looking for a flat top breakout. It's a continuation pattern. I mean, you just see it's retraced. It's stronger on the day, 2.81%. So we want to take the relatively strong names to the north side. That's all we do here. I take the 194.80 long, and then we scalp into the 195.80 for a quick buck, scalping up on the way. So it's a quick little move there on Tesla and on NVIDIA. Both those relatively strong, if I can say, on the name at the moment. What's up? Can you?
Yeah, they're just.
Sorry, I thought. Can they hear me? I thought somebody couldn't hear me.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I can continue. I'm good.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You got anything to important?
No, guys,
Okay.
it's Monday, so like any other job, Monday rolls around. I'm butchering orders. I'm
I
butchering
know,
cutting
right?
off Sharif over here. Somebody's saying, Bull Shark, who is Sharif's barber? I was asking the same question.
Oh, the guy's down the road. He's fantastic, man. It's like the classic barber shop or whatever down here.
Yeah, no, my mic's good, guys. I just turned it on there. So yeah, position board should be good going forward. Just a little update there. I did cover Microsoft into that flush, so that was a nice little flush there. And I'm kind of sad that it's, yeah, I'm really sad that now we're really selling off here. I thought we would get another pop. So for me, it was like short, cover, cover. I thought, you know, pop again, short, short, cover, cover. But again, maybe that's the level, man. That's the level. It gives you one shot at it. And now it looks kind of silly the way that this kind of played itself out. But yeah, man, it's we'll see if it gets back there. That 258 level is pretty interesting. I do feel like if we now do get back there before breaking through VWAP, we probably have some covering at high a day. So, you know, if it runs up there, maybe trigger the stops. But I do want to recycle this level. Microsoft not really doing anything too crazy today, and obviously had the nice up moves.
Triple top a little bit brewing on Microsoft on my 3 minute. I don't know what you see.
Yeah. Well, exactly, like 1 minute, 3 minute, same thing. Yeah. But basically, like, you know, like basically giving you the range. So for myself, I just kind of look at this range and I say, I will take my shots at going long over here and going short over here and basically scalping around the area. And then when it drifts back into the middle, that being VWAP, then I'll just kind of let it go and wait for it to get to somewhere else over there. So yeah, that was a good one that I let go probably too early, but it's all good, man. We'll find more trades. You know, things are good. Hopefully you guys are doing well as well. You know, definitely exciting. Lots of banger trades this morning.
Bang.
Somebody this morning was saying, yeah, man. Somebody this morning was like, where's Sean's energy? Where's the bangs? And I just wanted to say,
he's making
it's
money.
like,
He's busy making
oh
money.
yeah, man.
I mean,
Oh yeah.
no, it's Monday, guys. I mean, I'm still, I don't know why, but I'm super fatigued from today. Even the Spro really doesn't have me on my normal self field, but we're gonna soldier through, Luca, because that's what we do around here. So Tesla, I'm still looking to take this one long again if it can kind of break and continue through that 195.90, 196 break. It looks strong. It's above VWAP. Made a nice V-shaped recovery off that sell. The market's near highs than lows. We just had a break of this important level here on the ES. I don't know if this is, yeah, this is accurate because I don't get dark pool wicks on here. Looks like we made our way all the way up to 41.32 3/4, which technically is, is an after the bell high. It's not the day high. So the day high today, technically, guys, is 41.43, and that was made at around like really early last night after the market opened around 6 o'clock Eastern. I'm talking about the ES March contract, by the way. So yeah. We're near highs and lows, so I'm definitely looking long. I'm looking at Meta. I'm looking at Tesla to possibly take them long. But I've also liked the way Microsoft has been today. You saw Luca trading that range. I actually had one long on Microsoft that I kind of paper-handed to the long side. I could have held it for a lot more. Even though percentage-wise it's not really up a lot on the day, technically down 0.5 percentage point. But I felt that, you know, some of these retracements have been quite strong. So basically another version of what Luca was saying, to kind of try to play that long when it presents opportunities and shows you periods of strength. So my eye on Microsoft as well. Obviously, Amazon is the laggard, and if you're looking short, I think that may be the best play. Now, quickly, I want to go on to this ARQQ because it's kind of setting up nice here. Now, it's given you a period of, this is the 3-minute chart. It's given you multiple 2-candle retracement opportunities and several 1-candle. So you've had an opportunity to get in basically anywhere on this uptrend from around, I want to say 281 to 413. This is the first time it's showing you 4 red candles in a row and nearing VWAP. VWAP's around 361 on my chart. Right now it's flirting at that 370 area, but it wouldn't be, you know, too risky to start building a position here. I won't. I'm going to wait for the first 3-minute candle to make a new high. First green 3-minute candle to make a new high. I don't want anything that's kind of going to close red and it's a bull trap kind of candle. So I'm waiting for that. I want to take that one long. I'm going to size into it. I'm not going to go full position on this dip entry, but I like how this is setting up near the VWAP. It's giving you an opportunity now to retrace into some, you know, I don't want to say it's a mean reversion, but you know, it's basically retraced a little bit, and that's what you want to see come closer to that 7 period, that 20 period, and then maybe take a long again on the first green candle to make a new high. That's what I'm going to do here, which technically at the moment would be that 370 long, but that may not set up that way. So we'll see how this one ends up doing. Yeah, that's basically all my trades that I'm looking at the moment. It hasn't been too busy of a morning, Luca.
Yeah, just a heads up, guys. BBBY is popping here. A little bit of volume coming through, breaking through the high of day there. It's, I think 350 is kind of an interesting level, and the reason I say that is because on the daily, it seems to be closing below that, closing below the 350, even though giving the wick off tops, you know, maybe moving towards 4. But yeah, just a heads up there. A little bit of a volume spike coming through. Is it substantial? I know people in the chat are like, BBBY calls. I just want to say best of luck, man, if you're in those. Isn't this a company that's going bankrupt and can't pay their bills? But anything is possible in this type of market. Michelle, I see you there. Thank you for the super chat coming through. Luca, my man, I know I talk a lot about 8, but on the daily chart, higher lows, 279 now curling. I love how you put not financial advice. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I'm actually sitting on the bid waiting. I like this little dip down, and I saw it right here, and I'm sort of waiting for a little bit of a flush if it wants to like dip down. I want to kind of average in on like a little bit of a dip there. And even though intraday it is down 3% with the move down, if you guys zoom out and look at this, I see the same thing, right? I see sort of a dip, a little bit of a higher low, another higher low, sort of confirmed. So I'm willing to wait for a dip down, and we'll see if it wants to dip down, fill me over here, and then run VWAP, go to 3, and then make a move. I like the cover over 3, so like the long in the 80s, and then the cover over 3. I'll take my 20 cents. I mean, you guys know the deal. That's basically the way that I trade. But I know that, yeah, Michelle, you've been in this trade from what, below like 250 or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, congratulations. Holding up well. As long as it continues to make lower highs, man, even though today sort of is a little bit of a red day, call it first red day, after 3 green days in a row, as long as it is holding, in my opinion, holding, you know, the midway through this candle, like holding up, then, you know, everything has to pull back, right? So everything has a pullback, everything has inside days from time to time. For example, Meta, let's take a look here because somebody else was asking, any thoughts? What do you think about Meta? It's, you know, off of earnings, very strong move to the upside. This is the daily, guys, right? So you have the strong move, you have the green days, you have the test of that 197 area and then fade back down. And even though it's not really like explosive today in any direction, you know, you're gonna get inside days. You're gonna get consolidation on the daily before things continue to move, right? So for Meta, I did have a couple trades on Meta, favoring the long side essentially, but I wonder if we can get back towards this, and I apologize for that wick there, but I wonder if we can get back towards the lows because this is sort of the pre-market lows. We bounced and then opened and then ran right off the open, sort of held the 50 period there, dipped back down into the lows, then gave a little bit of a bounce there. So I'm wondering, you know, bounce, maybe third time's a charm. Again, today when I'm looking at all these names, large caps, whether it be Meta, Amazon, AMD, Microsoft, Tesla, I'm just thinking everything looks very range bound, and I'm not really expecting any crazy moves in one direction or another, you know, unless news comes through. So yeah, we'll see. I like the longs around 186. If we get there, I'm okay to let it go down and kind of average into it. And then if we get up towards, you know, 190, 191, I'll consider the short. On Meta, I'm more reluctant to take it. On Tesla, I'm more reluctant to take it just because they are closer to these kind of high levels, that it's a new range, that if we get there, maybe you get some type of squeeze to the upside. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. And somebody's saying, Luca is here, market should be green now. Yeah, market, we'll see what the market does. I mean, guys, you know, I like to just kind of play the ranges on a day like today, but I like how this sort of gets to 41.30 and then stalls. So it does give the potential that it's not really too crazy. It's only up down 50 basis points. Maybe it wants to run, test 41.30 again, and then kind of go back down. So if that's the case, no problem, man. Range days are easy. It's Monday. Definitely had an espresso. We'll probably have another one at some point if you know, Sharif wants to continue doing that. But yeah, we'll see where this one goes. I'm basically chilling right now, waiting for these levels to come to fruition, and then I'm going to start scalping around and building positions.
I saw this CDIO show up on my scanner here. It's up 120%, and it's done about 5.5 million shares of volume. 1.6 in the last 5 minutes, so a lot of recent volume coming in on this one, but it's made a move, guys. It's made a move off that $1.60 area, moving up to 280, and now it's kind of retracing. I'm going to wait for a 5-minute pullback for basically a 5-minute setup. What that means is I want to see the 5-minute chart set up so that there's at least 1 or 2 red candles and then 1 green candle to make a new high, and then we'll take that green candle to make a new high. That's the idea here. I usually set it up on the 3, but this one we'll see how it sets up on the 5. Another possible area is not even wait for that, is to just basically take this dip off VWAP here at 240. It's making its way down there to that level. I don't know how confident I am in it. You know, what's this one all about? CDIO. All right, Cardio Diagnostics Holdings, a biotech company. Okay, so biotech, that's part of, you know, it's kind of the AI, biotech, reverse split investigation type stocks that we've been talking about lately. So this is good in that sense. What's the catalyst? I don't see a recent catalyst. Let's see if it's a former multi-day runner. No, it just moved up today. It had a green day, you know, on Friday, but that didn't mean anything today. I don't really know what the catalyst is on this one. I'm looking back and not seeing anything, so that kind of gets me a little concerned. CDIO, that is. All right, so we'll see what this one's going to be up to. I'm also in a long here on ARQQ. The idea, just like I said, is to take that VWAP dip and ride it high. Looks like we're doing well at the moment. We got in at 68. We're now printing 78, so 10 pennies in the money, but not nearly enough to start scalping yet, as we don't even really, to be honest, have a big position on that. So I'm looking for another possible entry here on CDIO as it nears VWAP, and I want to take that VWAP bounce to the north side, and I'm looking at what ARQQ is going to do around these levels. I'm thinking since I've got 68s, I'm going to scalp out some in the mid 80s here for a 20 penny winner. Let's go ahead and set up that profit taker at the moment. So We'll hit that. We'll see if it fills or not. What my plan is on this one is if it breaks VWAP, if it continues to make newer lows, I want no part of it. This has to continue or consolidate sideways, but it really can't continue to make newer lows. That will not be the setup I'm looking for. But so far, so good on it, so can't complain. Quickly back to the CDIO. I'm really getting all sorts of FOMO wanting to punch here, but it's kind of, where is VWAP at on CDIO? Okay, so on this chart, I see 41s. Likewise with this one, this one's a little bit more risque for me, Luca. I think I'm gonna steer clear of this one and just nurse my ARQQ trade.
Yeah, guys, basically, heads up, AMD did go to VWAP there very quickly. It's, you know what, I don't know what to think when things don't spend a lot of time at these levels, because I'm definitely not the type of trader to get into position in the middle of the day and then say, oh yeah, let me hold this to see where it goes. No, I'm definitely the trader to say, okay, perfect, we're at VWAP, we're gonna go over, we're gonna go under, we're gonna go back up. So I sort of was building this, I was like scale in, like cover, and then, yeah, now we just instantly fall back 84.90s there. So I hope it gets back up there just for kind of an over-under. The market just did a little bit of a pop to the north side, so everything kind of, you know, doing what I think it's going to do there. Microsoft, same thing, just kind of short into this level, cover, take my 30-cent win. I really do hope that it does go back up here so I can continue to get more fills. It's, yeah, this is a level, man, on Microsoft. This is not bad at all. So let's see if it wants to pop back, give me the fill there again. And again, if we do break the 258, I do expect some residual stops to be there, because 258 would be a new high, right? So anytime you have the range, maybe you have traders that are playing the range like myself. Maybe they say, let me stop out just above 258. So if it runs 258, it could really go up, and then, you know, if there's no more buying that comes through, it could just quickly flush back down and then flush. So for myself, I'm shorting here, and I want to take the wins when I get them. If we break 258 to the upside and we get a quick pop, I'll just add to it, and then if we flush back down, basically react to it. If we keep going and run, then, you know, it holds, and if there's genuine buying, obviously, you don't want to be in that trade anymore, right? So yeah, just continue to recycle over and over again. That's the play. I know Tesla's at 196 there, so let me have a look at this one here as well. I don't really know how I feel about the Tesla short unless we can actually get towards closer to high a day. It's so just looking at the way that 195 played itself out, it was doing some type of sideways action, then we broke the high, then we went back down, but then we didn't even test VWAP. So it's giving me the feel that we really want to sort of gravitate towards the high a day. And then this is just basically an area that I don't really want to take along, and I don't really see really good scalp opportunities on it right now. So I'm going to sort of take a chill pill and just watch, and hopefully it can get to that 197, break 198 to the upside. And then I do like the shorts going into 199, 199.50 for them to move back down. So that's what I'm watching on Tesla. And then any dip that we dip towards 193, I like a dip to 193 long for a rip back. At 93 held 1, 2, kind of 3 times, then broke. And now we're back above. So I'm just thinking if we get back there, we could get some quick bounces off that.
NVIDIA has been absolute money on this ascent up. Look how tightly it's holding this trend line. And I drew this trend line after 2 touches. Now it's got 4 or so. So nice little move up. You've been able to get in on dips consistently on this one. Now it's up 1.4% on the day. The market is pumping to its near after the bell highs, 41.32 3/4 is where we're at on the March ES. And what a move up on NVIDIA. Wow, and now you saw Luca taking the high end of that Microsoft trade. All right, to update you quickly here, CDIO is one that I was looking at. I was going to take it in the mid-40s. Look at it, pumps up to the 90s, but immediately rejects back into the 50s. So that's a 4-penny move on a $2 stock. This is really violent, right? So it's really deterring me from getting into it, even though it's setting up quite nicely for a bull flag continuation. You have a very clear bull flag here, and then you're going to kind of get that sideways motions of high and lows, and then, you know, it's going to eventually probably break up in a continuation pattern. The reason I say that is it lends itself to that at the moment. It's above VWAP, so it's more bullish, and it's really holding the lows quite well around that 2.5. I want to say it's broken below it, but for all intents and purposes, it's closed above 2.5. Very bullish. You know what? I'm sick of talking about it. I'm going to punch in here. So we take a small position. Let's see if we can work our way up. I'm going to be looking to add at that 2.5, like I just mentioned. Let's go and take another quarter position at that 2.5 level. We'll sit around. where are we going to sit around? Let's sit around 53s. If we can make it down there, that'd be great. And then I'm looking to scalp into the 90s. Clearly, that's a high, but I also want to hold a bit for the continuation because that's the setup here. The continuation is supposed to be as big as the initial move. That's what the book says, right? Great. Now, whether that happens in reality is something different, but that's what I'm basing it on. So I'm going to look to take some out here. Let's go up into the low 90s. We're going to hang out at 91s, and then I'm going to hold. No, 91s is too high. Oh, damn it. All right. Well, I'll have to adjust that. I can't hit escape, otherwise it'll cancel my dip order as well. So we'll see what this one does. What am I long? I'm long at 66s, so break even at the moment. I'm looking for either a dip add or, we'll just scalp what position we have. Now, ARQQ, this was the other small capper I was looking at, 50% up on the day. You know what? This one did the VWAP hold, but didn't show me its immediate intention to go up. So, you know what? If this is breakout or I'm bailing out, breakout or bail out. So, unless this one breaks through that 380, which it didn't, and it rejected immediately, I was out and I took that one, break even. There we go, CDIO up, come on, let's go into 91s, baby. Closing in on my area, I'm just gonna take a little bit of profit. There we go, nice little take there, goes right through 3. Beautiful little move up to the high side. Okay, so it's exactly what I was looking for on CDIO. We spin the money on that one. It's a bull flag continuation. It's clear as day, baby, the way that it goes up. Just the fact that I paper-handed another trade because I didn't get the full move. I just finished telling you guys that it's supposed to continue the size of the original move. Obviously, I don't get anything near that. I get, what do I get there? I got, okay, decent. I got 50 pennies on a $2 stock. Really can't call that paper-handing a trade, but basically, same thing, different day, Luca.
Yeah, man, I'm just watching this Microsoft at this level. It's pretty good. I think the market's sort of pushing the high. That's why everything's kind of floating right now. But if we do get the fail back down, then things will be good, man. Igor, what's going on in the chat? Hopefully you're having a great day and had a great weekend, man. Yeah, it's the weather was a little nicer than it was last week. This negative 30 is something that I probably will never, ever get used to. So hopefully it doesn't come back ever.
NVIDIA,
and yeah, we just get nicer weather from here on out. So we'll see what happens. Do you have anything going on in
I
video?
don't.
Or just watching?
It's so strong,
It's
bro.
just steamrolling to the upside, eh?
It is. I mean, it's making newer highs. 214.81 was where we're pumping at now, and it's continuing to pump higher, and so is the market. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah. Market going higher. Yeah, so we're actually getting a break now of Microsoft 258. So let's see where this wants to go. Does it want to keep going to the upside, or is it just kind of run the stops and then, nothing really continues to the north side? Usually what I look for when things like this happen is do we continue to the north side and get a close of the candle, right? So is it, you're watching the tape, you're asking yourself, look, I want to watch the tape. This is what I think, could happen here. What am I looking for in the tape? As it comes through, is there genuine buying and continuation? Are you seeing green, or does it just kind of break? Is it lackluster and then nothing really happens and then selling comes through? You sort of ask yourself these questions, and then if it sort of continues to the upside, where's the next level, where's the out? So this is sort of why I recycle, and then I kind of like let it go up and then, take more and then see where it wants to go. So I'm going to let it sort of resolve itself for the time being. If it reverses back down through 258 and the market rolls over and we go lower, then safe to say that was just a stop run, and then really there you have a little bit of a liquidity vacuum and it'll run back and maybe test the 50 period. So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. I want to look back at AMD as well. Where are we here? Yeah, this over under VWAP short, I do like that as well. So let's see if this can pop back over VWAP and yeah, send some orders, get some fills there as well. And Meta waiting for the dip as well.
Why is NVIDIA moving? Guys, we talked about this last week. Sorry to interrupt you again.
Yeah,
but
no.
The GPU aspect of AI, it's interlinked, okay? They need GPUs, not CPUs, to run these huge AI data centers that they want to run. And so Luke and I were discussing this last week. We were like, well, who's the real name that can really take on all these demands, right? For designs and for production numbers. It's NVIDIA. I mean, I've heard about other players trying to get in as well. They're not scaling it nearly as much, nor do they have enough experience in the GPU world. So that's why NVIDIA has been relatively strong lately, guys. It's a GPU play. It's interconnected to the AI, and obviously presents an excellent swing trade if that is one of your areas of focus as well, Luca.
Yeah, no, you got, yeah, okay. Short Amazon here, 102.09, and that's a banger because I noticed that I'm just like instantly in the money. So anytime, you get a fill when you're passively sitting and waiting and it's just instantly in the money, like those are pretty clean. So hopefully this it goes over 102 again. If this goes over 102 again, I'm going to continue to take fills. That was sick. I got 102.09 on that one. So yeah, let's see if I can get that again. Microsoft's starting to go back down now, so looking pretty good. We'll see where this one wants to go. And I haven't looked at Apple today to see where Apple is, if we got anything going on this one. It's been pretty slow when I initially looked at it. And yeah, I saw it in the morning doing really nothing, and then we actually got the dip and rip. So everything's sort of following the overall market. I guess now you're looking at high of day range on a lot of these things. So for example, Apple dipped, ripped back to the high of day. How is it going to react? It is sort of a little bit of a gap down. So I'm watching that 154 if we get there for whatever reason. But I am watching, 153.5, give or take, into 154. This would be sort of a little bit of a gap fill from where it was, on Friday. If we get to 153, do we pop and then drop and then go back down into 153? That's sort of what I look at initially. Let's look back here at Meta to see if this is closer. Yeah, no, not closer to low a day there. So yeah, we'll see if that one wants to continue to go. And yeah, Microsoft in the money now, looking pretty good. Now just patience, and we'll see where everything else wants to go. AMD, still no fill on this one. Couldn't even break VWAP, so over 85. Yeah, I'm just sitting there on the offer waiting to see if I can get that fill.
All right, ARQQ. Look, we haven't talked about these flat bottom breaks, shorts that we took on these small cappers, about as recently as a few weeks ago. That was all the rave. We'd wait for a high of daybreak, then we punch short and below VWAP, and it worked like a charm. This one's kind of setting up for that, even though that hasn't really been the play lately. I'm not going to jump into anything and try to assume that it's short. It's holding VWAP, so definitely a short here would be against my rules. And I also want to see it make newer lows. So it's made a lower high here, and I want to see a lower low, and I want to see the lower low below VWAP, right? So it's got to be a kind of an aggressive 10, 50 penny break to the downside, and then I want to see it hang out there for a bit. I don't want to see any reclaim of above VWAP. And then I think this one presents a really good short opportunity, and it could be one of those ones where you hang on for the majority of the afternoon. I've paper-handed many of these shorts where you get in for the quick move, and then retraces on you a bit, which is very normal. And then you paper hand the trade, you punch out, only to watch it after, make another 20, 30 penny move to the downside. So these ones, when they trend to the downside, they continue to trend. Again, though, we haven't really seen it happen as much lately. Now, speaking of that exact setup that I just described for ARQQ, it looks like that's exactly what's happening on SECO, on SECO or SECO, whatever we're going to call this one going into the afternoon. Look at that. So big move down, consolidation, big move down, consolidation. Now it's below VWAP. I wouldn't have taken it above here because that would have been against my rules, but it broke the 50 period. Looks like it was respecting the 50 period quite well here. The breakdown takes us below VWAP, and now we're respecting the 200 period. So I could take an exploratory short here. Is this possible? Yes, okay. I could take an exploratory short with maybe a tight stop through the break of 4, anticipating maybe a continuation into that 3.5. I'm going to watch it a little bit. Maybe I can take a 25% position. We'll talk more about that, though, when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with the Euro Close.
Hey guys, yeah, brand new week. Just wrapping up the European session here for the day. It's shaping up to be a red one as we are following North American markets back to the downside, just waiting for a few additional prints to come through here. But there's a FTSE 300 right now, just provisionally closing down 0.75. But overall, we're still in negative territory right across this entire board. 0.9, 0.9, 1.5, 0.2 for Italy. Faring a little bit better. 1.5 there for Sweden leading the way. But as we're seeing in North America, still negative for Europe, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, thoughts and prayers out to everybody kind of affected over there in Turkey, right? Yeah, so I just wanted to say that very quickly. But yeah, anyways, these shorts are looking good, man. Amazon over VWAP, that 120. There was a seller that just quickly stepped into play. Getting the first fill on the way back down, that's pretty solid. AMD too, man, this thing back into VWAP, so let me just make sure that I do get a little bit of a cover going there. And Microsoft bamboozled me just a bit, so we went down, I covered a little bit, but then we ripped up. And it's kind of weird because I'm getting AMD short, I'm getting Amazon short, I'm in the money on Microsoft short, Microsoft rips up, and I go, okay, this should have failed, but this is a little bit of getting bamboozled for myself, but it's okay because it's still a win. So we'll see how long it wants to stay at 258. I want to get back into this one.
Oh, wow.
You go, oh, yeah,
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Baby. I got to show
wow.
So this one just absolutely developed in the exact way that I just described. SECO, looks like this is back in play, this type of move. What a move, guys. My only regret is I didn't have a bigger position. We take that flat bottom break and then boom to the downside. Now we're testing that 350s. Feels like I paper-handed yet another trade, even though I had 3 nice outs there. But there we go, breaking through the 50. This may halt, depending on, I mean, I would love to know what the halt levels are ahead of time. That would be great. Looks like there's a buyer here stepping in at 50s and 49s. 50 and 49 is holding
reserving
quite well. It's probably an iceberg in and around this area because I don't see it reflected on the book. But here we go. We'll see what happens at this level. But what a move down for SECO. SECO. This one, big move down, consolidation. Big move down, consolidation, and another big move down, guys. You know, it is what it is.
You know, it's funny, Sharif, because it is what it is. I mean, that's a banger, man.
Yeah.
That's a banger. It's you know, I love when I start talking and I'm doing my thing. So you go on and on.
I'm
Sharif's
sorry.
talking, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna, guys, look at these trades that I'm doing. And then Sharif's like, wait a sec, come back. The banger is here. Let's go. And I'm looking over. I'm like, yeah, just straight line to the downside. Mine wasn't loading. It was like almost like it teleported down there, but. Yeah, there was a seller that sort of stepped in 350 on the offer, but then that just quickly got filled. I think, you know, SECO, I did not locate shorts. I was like, let me stay away from this. It's Monday. I don't want to get involved too much in a name like this. But something notable on this name that I thought was pretty interesting is the fact that in the morning, it was setting up where it showed you that that $4 was resistance. And so, you know, obviously a lot of traders looking at this, a lot of traders looking at the $4 level, and it's micro float. And if I'm not mistaken, Sharif, this one is 350,000 float.
I didn't even look. SECO I'm talking about?
Somebody mentioned that. Let's look it up quickly on Flow Checker. Okay, so it says 300,000 on Wall Street Journal. You can check, double check.
SECO?
Yeah, SECO,
Okay,
yeah. And then it says
quickly, I'll tell
2
you.
mil, 5 mil, basically low float. But guys, if it's
2.8, yeah.
2.8, yeah. So
tiny.
super low float. For myself, when I look at these things, if something is like less than 5, less than 4, yeah, CLOPP in the chat saying 575,000 float. It's kind of funny when you don't have like super accurate information on the float and then it does these types of crazy moves. I'm like, no, I'm not getting involved in this thing. This is danger. But yeah, hopefully all traders are good on this thing, making tons of money. But the notable thing that I found interesting is the fact that the high that I see here was like 412. This is, you know, before 8 o'clock in the morning. And then it breaks the high right off the morning, you know, opens, breaks the high, does a lot of volume, flushes to the downside. I look over at Max in the back. I go, yo, Max, this is one that goes down, holds some type of low, and then rips everyone face off and does a high day clear out. And sure enough, you know, rips the high, breaks through 4, runs to 450, instantly reverses back down in the same candle. And I think Neil was covering that live, saying, you know, anytime that you see that happen, the shorts are good. But then at the same time, this thing holds VWAP, makes another high, runs the stops at 5. The high on this thing is like 503, and then it never really looked back and volume died. So guys, volume is always the tell when you're looking at these small caps. If you think this is the death of it, they can always bring it back to life.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it back to life.
Absolutely.
And then kill it again.
It doesn't take that much money to do it. We're speaking, relatively speaking here, with respect to big money. They can manipulate this. I don't even. I think that, you know, a couple of M's here, you should be able to manipulate this quite easily. All right. I want to talk about ARQQ for a second. We got into a long here thinking that we could get a VWAP bounce and a continuation up, and then I quickly exited, and I'm very happy that I did that because it looks like it is downward bound. It is setting up similarly, but not exactly, similarly to SECO is ARQQ. Look at this, big move down, consolidation, big move down. Now we're getting the earlier stages of that consolidation, and we're below VWAP. So I got my eye on this one for another possible continuation. It's setting up nicely. Let's see it move down, maybe like, you know, sometimes you don't know. It may consolidate for 10 minutes or 15, sometimes 3 or 4. It's just, it's you and your luck. It's the truth, okay? You could try to preempt and jump in earlier, but then you don't know what the established range is. So, you know, based upon your risk parameters, you may get stopped out. And that's always the trick here. So maybe scale, possibly get in like on the lower end. Like, looks like we're getting a 350 to a 360 for 10 penny range, maybe get in near the low end and the high end for an average in, whatever. I mean, however you guys want to do that. But I'm looking for this one. I'm looking for a continued sell side move, but I don't want to jump the gun here and kind of get in when it's not set up properly yet. So that's what I'm looking at here for SECO and ARQQ. Now, looking with respect to NVIDIA, it's kind of gotten away from the trend line here. Like, look at this. It touched the trend line all throughout here. It looks like the trend accelerated, and a trend line would have to be redrawn. You know, typically when you get trend accelerations, they are indications of potential reversals, especially if the angle of the trend line gets a little too steep. So keep that in mind as we have to keep redrawing the trend line upward. The odds of the trend coming, at least for the moment, reversing, increase. So I'm looking possibly here for a retracement into that 214 area on the dot, or maybe a little bit below 213, like 85, which is where the trend line is, possibly here on NVIDIA, but I don't want to punch near these highs, definitely not. As we also find a bit of a top here too on the ES March contract at, I want to say 41.36.5 level, at least for the moment. Now retracing a little bit lower, Luca.
Yeah, I was just looking at Amazon deciding, should I be adding to this thing? It did make a quick little high above VWAP. I did miss the add, and then it was kind of closer to the below 20s. I was like, whatever, I'll just let it go. At least I still have some of the position on. I'm hoping that we actually break through 102 and then flush into the 90s, and I'll take the 30-cent win on that. So it looks like that is going to happen now, so we'll see if we want to break 102 and go. Fully covered the AMD trade. That was a nice winner. And then we're like way lower, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, I guess that short is a little better, clearly, because this thing just keeps going. But you know what? Take the win and recycle and move on from there. Microsoft hanging out at that 258. So sort of like the last one to fail here, and I sort of want to try to get a little bit more short on this thing to see if we actually want to flush down now. Overall market sort of curling over, flushing back down into the range. So if this is now the start of a potential run back to VWAP, I need to be short something. So shorting Amazon for the last piece is great, but let's see if they want to fill me on that Microsoft over there. And move forward. I know somebody before was asking me, Luca, what are the lines on your chart? I was asking you before, but I just can't remember. So the dark blue line is the 50 period.
The golden cross.
Golden
I know,
cross.
It's a 1 minute timetable.
Well, it's like less gold. It's like, what's the worst gold?
I don't know.
Maybe like
fool's gold.
Yeah, maybe the fool's gold, exactly. Bamboozled, and then as soon as it's the golden cross, it's the reversal. But yeah, guys, so the dark blue line is the 50 period, simple moving average, exponential. It's give or take the same thing, but the 50 period. The light blue line that you see very close to the candlesticks is either a 9 EMA or a 13 EMA. I essentially use that to gauge trend, but it basically does show the obvious. And then the red line is VWAP. So VWAP being just the mean. As a mean reversion trader, when I'm shorting up here, I think what is my best out? It's probably going to be VWAP, especially as a scalper. So finally getting the Microsoft short. So let's see if this one wants to run and touch the 50 period. I'm going to throw out some random bids to see if it wants to just flush down and fill me. Amazon working there. I kind of want to find, maybe I just missed the boat on AMD, but if we do get back up to that 85 region for whatever reason, as long as the market's not ripping higher, breaking 4140, 4150, then I do like that 85 short. It's just kind of very clear to me, it was over 85, it bounced 1, 2, then finally broke through, and now it's like reject, reject, and then if we get there again, I'll try like some scalps and rejection. Obviously going more into the middle of the day, I don't really expect crazy violent moves. So again, scalping is the name of the game for myself. We'll see where that one wants to go. Someone's saying, hey, Luca, COSM worth a look if it can break 6. Let's have a look here.
Back in the game?
I don't think so, man. It's only at it's like sub 1 million volume, so not really too crazy. But let's see where this thing is on the daily, because I think if I were to use levels on this thing, I would just use the high. Safe to say that if it doesn't break that 750, it's probably not going to go crazy, and it is towards the low. And so anytime something goes up like this and then volume dies, there are a lot of traders that look at this and they like to short this. And so if it's working, if the short is working, then they're basically covering, right? They're covering, they're waiting for the retracement back down. If we go back up, I would just imagine that longs would be saying, okay, maybe it's a breakout, and shorts would be saying, I need to cover the shorts that I had, and then that kind of adds fuel to the fire, breaking 750, and then it could go to 8. And this was a mover before that did go to 20. So this was reverse split. You got a lot of people that are probably, bagged over here. If we do get up there, maybe there's a lot of resistance at the 10 level. But again, if we do break 7 or 750, which would be the high, then maybe it goes crazy. So, you know, anytime you look at a chart like this, intraday, where it goes up, it does nothing, it goes down, it does nothing, goes back up, does nothing. I don't personally want to get involved just because there's not really a lot of range for the amount of risk that's associated with it. You know, I just feel like I jump in, bots sort of bamboozle me and try to kill me. So I'll stay away from that one for now. And try to look for some other trades. I feel like mean reversion on large caps today is the name of the game. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, okay. I don't have a trade on right now, guys, and nor do I really see anything materializing. So I'll go off on a little bit of a Premier League rant. So what a weekend for the Prep. I mean, Arsenal loses to Everton away, and anybody knows Everton is not doing very well this year. In fact, they just got a new coach, and Arsenal has to lose to Everton. So that drove me crazy. And then City loses to Tottenham, which is perfect because, you know, City and Arsenal are obviously competing for first place. So that was just perfect. And then I wake up this morning and I see that Man City's going to be sanctioned for financial violations and non-disclosures. I was just like, woo! They're going to take points off. If they take points off, the title race is done. I mean, Arsenal's not already is not making that many mistakes to begin with. And, you know, I don't know how many points they're going to take. I'm thinking probably 10, 15. I remember this happened to Juventus. Do you remember when Juventus got relegated to Serie B from Serie A?
Yeah.
Right? So basically the same type of thing is going on here where they're going to be sanctioned points-wise. Or I think even one of the things was like removed from the Prem for a year. I don't know what's going to happen, but it is great for Arsenal, and I got no complaints about this weekend, despite coming out with an L. It's so funny how things can actually work out your way. And you know what's funny? The team that ended up helping Arsenal because they beat Manchester City is Arsenal's arch rivals. They end up helping Arsenal this weekend. So it's funny how things work out in that way. I love how the chat is like, yeah, Juve was sanctioned again this week. Really? Okay, I did not know that. Erling Haaland, best player right now. Yeah, I couldn't agree. He is, but you know, it looks like they're having trouble with him. Sharif, would you leave Trader TV for a job at Sky Sports? Definitely not, Warren Buffett. Trader TV is where it's at, baby, and we get to trade the markets here. We definitely don't get to do that at Sky Sports. All right, let's get back into some trading here. ARQQ setting up even better for that flat bottom break. So I'm thinking maybe I'm going to start taking a quarter position into this one for that eventual move down. Yeah, my out would be simple. It would be the break of VWAP, so I'd give it a couple of pennies, a couple of shekels to the high side. So I'm looking at 10 pennies of risk right here. Let's go ahead and punch short into this one. Let's see if we get it. We do. Let's enter our stop. So we're going to enter 363, and then we'll get out, we'll say 365 or so. So we'll explore what this one will do. I also want to have some profit takers waiting here. Where'd I get short? I got 53, so I'll take out some. I'll wait out here at 44, and then I'll also wait at 40 to see what's up. There we go. We get a nice little breakdown. Okay, so we're getting a nice little move down, but 49, 48 are coming, 47 here. So if we can get into 45, we'll print. But a nice little move down, not as an aggressive as a move as SECO is ARQQ. Let's check the float on SECO real quick here. Go company profile, and then we have a look. Yeah, again, sorry, this one. Dude,
it's funny when we look at 100 things at once. I think we looked at that, right?
No, I'm looked at the wrong one. I put SECO. I should be looking at. So ARQQ is about 25 million, 24.9 is what I'm seeing here on my platform. So definitely not a micro float, but definitely smaller float as well. 25 million is no big. There we go. Now we're getting 46s coming in here. So if we get 44s, we'll print. But we're going to have to be patient for this one, Luca.
Yeah, guys, look at Amazon on this kind of like this over VWAP move. It's pretty interesting. So the first time we ran up and we tested 102.25 and then quickly flushed down. So this is like the up move, the move back down through VWAP, but then holding, testing it again, and now it's sort of testing this level, and I don't see any kind of obvious size on the book. Maybe there's some type of little bit of a dark pool action going over here, but giving the feel that, maybe there is sellers that are over VWAP. And again, because there was that buyer initially at 102 and it was holding that 102 level, the fact that we kind of broke that, now we get back, I just ask myself, is this buyer now sitting back and saying, well, I'm going to try to sell it here because it didn't really do what I thought that it could do. If I was buying Amazon at 102, I would have wanted to buy it and then watch it sort of hold and go back. Still down on the day, not really exciting, not really getting the follow through back to the upside. So not really too sure what to think with it, but I think at this point now that I've seen this action, I do want to add to this short. So if we get back over 102.20, I'm going to try to add to the short for them to move back down. But again, if we do flush from here to the downside, I'll just be eyeing the 50 period for a cover. You know, same kind of plan. Just wanted to update everybody on that look. Microsoft is actually finally dropping a little bit here. So I am going to throw it a bit. Yeah, let me just cover some of this one. Just below the 50 period, we could easily rip back. This was a slow one, right? Ooh. So the first time, it's amazing. The second time, it's like not really that good. And then it just kind of stays there. So I did expect that. And here's kind of a rule of thumb, and I think this is a really good learning lesson. This is something that I'm trying to get better at. If you're playing a bounce play, so let me use Amazon as an example. If you're playing a bounce play at like 102 and it hasn't touched 102 yet, and the price is over here, you want to play the bounce play the first time. So you want to be sitting there and you want to take your shot and you want to be sitting on the bid saying, okay, I'm going to play the bounce play because I think 102 is the level. What I should see is it should run into 102, fill me, it should rip back 40 cents the other way. That's the bounce play for myself at least, and then I'm kind of in and I'm out, right? If you're waiting there and you don't have your orders and you're like, okay, I'm going to react to this bounce play, what could happen is it could flash down to 102, it could be back at 102.20, and then you just missed your opportunity to get 102.01s, 02s, 03s, something like that, right? So obviously, trade your own book, trade whatever makes the most sense to you, but at the same time, you know, it's things move very, very quickly, and so sometimes if you're not patiently sitting there, you know, you say to yourself, I'm going to be able to react to some of these things. Sometimes you might not be able to react. Love Happy, I don't know what you're saying. Speak English. Like, I am speaking English. I think I'm speaking English.
I think you're speaking perfectly.
I'm speaking my form of, like, butchered English, where I'm trading and engaging with you guys, trying to crack jokes. So it is butchered English, but it is still some sort of English.
NVIDIA is pulling back here, breaking the trend line south and testing that 213 area. It did bounce off 213 back into 213 and a half, give or take. There is an interesting area of possible support at 213. We kind of topped out there several times before breaking it and testing that 215.50 high. We'll see what this one does. I'm not comfortable shorting it at these levels because it is still relatively strong, and you know it is totally normal for there to be a retracement after a big move up. So not interested in getting short here, but my eye is on it definitely, especially if we continue to make downward moves on the market. This may give some back, so I want to be part of it. All right, back to the ARQQ short that I have here. It's making me wait a little bit longer than I really like. Now we're seeing 46s come in again on the bid. We need 44s to cross, so essentially we need to see 43 on the bid. So we'll see what this one does. 38% on the day, but setting up nice. There we go, 45s. Now we're at the door. There we go. We get it. We're going to drop the cash, baby. We get that little fill. Now I'm hanging out at 40s next for that next out, but we're short 53s. We're looking for another 40 dip here. In all honesty, it's not a big position, but it's just really about doing it right and, you know, getting the reps in. So I'm really happy with the fact that both these ones have worked out on ARQQ and on SECO. But someone was saying in the chat, CDIO apparently is starting to go. So let's have a look at CD. Do I have it up here somewhere? No. Okay, so I have to pull that up. CDIO, that is an NQ. There we go. So, yeah, okay, it's not at day's highs. 320 technically is the day high on that. We are above VWAP, and we've been kind of trying to hold above VWAP relatively well. I think that the interesting thing here is it hasn't really respected VWAP as much as it has the 50 period. So I'm looking for dips off the 50 period on this one as opposed to VWAP, but also keeping an eye on the price action. Probably something to do with the fact that these troughs have very similar levels around that 244 area. But setting up for a break here. I want to see what it does through 3. It broke through 3 before, but it rejected immediately. Let's look for a continued and sustained break through 3 on this one. I do like it though. All right, we get the fill on ARQQ. So we'll drop that cash. So now I'm holding a very small piece left on ARQQ. And what I'll do is I'll take out my original stop on ARQQ. And now I'm going to set it to stop to break even So where is my break even? Is at 53s. Let's go ahead and do that. 353, and then we'll cover the remaining amount. 353. Let's give it to 54 in case it goes bonkers. There we go. Now it looks like we made a 35 bottom. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait at 26s. So I want a newer low. So I'm going to hang out here at 26s. It's going to be the lower end of this trough. So, you know, I may not get it. Maybe I should move it up to 27s or something, but we'll see. What I'm looking for is a break of this 200 EMA. That's where it's hanging out at the moment. I want to see if that's going to be an interesting area of support. If it doesn't break, there's really no price action or other moving average that's going to hold it afloat. So out of the majority of the position, these flat bottom breaks have been absolutely printing on these small cappers today. CDIO, sorry, I just want to
go ahead.
quickly. It just made a new high, guys. Actually, sorry, it just touched off that 320 again. Now it's looking to test it at 314. So CDIO could be going here, guys.
Yeah, guys, heads up. I know Neil called it in the chat, but LICN is halted to the downside. It is the IPO of the day. I'm looking at this thing. Not really crazy amounts of volume, but I guess 2.5 million shares, give or take. Not bad. Indicating, 350 open. I guess it's going to be a 5-minute halt if I'm not mistaken. So that should be opening at 11:56:39. 356. So for whatever reason, the candle is not here. But imagine just like a red candle all the way down. I have no idea what this thing's going to do. I don't really want to get involved in it, but maybe there's some type of size at 3. If we open at 350, flush to 3, hits the size, bounces there. I'm not really going to try a trade, but I'm kind of interested to see where this thing opens, so I'll keep it on my radar for the next minute to watch the open on that one. Heads up on Amazon, it did give that little bit of a pop. So on the pop, I was sort of hitting it, and then as we flush down, I'm covering it, and now I'm still holding, waiting for a potential drop towards the 50 period. The worry with anytime you're sort of mean reverting to a specific area is, you know, you want it down here. So initially I'm trying to cover like 74s, and then as we get up, like now look, now the 50 period is closer to 102. So it is what it is. You have to change your kind of decision in real time. Somebody was asking from before, Luke, a great explanation of the bounce play, but did you say don't try it the second time? So you need to kind of get the reps in and figure out what works the best for you. But essentially what I'm learning with myself is, you know, if I have a plan, do the plan the first time. Don't wait for it to happen without me and then say, oh, that was the bounce play, it was good. Okay, now let me get long. Like, you want to get long on the bounce play if it's like a bounce play plan. So whatever the plan is, stick to the plan. If you have a level, be confident that your level is correct, and just use the stop, use the correct stop that you think is the best stop for that situation, and then you react accordingly, right? So for example, the Amazon bounce play that I was trading, I was basically sitting there waiting, it went down, it filled me, it bounced right away, I got out, and it was a good trade, right? But if I waited and I wasn't on the book, and then it bounced without me, what would I be doing? So LICN is now opening just at 350. Oh man, liquidity on this thing is bad, dude. This is bad. I'm definitely not gonna be taking a trade on this. I don't see any size at 3. It's probably going to be reserving 350, but I'm at, break back to the upside.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this thing is not, the spread opens up. I don't know what you think about this thing, Sharif.
I have to look at it a bit more, but it looks wild at the moment.
It's like nothing, it's like pretty lackluster. So I'm not going to trade it, but just definitely something interesting to watch. I would say the more notable levels is 5, because 5 being a psychological level, the opening price of where it opened. And so, you know, 396, which lines up with VWAP. If we get back there, maybe you have resistance at 396, 4-ish. I would watch the high of day, I would watch 5, and then I would watch 3 to the downside in this halt level right over here, so 356. But again, this thing, not really doing that much volume. Liquidity isn't really that good on it, so I'm definitely not going to be trading that thing. Microsoft giving that flush, probably going for a little bit of a VWAP test. Kind of glad that I got the fill there. So covered, nice little win on that one, pretty good. I'm noticing that I think I'm flat on Amazon. As long as this thing, maybe it wants to run 102.50 and then drop, I'm going to watch this over under 102.50. If we break, drop back down, I might add to the short for then a move back down into VWAP. But again, going into 11 into the middle of the day, especially with large caps, you don't really want to fight the floating trend of where these things go. You don't want to get too aggressive, but just stick to the strategy that you guys are doing. And you know, again, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat anytime. Me and Sharif will do our best to answer all those questions. You know, obviously 11 to 12, things are still moving, dancing around, so it is a lot of fun trading. Something else I didn't mention, but I know they were trading it on the morning show, and I did have a trade on it this morning, but I lost on it, was Snapchat. I was respecting the 1160 level, and I was like, okay, well, if we break 1160, I think the trade is done. And safe to say I did lose on the trade, but it was worth the shot nevertheless. I want to pull up the, not so much the daily, but let me show the daily here. The top-ish range was 1150 to 1170, give or take, and it was making lower highs. Coming into this level, I'm like, okay, if I get the short here, this is then a lower high. What I should have recognized is the fact that it bounced off view up and went up. And so I did take a little bit less size than I would normally take. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get it the first time over here. I was initially sitting closer to 1160. We had the dip down. I tried it again. As soon as we broke that 1160, we sort of had, call it not a blow off top, but we kind of popped to the upside, came back down. If the short is going to be good here, how many times do we see it kind of creates a level, it blows off the top, it comes back through, it retests it, then it goes down. So that's how you know the short is good. In this case, it didn't do that. It actually broke the 1160, came back down, held the 1160 region, held trend, and then continued back to the upside. So next level on Snap, which is basically 12 cents away, is that 12 level. I'm not really too sure how I feel about it. Obviously, Snapchat had earnings not too long ago. Running up, the high of that move was around 12.25. So I would imagine 12 to 12.25 has some resistance there. If we break 12.25 and volume picks up, I mean, anything's possible. This thing could maybe go another 25 cents, test 12.50. But yeah, for the time being, I'm watching that 12 level, waiting for 12 to break. I kind of like the over-under. I want to short this thing above 12 and then cover below 12 if we can actually get there. So yeah, I'll have orders out waiting for that one. If we don't fill, no problem. It'll just go without me. Cloud 2023. What's going on, Cloud? Saying APRN moving up. Let's have a look. APRN moving up. I did not look at this name today. I know somebody in the chat was mentioning this before. I don't know if it was you. But let's have a look here. This is on New York. APRN. Let this thing load here. Okay, I see. So up 27%. Not too bad. A little bit of a volume spike right here. Holding trend, but not really. It's pretty slow. Like, when you look at a chart and it barcodes, if anything does this, then it's kind of barcoding, but it is above the high, and I want to pull up the daily just to see if there's any specific levels. Maybe this thing can actually get to 2. When I see a chart like this that's below 150, and then you have the 2 overhead, they all sort of look the same. But yeah, 2 into 220 is like that region that I first like for maybe a stab at the short if we do get there. I don't think we do. The volume's not really there. But if volume comes through, then maybe we get there. Maybe I consider the short and make a decision on it. For the time being, it's following trend. It's going to the north side. But yeah, from the daily, it kind of looks like 2 to 220 will be that first resistance level, and then maybe 280 into 3. Obviously very far away, but those are the levels that I see on the daily. Best of luck if you are trading that. Somebody's saying APRN, good amount of 25 calls, January 2024 on Friday. Yeah, options does move the stock for sure, but it does have to be notable size there. But for the time being, we're going to go to Big B at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. It is still a red day, unfortunately, for North American markets, but we are heading in the right direction in a couple of cases. Let's have a look at how we're setting up here at 12 o'clock. 0.7 right now for the S&P, top of the board there. 0.34 off the lows now for the Dow, I should say, trying to lead back to the upside. The Russell, 123,000, still the 2,000 faring the worst, 1.1 to the downside. All three of these were down about a full percent at one point this morning, so off the lows there as well. The NASDAQ composite, 0.86, 0.75 there for the 100, so still tech leading the way, including this one. Apple 1.72 to the downside. At this point this morning, we bounced off that 151 early on today, right out of the gate. Let's see what happens this time, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. All right, I just want to get to this OMER because it's being spoken about a lot in the chat, and we really haven't covered it. Omeros Corporation is a biopharm company. It's focused on discovering, developing, and commercializing small molecule and protein therapeutics for large market and orphan indications targeting immunologic diseases. That's all I'm going to say about that. That was a mouthful. Its float, we need to know the float, is 60 million, 60.2 million. So it's not the biggest, nor is it the smallest. But anyway, so now we have an idea of what to expect with this one. It's about at that 4 3/4 area. It's been decent. It had a big move up right at that 845. Let's look at the full chart here. That big 845 move, it breaks VWAP, but trades below VWAP for the majority of the morning, just now reclaiming it and bouncing off it. Nice little double bottom that brewed here. So it looks like it's intent on making newer highs and higher lows. So I want to keep my eye on this one, up 50% now, and it's on news. It has a catalyst here. Why is Omicor Corporation skyrocketing today? Let's just pull this up so you guys can have a look. There we go. So Omerus received upfront payment of $125 million with the same over Meridia. Basically, they announced that Rayner Surgical paid $200 in a milestone payment. It's related to the sale of that on Meridia to Rayner, stemming back to December 2021. So it's got a catalyst, whether whether the catalyst is what or not. That what starts with a B and ends with an S. But yeah, it doesn't really matter as long as people are looking at it and it's tradable. Okay, back to the current trade that we have, this ARQQ trade. I'm starting to think that this one might be a bounce off the 200 period moving average. Recall that I'm short 70, where am I short? I'm short 53s, so 10 pennies in the money. It's broken the 200 period. It's gone all the way down to 35s, but it's always retraced. Now, you could say, well, this is just another period of consolidation on the continuation leg down. Sure, that could be the case, but I'm not gonna take any more risk than I have to find out. My stop is at my break-even point, and my profit taker is waiting at that 26 area. I didn't change it to 27, so we'll see what happens here. I just want to see continued weakness into this name. I want to see continued newer lows, but every time we break below that 40s, the 40s, the 340s, we're met with a lot of buying. So, there's nothing that I can do about that other than just try to take the trade at hand. NVIDIA continuing to retrace here off the highs, off that 215.5, but finding a bit of a bottom, a little bit for the moment, at that 213 area. It held it, it broke below it technically, but it's holding it for the most part as we do find some green showing up on the futures chart here. Let's see if NVIDIA can find a leg up and maybe retrace to that trend line that we drew earlier for the breakdown. So a couple of things I'm watching here. I'm watching Omer. Omer just retraced off highs. I'm watching ARQQ, obviously because I'm in the trade, and I'm watching also NVIDIA. I'm sure there's plenty more to watch, but there's only I've only got one pair of eyes.
Yeah, guys, heads up here on AMD, back at the 84 level towards the low of day. I like this level for a little bit of recycle, so I'm basically taking a short, thinking that I'm going to cover back into 84. If it flushes back down, I will take those covers.
Wow.
If now this is the V-shaped recovery back to the upside, I'll let it go. So I'm going to watch it very closely. But Adam in the chat saying, Luca, let's change the topic just for a second. I like that idea. How was the pizza on Friday? It was
very good.
It was amazing. It was amazing. The pizza, the cannolis, the espresso.
Everything was good.
Everything was amazing, man. The beers, yeah, it was a lot of fun, man. Always a fun time. That's why I say as a trader, I love Mondays, but I also love Fridays.
Yeah.
And when pizza comes through, I mean, we should bring pizza through on Wednesdays. So then we're just like
good.
happy all the time. Then the weekend comes. Yeah, man, life is good. It was really good. It was really good. Thank you for asking.
I just want to mention CDIO halted to the downside, guys. Big flush there on CDIO.
CDIO, yeah. CDIO is. I think you were literally just saying this thing is gonna flush.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, that is. If you want to look at my screen here very quickly, that is man, over, under, down to the downside, just straight down 220. Now showing just in front of 2 open. So yeah, maybe this thing opens at 2. I mean, this does not look good for longs. I'll say that much. That's everything is kind of like a healthy long. Maybe it's a healthy pullback until it's not, and then just boom to the downside, big slam down.
The top on that's 205, 204 now, by the way.
Yeah, 204 there, 205, give or take. We'll see what happens there. I'm just basically patiently waiting for AMD. I like this for another test of 84. I think we're going to eventually get back to 84. I do want to see how this level holds, though. Like this low right here, so 83.90, and then I think the low that it made, 83.81. So in that range for the longs, I think we eventually get back to 84, and then give a little bit of a test, and then kind of flush lower. If we break the 84, then I want to kind of flip long and scalp around. So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go. Basically patiently waiting on that one. Amazon, look how funny this looks, man. I mean, we're back up now, so it doesn't matter, but we're flushing down. I'm like, okay, let me take the fill that I was waiting for, the 50-period fill, pretty solid. Scalps taking the wins. Then we just flush all the way to 82, so I'm taking like 102.02, and then it flushes to like 80, 101, 85-ish, give or take. So could have had another 15, 20 cents on that, and that was my initial plan, and it's so frustrating when I'm like, okay, let me take the 50-period win, and then it's just kind of straight line to the downside. So guys, if you ever are in these situations where you're like, oh, I covered too early, I hate myself, like what do I do, how do I get better? Just try to scale a little bit better. So I could have held these trades for down here. I just basically took 102 because it's the win. It is what it is. I'll find more trades, so it's never a big deal. But just make sure that these little things don't influence your trading negatively, because it's you can just kind of find more trades to go from there. So yeah, if we do get back over 102 again on Amazon, I think I may have missed my opportunity for the 102.30-ish short, because we are now back to 102 there. But let's see where this wants to go. The longer that it does hold up, though, the more that I'm sort of worried that we're going to now break the highs and then float back to the upside. The market flushed down, now back over VWAP on the ES here. So yeah, again, playing the range. When we get to the outside of the range, the shorts are good. When we get to the bottom, I'm going to try to play the longs. I mean, if we do get there, I will play the longs. And the other thing I was going to mention is, what was it? Meta, I think. Meta being the one that's closer. So I'm really hoping that if Meta does get to the lows, the market is closer to the lows, then that gives a really good potential bounce opportunity, basically off the 186 there. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Somebody saying, Sharif, how about SOUN?
Yeah, I just answered them. I just basically what I said was retraced a lot. Looks a little weak at the moment, below VWAP. I'm not taking this long. I see that it's kind of found its legs a little bit at the 200 period or 350, whatever level of support it's using. Nice retracement back into that 3 1/4. If it was able to make a VWAP retracement, that would be a nice 20-penny winner up to 395, maybe even 4 before it rejects. But for a long, I need to take it. I need this above VWAP, and I even need to take it above 416 because it's going to make a new high. Look at that. How many times did you get a rejection off 416? Once, twice, thrice. So this one, for it to continue, unless you're going to play this range, and that's not really what I'm looking for here. So SOUN, not at the moment. Someone else was asking me about NEO and whether it could make its way back to 11, and what I wrote to them and said was, there was some good Chinese tailwinds lately, but that seems to have been kind of overshadowed by this whole balloon incident. Let's go to NEO real quick here. NEO is on the New York. Let's go, bro. There we go. Let's pull that up. NEO technically right now at 1087, so sure, yeah, 11's not out of the picture. It's up, it's down 3% on the day. Is it up after the bell? Let's have a look at these Chinese ADRs. NEO, no, NEO is down 75%, 0.75% since the bell, so this one's relatively weak. Again, we had some good tailwinds with BlackRock starting to put money back into Chinese ADRs through Baidu. I gave you a bit of a stat this morning that said for basically the January period, the most amount of money from American wealth fund managers flooded into China basically at high since 2018. So a lot of money coming in, but I don't know if that money is going to stay around now with this new headline. So we'll see. Dell LV. Sharif, when you get a chance, could you please explain the characteristics and how to spot a flat bottom breakdown, i.e. a trade on Friday? Can't remember the ticker off the top of my head. Sure, I just did a couple of flat bottom breakdowns here, so it's very easy for me to kind of explain. Here's how I do them. What I look for are these, these small capper names that kind of were on news and they kind of looked like they made a top and they retraced. So I look for an aggressive retracement down. So here's the top at this 412 area, and then you have a big move down, like on 3-4 candles. So this is a pretty big move down. Then you have a sideways period of consolidation. Sure, it's rangy. It kind of looks like it's going to break down here, then it retraces, right? That's to be expected. It's going to be rangy when it's up like umpteen% on the day. And then you get a continued breakdown. And so then this is kind of where I get involved here, where it breaks below VWAP. You got to have a set of rules, and these are mine. So I short below VWAP, I go long above VWAP. And so this was why I got into it. You had that breakdown, consolidation, breakdown, consolidation. I got into the second one, and I scalped out here. And so that's the whole idea. And ARQQ is continuing to print to the downside. So very nice trade on this one. The other one that I did was, what was the other one? Was SECO, I believe. Let me look that one up. Is it over here? No, that's SECO. Let's go NASDAQ. Here it is. Okay, so this is the other one here. And there you go. You got a big move up, sideways consolidation. Sorry, big move down, sideways consolidation, big move down, sideways consolidation. And I got in on the third one on this one, and it still gave me that opportunity. It's retracing now, so count your blessings while you have them with these small cappers, kind of sort of get in and get out. And that's what I did. So that's what these ones present themselves. They were very good, up until 3 weeks ago, and I noticed, the bull move was better than the bear move in the last little bit, but that, who knows, right? We just go with the trends and whatever's working at the moment. So that's what's working, and that's what I did. Basically look for a big move up, then a retracement, a sideways move, and then another retracement. That's what I look for on these ones. What else do we have here? NVIDIA looking like it's finding its legs a little bit here, really kind of bouncing off that 213 quite well, but here's the thing. I mean, where do we get in? Do we get in? I mean, we're not going to make newer highs until we get up to that 215.5 area, right? So that's $1.50 away. Do we get in here, or what do we do with NVIDIA? So I don't have a plan on this one at the moment. I can kind of sit at VWAP for maybe a retracement, but I don't know if it'll make its way down there. Looks like I'm just going to sit on my hands at least for the moment. Bill Corbin, Sharif, do you give yourself back to the range top as your risk? Yeah, so with respect to these flat bottom breakdowns, sure. It doesn't always have to be to my break even or you know, some random level that I chose based on my risk. I kind of, you know, I want to give it where I think it may find a top. So when I'm looking here, when I got in on ARQQ, I got in at 353. I would have really realistically, and I think I did, give it a few pennies above VWAP. So in case it retraced to VWAP, in fact, I would have probably added at VWAP here a smaller position, obviously. But I would have given it 1 or 2 pennies, and I think that's where my stop was above. So try to base it off either the price action or, you know, a moving average that it's been respecting or an indicator that it's been respecting, rather than, you know, I got in here and I want to risk, say, $5, therefore my stop has to be at this level. You know, the market doesn't care about your levels, right? The market cares about the levels that it's obviously caring about on the chart here. So try to base it off that. So I do give it, obviously, some room. And now when I take profit, like what I did down here when I started printing around the 30s and 40s, then I adjusted my stop from the 360s and I adjusted it to my entry point. What's up, Luca?
Somebody saying, please have a look at space. No problem, absolutely. Yeah, guys, I was just scalping like trying to get these fills over here, battling for digital warfare. Yes, absolutely, Sharif. You can make that a long if you want. It's Monday, man. It's Monday. I will take a long espresso. I go into a Roman this morning, and I was so tired, I forgot to tell them to make it a long. So it came short. It was extra good. Short is obviously more flavorful. But sometimes, man, sometimes you need a long. SPCE here is kind of bottoming out at 6. I wonder if this, I haven't looked at this name in so long, so let me quickly look at the daily. Nice little up move. Anytime something breaks the range on the daily, and let me just put on my swing trading hat for a second here. And anytime something breaks out of a daily range, I always look for the retest of that range. So the high before was, call it 590 into 6, then breaking through 6, having a nice day on February 2nd, then having sort of a little bit of an inside day. You're getting the pullback today. The real question is this going to hold 596 area? Because if you get the pullback, if it holds this area, if moving average catches up to it, if volume is still there and then it starts to go back to the upside, there's a chance that it can actually run back 620, 640, 650, and then break the high. You know, when you're really zooming out of these things, if you're saying, you know, I want to hold this for, let's say, like a month, 2 months, you obviously want to look back. Where did it come from? Where do you think this thing can go? Where are the levels of interest? Something that stands out to me the most is this level right here. So I would say 760 into 8 is that general area of bigger resistance. And this is sort of that bottoming area, so the 560 into 6. So these are kind of the 2 levels where it's at right now. It's breaking above this. If we get the bounce of 6, which intraday you're seeing the pop, the drop, the hold of this general 6 area. Now there isn't a lot of volume coming through on this name. There's no catalyst on this name, so there's no reason that this name is really going to fly one way or the other. But eventually it hits a level where people stop selling it, and people either come in to buy it or it just does nothing. So 6 to 590 is that sort of area based on the daily from what I see. If it holds, maybe it then does make a run back towards the high, and then maybe wants to actually give that 750 into 8 a test. But yeah, intraday for the time being, I'm personally not going to take a trade on it because what I mentioned, there's just no kind of catalyst. You want to be in names that are moving. So things that are doing volume, things that are at key levels, that's sort of the best way to go about day trading, in my opinion. As for myself, I'm just kind of scalping a lot of these things. I should have held on to Amazon short. For whatever reason, this seller is in full effect. So that kind of area, 102.30-ish into 102.50, the seller here is in full effect. if you see a pop through a level and you think there's a seller there, and then it pops and it instantly slams down, it pops and then it really sells off, it's showing you that the buyers over here are either people that are like myself, covering the shorts, trying to scalp around, or there's just no buyers, and then you get the kind of vacuum back to the downside. So yeah, I don't know if Amazon wants to actually run back to 101. The overall market's now sort of below VWAP again. Maybe it wants to go lower. I really have no idea what's going to happen next. I think, you know, mean reversion is still continue to be the plan. I don't want to be buying this anywhere over here. That's not a part of my plan. I do like the over VWAP shorts. So basically, you know, short, taking my wins, expecting a little bit less of a range than last week because obviously, you know, big tech earnings last week, lots of follow through. I was mentioning this last week where, you know, on a week like the Super Bowl of trading, when Apple, Amazon, Google, everyone's reporting, you have to expect, you know, 70-cent moves, dollar moves in one way or another. But on a given day, I will take 10 to 30 cents. It's just kind of the given move, and then it decides, does it want to continue to go, or does it go back up? So that's the play on that one. It's pretty good. Casey saying, I'd love Amazon P's to be over 9,000. Yeah, well, you know, I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love a lot of things. But yeah, so that short is pretty good. But yeah, let that one go. And I was actually looking at AMD as well. The short was good. Going back into 84, it was sort of slow. So I'm basically like short. Yeah, cover the rest because there was stacked bids and they just were not filling. I'm like, okay, let me just take it here, take the win. But now we're actually going into the level that I sort of want to flip long. So yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a long here now to see where this wants to go. This is part of the plan. I want to average into this one around 83.80. I think it's going to break the low. And the real question is, do we continue to sell off on this thing, or do we then rip back, right? So the range that I marked was that 83.90 into 83.80. No real stop on this thing. It will be discretionary. But for the time being, I'm basically watching it break the low. I want to take the long. It's probably going to rip back to that 84 area above 83.90 and then continue to scalp that general vicinity. So yeah, we'll see where this one wants to go, if it wants to give a little bit of a pop back up. And then I'll continue to take fills on that one. I missed the opportunity for Tesla 97. I mean, what I wanted to see was 97.50, 98. So I'm not really going to beat myself up that I didn't short it, but running towards the general high of day and then rejecting off that area. I initially tried to short Tesla off this flush down. That was a pretty violent, very, very fast move down. And so essentially it flushed lower, it popped back. I tried the short thinking we'd see some continuation. We didn't. We then got it, then we ripped up. I flipped long, and I scaled out for the purpose of the fact that it just stopped moving. So it ran into 97s and then stopped. So even though there was a lot of buying on the tape, there was a lot of green prints coming through, people crossing the offer, buying that. For whatever reason, it was stopping right in front of 97. And go figure, it runs right to 97 again, stops, and then reverses. So guys, as day traders, if you are new to trading and you're watching this and you're saying, oh, look, it stopped at 97 once, twice. Try it. You could try it a third time. You could say, well, it did it the first time. It did it the second time. I missed both of them. I'll try it the third time, and I'll just risk off of the level. And if it works, it works. And in this particular opportunity, for myself, you know, you could definitely risk 20 cents on something like this, and then go for $1. That's a 5-to-1. So as a day trader, yeah, you want to go for 4-to-1s, 3-to-1s, 5-to-1s. You could go for 1-to-1s. It really depends the strategy. But again, showing you the level the first time, the second time, so it's showing you its hand. You could try it the third time. If it works, great. If it doesn't, whatever. That you take your shots where shots are warranted. I'm looking back at AMD. I'm noticing that I am getting the first fill there, but now we are sort of flushing back to the downside. I don't want to get too committed to this one, so I think I'm just going to punch out for now and revisit it. What I was hoping for is I just stacked my offers into 84 to get like fill, but it only filled one of them, and then now we're back down. And I've seen this setup before. It's just stressful. I buy, I get only one of the fills, not all of them. It goes back down, I keep buying, and then it just puts me into like a stressful situation. So not today, not on Monday. Baby. I got my Spro. I'm now flat. I'm chilling for the time being. Guys, great time for questions. If you do so in the chat, feel free to ask them.
Michael Hebert saying, Sharif, I want a shout out for my prediction on the $2 super chat I just sent. Look at what happened to Ape. 2 minutes afterwards, I'm Nostra Michael. All right, dude. Shout out to you. I know you've been on that bandwagon and looks like it's been printing for you. So all the power to you, man. I love it. And especially when you guys make money on your own ideas, shows you guys are, advancing as traders. Norman Bahig, I hope I didn't butcher your name, says, go through AI. Is it a swing? Sure. Look, it's been super strong lately. Let's have a look at the daily here. Off the, the AI catalyst news, looks like the volume really started coming in on January 27th, and it's been one volume record after another. If Friday was any indication, how many shares of volume did we do? I think we did on Friday, it says 30 million here, but it's like 60 million shares of volume on Friday, and now we're above 50. Where are we on volume on AI? Let me tell you in a second here. So volume on AI today, we're at 62.6. Guys, the 5-year average is 5.63. Here's what I'm looking at, guys. I mean, we're going to have retracements. We've already had a couple of retracements here on the way up. I'm talking about days, daily retracements. We had a couple of red days here, but by far and away, the strongest have been these up days. Now, currently, we are setting up for, a topping tail candle, although it is green. Usually, the topping tails are more reversal oriented when they are red, but right now it's green. So let's see what this one does. I mean, I don't know what to think about this AI catalyst. I want to know if it's going to be a 2021 thing, or it's going to be a 2023 thing, or if it's going to be a Q1 2023 thing where we'll only talk about it until like March, and then there's some other sexy new headline. But hey, right now it looks fantastic, and I've resisted the urge so far to punch in. I've been really wanting to get long on a swing on some AI stocks, obviously take advantage of that. This one, it looks good. I mean, the daily just goes up so far that a retracement maybe to 50 is not really out of the realm of possibility here. And I'm not basing that on any technicals. It's just, how things tend to move. So, yeah, it looks good for a swing. Now, my advice, I know I've been going on about this really without providing any advice because I really don't have the answers. Maybe wait for a daily retracement. Here, like look for a red day in order to get a good price. Again, it's presented you with a couple. Maybe another one comes in soon before the eventual continuation up. I mean, it's hard to say. I don't really see any levels kind of to justify any of that. This is just sort of my prediction. Angelina, Nice DeSmith sending a $2 super chat, but no text with that. Sorry, Angelina. Can you at me if you want to ask any specific question? Or because it looks like you said, thanks, guys, below there, but you didn't really ask anything. So, Angelina, at me if you can, and then ask a specific question if you want. Sorry, go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say heads up. So somebody was like, Luca, can you check Snap at the key level of 12? I'm actually sitting on the offer just in front, trying to start a short. So I noticed that I'm not short it, but I am still waiting for that fill. Yeah, 12 is not super interesting, but it is just a general level that I do want to short and kind of build into that short for the over-under. So my initial plan, the fact that it already failed, I was sitting at, this is where I was like, okay, let me try a cheeky little short here. I'll try to short 11.99, not even 98. So I was like, let me short 11.99. If I get this fill, great. If I don't, no problem. And then if it flushes, I will literally risk 2 cents to try to make 10 cents. So call that a 5-to-1. But the fact that we are now going back to 12, I don't necessarily like it as much. I might still take it. I'm gonna wait and kind of think about this as I sort of talk myself into this explanation. But the first time I think it's great, and this is an example going back to that Amazon bounce idea where I'm like, okay, 102 bounce play, you want to be sitting there. 12 sitting on the offer, 11.99, you want to be sitting there. If it works, or if you miss it, if you still like it, you could try it. And I'm telling myself this, I could try this, but maybe I drop the size. So if I'm initially going to say, okay, let me take like 1,000 shares here and then risk like 2 cents, whatever, if it gets back there the second time, I actually think it's going to break. So I do like the short at like 12.09, 12.14, something like that. Something for like a blow off top, short it, and then it comes back down, goes lower, and then I start to cover. So I'll give you the example where it's at 11.60, it went up, it went down, and then for the short I want it to go lower. So for this, instead of shorting 11.59 and then losing on the trade, it's like, okay, the first time try it, great, it didn't work, whatever. But if it went back down, went back up, breaks the level, goes higher, I like the sort of shorting into the high, then it drops back down, you're in the money, and then you can decide, okay, does it bounce and go up and then I just lose on the trade, or does it go lower and then I start to cover down here? So the same way that it looks over here is basically what I want 12 to do, but then I don't want it to keep going. I want it to actually fail back down. So the first time short, great. And again, these are just arbitrary numbers. Trade whatever makes the most sense to you guys. But again, I'm just using a random example using very simple share size. You know, if you're going to take 1,000 shares, the second time around, I actually might just want to take 100 shares. And I know that it's like, well, you're dropping size by, you know, 90%. Why would you do that? Because I think I'm going to be wrong. And so if I'm going to actually hold this 100 shares, I'm not even going to put a stop at 1201. And then if I'm going to average in, you know, for this type of parabolic move up and then back down, I would rather my average be like over here. I'd rather my average be closer to 1206, 1207, so that when it flushes into 12, I can actually make 7 cents, 10 cents. You can't take 100 shares, 1,000 shares, 10,000, whatever you want to take. You can't take it here and then take the same size. You obviously, your average will be, you know, 1204, 1203, as opposed to 1207, 1208. So that's basically the logic on this one. Hopefully gives you a kind of a flip side perspective on it. I don't really know how I feel about it. It's moving kind of slowly. I am definitely going to drop the size now that I sort of thought myself into this. I'm not risking off 12. I want this to break 12. I want it to go higher. I want it to extend. The higher the better, so that when it actually pulls back down, I can make money. We're in the time of day now where things do float. So whereas before, off the morning, you guys saw this thing went up and then it pulled back. So I'm going to use Snapchat because I'm talking about Snapchat. It went through 1150. I did miss the short. It actually gave you 20 cents. So on a given day on Snapchat, to give you 20 cents off a key level where you're risking like 5, 10 cents, 3 to 1, that's an amazing opportunity. In the middle of the day, it can literally float. It can literally break 10 or 12, sorry, and just continue to like float and not really sell off and not really go higher. So I don't really want to get myself, you know, too committed to something that's not like an A++ setup. So yeah, the higher the better. If it does go to 12.20, then if it does test 12, I actually can make 20 cents. And then if it goes even lower, it'll just be awesome from there. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Snapchat. Somebody also wanted me to check out CHPT, and they were saying check out CHPT. There's, sorry?
Charge point.
Yeah, and there's a lot of call volume at the 13 level. So I know that the perspective is, you know, options move the stock. The volume will definitely move the stock. The tail wags the dog. That's basically the ideology. The first thing that I would note here is that this thing looks like it already was through 13 last week. And so if there's a lot of call volume on it, that is just people trading the contracts, buying and selling it. But there are contracts that are floating in the secondary market of the options. You know, it doesn't necessarily mean that the dealers are hedging. If there's a lot of volume on the calls this week, it doesn't necessarily mean that the dealers are not hedged. When did they sell those calls? If it got close to the level of which the point, let's say they sold, sorry, let me take a step back to really simplify this. If they sold 13 calls on January 11th, when it wasn't close to 13, as it gets to 13, they start to worry and they say, okay, now we're at the level, we have to hedge this trade. So it runs into 13, I would imagine they're hedging close to 13. It goes back down, they sell more 13 calls. So there's not really any volume on the 13 calls because we're far away from 13. Nobody's really trading the 13 calls on this thing. And then as we get closer to 13, we touch 13, the dealers hedge on this day. So they may have sold calls over here. They may have, I don't know where they did, but they could sell calls at any point, right, for any day. And as we get to 13, they then hedge on the day when it's doing the volume. And now that it drops back down, even though people are now buying those calls, trading those calls, the volume is going up. It doesn't necessarily mean that the dealers are not hedged. It doesn't mean that the volume taking place today has anything to do with gamma squeeze dealer hedge. So keep that in mind when you're referring to, oh, there's calls at 13, it's below. There could potentially be a move into the level because the tail wags the dog. That's essentially a gamma squeeze. Some are more violent than others. Obviously, we saw Meta last week on Thursday go absolutely crazy. I think it was Thursday when it went to the north side. That's Thursday, like an extreme. Yeah. That's an extreme like gamma squeeze to the upside, I would say. Whereas CHPT, the potential of gamma squeeze to the upside is not the same, and especially the fact that it already did trade through 13. I would imagine that if I was a dealer and if I sold calls, I would already be hedged. Now that it's back down, you know, they hedge. That's the reason why it went through 13. Now that that buying volume is done, maybe this thing doesn't even do anything and just floats around. So obviously stick to the institutionals levels, and when I say that, I just say the daily levels. This one shows 14 to 15 area of resistance. Hopefully that gave you a really good explanation and something that you can apply to a lot of different things that move, not so much just this one, but you know, across the board when you look at these things.
Phil McCracken wants me to have a look at GME, saying, what do you think about that 23.25 break? Yeah, it's up 4% on the day. It hasn't done that much volume. How much has it done? It's done 2.29 million shares. The 5-year average is about 5 million. So, we're halfway through the day, obviously. So I don't want to say that, the volume is not there. Obviously, we are at day's highs. I don't want to say we triple topped or double topped, but that 23.25 obviously is an interesting area of resistance. Let's see how we act through it. I mean, I don't trade this stock often, so I don't have an opinion really on how to approach this, but with respect to approaching these small cappers, I wouldn't be entering here. It just would not be my entry. I'd be looking for a retracement, and I would be looking for a news catalyst to see why eyes are on this. And I'm looking at my blotter here, and there's really nothing specific other than the fact that it's a meme stock. So, sorry I couldn't help you on that, but obviously it looks like that 23.25 is an interesting level. If it breaks through it, maybe we run. Let's have a look at the daily chart. So I can tell you maybe we're at daily wise. Okay, let's bring this big boy down here. Maximize. Oh geez. Okay, Mark's good. So then obviously that 24 level has been interesting. I mean, we've wicked through it a couple times, most recently here, February 2nd. And then again, I want to say on Friday, it's rejected those times. Very wicky day, but it's been a steady move up, right? Off that, I want to say 1540, 1550 bottom. Yeah. I mean, hey, you reclaim the 50 period moving average here. You're holding above the 50 period for the last few days. It actually hasn't broken below it, even these wicks. So it looks, a little bit for the moment, it's kind of bullish, and then we'll see how it acts around that 27.5 when it reaches the 200. These are the EMAs, by the way. All right, so we got some super chats to get to here. The Hayes Records, hey, sending a $1.99 super chat. Just copped SUBX 106 calls. Check it out for me, boys. Okay, so that's your thing. You're the options guy. So I'll give that to you before I shout out Michael A. Bear again, sending $20 Canadian. Woo! Shout out to Canada, $20, man. Hey, you must be printing on those ape longs. Luca and Sharif, it's always a pleasure to watch you guys trade every day. Take that $20 for Friday's pizza. Now I make a prediction. I think AMC and Ape with it squeezes before March 14th vote. I'm going long. I like that. Hey man, you know what? You're on here telling us your belief, and you've been saying the same thing for a while now. So I really wish you the best. It's not one of the plays that I'm going to get into. I don't know how you feel about punching in your account long on Ape and AMC there, Luca, for a possible swing. How do you see that?
Well, yeah, it's kind of like it's tough to do it now that I've already seen the move up. But yeah, congratulations on that one for sure. I just wanted to say heads up on SOUN. This thing is, it's having a nice little down move and then get a little bit of a pop. There is somebody sitting on the offer, 373, 4,600 lots sitting at 373. Looking pretty good, man, pretty good. I did not locate for this one, so I'm just going to let it go, but just a heads up on that one. A little bit of resistance, selling off through the lows. And I think, Sharif, were you in this short before?
Yeah, I was,
remember you start the flush down. Yeah, if it was this one, I mean, a lot of things.
No, I was on Seco.
On Seco. Yeah. Okay, yeah, never mind there. But anyways, something that I see here is the fact that 4 is the interesting level. Right, 4 is interesting, sort of how it grinded up to 4, and then sort of went over 1, 2, 3, 4, then finally failing. So 4 is that sort of even dollar level, but also this level here where it's bouncing 1, 2, 3 times, then finally failing through. So call it 380 into 4 is that sort of overhead resistance intraday that I see. And now somebody's sitting at 473 over there. Pretty interesting. So we'll see if this thing wants to give another leg down to test the 350 and then flush, or do we actually take the size rip to the north side and then break for it and go even higher? I have no idea what to expect. Again, I'm not going to take a trade on this, but just a heads up on that one. Really good look there. Going to the super chat, Hayes Records, thank you for that again. Just copped Starbucks 106 calls. I can have a look here. I haven't looked at Starbucks in a while. It is, where are we at on the daily?
Sent a heartbreak emoticon. We're getting to it, the Hayes, I promise. Yeah, you just getting to it.
Yeah, man. It's and thank you again, Michelle, for the super chat as well. I love every time I see a super chat and then I see the word pizza involved, I go, wait, what's going on here? We're getting pizza
I know.
again?
After that day, holy cow.
But okay, Starbucks. Let's see on the daily. Where do we stand over here? The first thing that stands out to me is this sort of resistance level where it did break above, then flushed below. If we get back there, I'd expect it to have some little bit of resistance again. It did channel a little bit. It's not too, again, it is Starbucks, so it's not going to move crazy. And the ranges are probably a little bit more wide than than other things. So let me just look here. I guess it's more of an uptrend here. So the thing that stands out is like this, but then it's more so like that. Yeah, this is more of a line here. Okay, here we go. So let's have a look here. Wide range that it's in. It's kind of an interesting area. It is giving a little bit of a bounce. 106 is close. I mean, I don't see anything special in the range that we're in right now, but it does look pretty healthy today for the fact that we sort of went to the upside, had a little bit of a blow off top, came back down, held the 104.50, and then bounced again back to the upside. So I'm wondering if this can continue. Let's just see the 10-minute here. And I wonder if they have any earnings coming up, or Starbucks. Do you know if they report earnings? Or
Yeah, they did.
They did already?
They did, yeah, they were.
Okay, on Friday, yes. Okay, on Friday. So, yeah, this is maybe a little bit of a relief bounce, but it is down from the daily. The I'm not really too sure. I mean, best of luck with your trade. I see nothing on Starbucks.
They had a lot of problems in China. It seemed to be a bit of because it's the second biggest market because of all the shutdowns. So it wasn't the best quarter for them.
Yeah, I'm just like looking at the daily. I'm just looking at kind of where we stand, and I don't see anything. The only thing that stands out to me is a 107.50-ish resistance, which again is this just area where it was topping out over here. It finally broke. It flushed back through. Even if we do get a pop, I'd imagine that there'd be some resistance at like 107 to 107.50 there. So yeah, I would just watch out for that. But again, best of luck with your trade. Not really too sure what you see there. But again, always trade your own playbook and trade whatever makes the most sense to you. You guys obviously see, what I'm doing, jumping in and out. Maybe it doesn't make sense to you, but it makes dollars for me today, that's for sure. So yeah, can't complain. Spin the money,
baby.
Put the money there. Let's go.
Yeah, there should be one of these ones for sure. There should be a Making It Rain one. All right, guys, I'm in a new position here. Google. Here's the thing. I see this wick candle. You know what? And it showed up on my other chart too. So this is not a dark pool. So we have that wick candle down, then it gets bought up immediately. It's holding above VWAP. Yeah, I know it's down 1.5% on the day. I want to kind of ride this through the 103.50. I'm kind of feeling here to break above this peak. It's a nice little test, and you have continuously higher lows here. So a bit of a trend possibly developing. Not the best entry, though, to take advantage of this trend. Obviously, the best entry would have been at 102.70. We'll see how this one does. Yeah, it's not the best trade, but it's something that I've been watching for a while, so no point just thinking about it. Let's execute. I'm looking to add into this one, possibly down into 103. I like the whole dollar level here. I also like the VWAP bounce. So we'll see what pans out on this one. If we can get a market continuation north, maybe and a test of that 41.30 level again, like we had earlier, maybe we can get a nice little move up in Google. But yeah, you heard Arun talk about that 41.30 area this morning. It's an interesting area. We've seen several touches off it now on the day. Look at this. This was right out the bell. We got a couple of rejections, couple of touches there. This is a 3-minute chart, so these are several, touches here, and then you get a break of it all the way up to 41.37, and then an immediate V-shaped Christmas tree retracement. Now we're going to test it again, or we're looking to test it 3 points away, and if we're going to do that, then we may take some of these big cappers north, and I want to be part of that. I want to be a part of that game. So I'm sitting here at 39s waiting to get filled, 103.39s. I'm also sitting at 49s for that $0.50 break, possibly, as Google is giving me several green candles here on the 3-minute chart in a row. So let's go. And now I'm seeing 37s show up here on the ask. If we get 39s, we get printed. But we know how Google likes to do. It likes to kind of take its sweet time and do its own thing, much to the beat of its own drum. So let's exercise some patience on that one. Now, I was also talking about NVIDIA as a relatively strong one earlier, but that seems to have changed a little bit lately. Since the break of the trend line there, it's kind of been moving sideways. In fact, it's been making lower highs. So this kind of makes me wonder what the deal is going to be with this one. It's kind of approaching that 213 again, or just broke actually 213. It was flirting with 213 the majority of this consolidation period here. But I think that 212.20, 212.25, maybe the level, I don't know. I'm looking for this one to actually make a new high, show me a trend change so I can get involved. But otherwise, it's downward bound. And I don't want to take this downward because the market, hasn't really decided. And it was strong earlier. So I'm not taking NVIDIA south, even though that looks like the good play right now because it keeps rejecting It's in a range. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to do with this one. NVIDIA is frustrating me and kind of making me wonder what to do here. So let's just focus on Google. This one still near my entry point, so nothing really to report. Meta finding a bit of a bounce now on Meta as this one kind of, look, how many times has it touched the close? So this level here, just put a horizontal line, this level here, it's very faint, so you can't see it. 186.50. That was Friday's close. How many times have we bounced off that 188, 186.50? 3 times, guys. So this has been an interesting level. Meta holding support, not going red, even though, you know, it just wicked down a couple of times, but retraced every single time. So keeping my eye on that. Let's see what else is going on. Let's see what the chat is up to. Anything here from the chat? The people say pay ROG, AMC look out. Uber, boom. Okay, let's
Uber's going to the north side,
yeah,
guys.
Go for
Uber, that 34 level that Neil was mentioning this morning. 34 now breaking to the north side. Neil, I don't know if you're at your desk there, if you want to take a look. 34 Uber. I'm trying this long. We'll see if this wants to continue. I'm not really going to get too worried if this goes 10 cents against me. I'm willing to kind of add into it. As long as it holds the general area of like 33.80, 33.85, obviously can have a little pullback. Anytime something breaks out, you know, you got to give it a little bit of time. Is there follow through? Watch the tape, make these decisions in real time. I noticed that I didn't short Snapchat, which is, I'm like, wait, why am I not short Snap? I removed the orders by mistake, so I wanted 09s, and I guess 14s would not have filled. 1209 now. Yeah, all the way up there. Sean's like, 09s? What are you talking about, 09s? Because I know, Sean, you were short that. I was also short that. Yeah, and I got stopped out too. It was the same trade there. But yeah, now above 12. So yeah, kind of glad that, and again, guys, we're talking about this in real time. The first time that it hits 99s, I try it. The second time, I'm like, no, this is going to break. I don't even want that fill, so I didn't even take it. I canceled my 09s by accident. But here I am, 05 short, so I'm just basically waiting for a flush through 12. I'm gonna take a cover. I'll take 6 cents. It's definitely not an issue there. Uber back down, so let me just add a little bit more on this one here. Basically add into the pullback, see if this wants to then rip back up and then test, 34, 10s, 20s, 30s maybe. That is a nice little bit of a volume spike. Now the question is, does volume continue or does it just kind of flush back down and this is the level? This is the daily for anybody wondering how it looks. Testing it once, twice, now 3 times. Are we going to really pop? I feel like earnings for Uber is coming up because usually it's big tech first, then the next week you get the Pelotons, the Ubers, and everything else coming through. So, yeah, we'll see. I'll double check that when earnings are on Uber. February 8th? Okay, yeah, February 8th is when that is. So that's in a couple days. Uber earnings coming through. I do like the long intraday. I'm going to cover this if we pop. But again, the long into earnings, breaking the key level. This thing could go, and then earnings could come, and anything can happen. So again, just a day trade for my scalp, a scalp trade, trying to go for 10, 20 cents if I can get it. I'll be pretty happy with that one. Somebody before was asking, Luca, can you look at Peloton? So talking about Uber, I always think of Uber, Peloton, Affirm, Rivian. For me, they're all the same kind of ticker that move very similar to each other. Peloton on the day now giving a little bit of a VWAP test, down 4%. And I kind of like the short here. I'm going to short this. Yeah, I'm going to take this short right now. It's for a move back down. Maybe it wants to run and go back down through 1550. This looks pretty good. We did get a morning pop, then it kind of dropped, retest VWAP all the way back down. Now testing VWAP again. So if it's going to be good, this should not break above 1575. Just giving a little bit of a top on the kind of 1 minute over here. So my gut instinct is short this thing. So here I am short. We'll see where this one wants to go to the downside. But yeah, pulling up the daily just to look at this thing. It had the strong up move from last week. Now kind of pulling back down. Is it going to break 15 and go lower is the main thing that I see here. Strong up move, pull back. Is it a healthy pullback and then a dip? Or is this just like an extension and then we're just going to go back and then test 13, 12 to the downside? So it's Peloton. I mean, I'll take my shot at the short with it. That's kind of my gut feeling on that one. Hopefully it works for me. And we move forward from there. Somebody saying BBBY Stano. What's going on, Stano? Hopefully you had a great weekend. BBBY, let's have a look here again. Getting closer to 4. Where was the high on this thing? Oh, it is at the high. 366, BlackBerry. So heads up to anybody looking at this. Breaking, making the high a day. Nice up move, sort of dies, comes out of nowhere, makes another high. 4 is the level of interest, I think, on BBBY. It's, if I remember correctly, it's 4 from the last time. Let's pull up the daily to see this thing. Yeah, 4 is that level of interest. If we get to 4, then I feel like it's pay for shorts. It's got to be, yeah, pay for shorts. So yeah, if we get to 4, then I'll consider locating for that one. But for the time being, I'm going to let it go. Best of luck to anybody trading this. I don't know if you guys heard me say this under my breath, but I was like, somebody was like, oh, AMC, and I pull it up. And yeah, AMC ape Michelle exactly. I pull up AMC and I'm like, oh, AMC, like this is a short, man. And I'm like, why is AMC always pay for shorts? It had the morning pop into the 650 level, dipped all the way down to 6, tested 650 once, testing it again. I like this for an over/under 650. But the real question is, do I want to like pay for shorts on this? It's just a good look. If this goes even higher, then I'll consider it. But yeah, for the time being, 650 is that level where maybe we pop, break it, and then drop, and then come back through, and then I'd look for a VWAP cover on that one. Michelle saying, Luca, cost to borrow AMC is over 300% per year. It's cheap on our end, but it doesn't make sense as to why you have to pay
different. I mean, like,
yeah, everywhere's different.
Yeah, like I told you guys, to pre-borrow shorts on my platform, you got to spend minimum $10,000. Otherwise, you can't pre-borrow. You just got to go with whether they've got it or not. So every platform and every broker is going to have like their own little rules. All right, market kind of consolidating in the mid 4120s. So not much to report. Some stocks, some big techers were starting to move up here. You got Meta kind of bouncing off Friday's close, but still below VWAP. You had Microsoft kind of holding VWAP there and trying to break through that 257.25, not really happening. Amazon reclaimed VWAP. It was relatively weak all day. I'm in that Google trade, waiting for that one to continue into maybe 103.50-ish area. But yeah, it's kind of like a slower time in these big tech names as the market decides whether it wants to kind of make new highs or whether we're going to go back into that 41.04, maybe test 4,100 again like we did earlier this morning. We're nearer to the highs than we are to the lows, if that's any indication for you there. So continue to watch. These small cappers have also kind of calmed down as well. SOUN not doing much. SECO not doing much. ARQQ not doing much. So no trades for me at the moment on these ones. Zaharine saying your baby Netflix is moving. Let's have a look at Netflix. What's it up to? All right, so it looks like it's finding, yeah, it just broke the top there. So let's pull up Netflix over here. We'll take off ARQNFLX. Let's go, dude. Okay, there we go. So that, I want to say 365.50 was a bit of a top. Not obviously on the day we broke below it. I mean, above it, we broke up to 368.45. But we since, we retraced quite aggressively. Let's zoom out here. There's the high that we made, 368.50 for all intents and purposes, retraced below VWAP. Break above VWAP, hold in a range, and now we just broke the top. So yeah, if the market can definitely get going. Sometimes Netflix runs on its own, though. It doesn't really always move with the market, but it's always great when they move together because the moves seem to be a bit more powerful. I don't know if I want to punch in here, if I'm telling the truth. I love this stock, but I don't know if this is the setup that I'm looking for. Obviously, it's broken a top, which is bullish, but I feel like maybe I would have liked to have set up my ACB, my adjusted cost base, a little bit lower, maybe nearer to VWAP, around that 364.25-ish area. I don't know. This isn't the one for me. I don't know if I should punch in here. Yeah, no, I'm gonna stay clear of this one for now. I'm already involved in a Google trade, and I kind of want to see where that one through. But Google, being a little bit weak now, kind of looked a little bit stronger earlier, but now kind of really showing its true colors and showing why it's down 1.5% on the day and not doing well for me. This will be my only loser on the day if I end up losing on this one, but I've got a dip trade set up here in front of that 103 dip. I'm sitting at 05s, I think, 103.05 to get filled. So we'll see what is good with that one. What else we got here? All right, DXY, please. Okay, the DXY, I'm not gonna, that's not my cup of tea, to be honest with you. Do you want to have a look at the DXY? Is that the dollar index?
It's the dollar. Yeah, we don't have it. You can just, pull it. I'll just pull it up on Google here. Yeah, I'm not really a forex trader, so I'm not too strong. I'm not going to give like a super strong opinion. Let me just do DXY chart, just as I kind of talk about this very loosely. We'll pull it up on, what is this, Trading View, US dollar, Dixie. Let's go investing. Yeah, let's pull this up over here.
Omer curling back a little bit. OMER, guys.
Yeah, anytime. I mean, I don't really have, again, I don't have like a very strong opinion about this. So, you know, take what I say here with a grain of salt. It is moving to the upside. So 3 nice long days in a row. Is there any levels? Is this going to be a head and shoulders? I'm not really too sure. You know, it's kind of like a loose head and shoulders on the daily, like up, down, down. Maybe it creates another bit of a shoulder to the upside and then back down. But yeah, I'm not really, I mean, yeah, I don't even know why I'm trying to give an opinion on this. I have no opinion on this. All I know is these are 3 nice green candles in a row, and hopefully it continues if you're long.
Yeah, I wish you the best. I mean,
Yeah.
no, personally, I don't trade Forex. I mean, we see everything. Like, we see the dollar react when the market is strong, it goes down. When the market's weak, interest rates go up, dollar goes up. Yields go up and the dollar goes up with it. So, I mean, there's obvious relationships there that we can observe, but I mean, I don't have a fuller understanding to see what is going on with that. All right, so let's stick to what we know. Let's go back to this Netflix possible trade here. The market continuing to show that it's in a sideways trend between that 41.15 to 41, I want to say 30, 41.27 to the north side. So very trendy at the moment. Trendy, that's not what I mean. You guys know what I mean. It's trending sideways, so we'll see what it does. Eventually, I think as we get into the more liquid time periods, and we only got 6 minutes till 1 o'clock, where, you know, lunchtime technically is over. We'll see what time the traders sit down or the algos get turned back on, but usually this time is a decent time. All right, I added into my Google there for the test of 103. I still like this trade. Depending on what the market does, we're above VWAP, but we created a bit of a double top here, which kind of concerns me on this Google. So where's my out? It's going to be the break of this consolidation area here, which would be 102.75. Currently, my adjusted cost base, my average price is 103.23. So not the greatest price, about 15 pennies out of the money currently on this one, but yeah. It's looking a little bit no good for this one. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening with Google. Yeah, that's what's going on at the moment. Soon, S-O-U-N, sound. I don't know why I call it soon. SoundCloud now kind of taking another step down here. There we go. We got that big move down. I wasn't involved in this flat bottom breakdown. I was involved in SECO and ARQQ, but soon presenting you the sound. Presenting you the same opportunity. There's the flush down, the consolidation, and the retracement into the 50 period, and then another boom move down. So this one setting up nicely, but I don't know if it's exhausted. SECO gave us multiple opportunities to get on that flat bottom breakout. So it's not just 1 or 2 that are available. It looks like there's been more. Now, I don't know if that's going to continue here. We'll see what ends up happening. All right, Google still flirting with that 103 area. I'm going to stop looking at that. I've got all my sitting, resting orders and stops set up on that. Meta looking like it wants to, though. Sorry, I'm flipping between all these, but I'm trying to find out what's good here. Meta looking like it's retracing into the VWAP after bouncing off Friday's close again at that 186.50. Now we're pushing up into 188. 188 and a quarter is where VWAP's hanging out right now, and a newer high on my chart would come via a 189 and I want to say 15.10 high. If it breaks through this area here, we'll have a new high, and then maybe we'll test day's highs. Day's highs today is 190.70. So those are the ones I'm looking at. I'm in this Google long, losing money on it, but it's been a very big day. So I mean, this is not gonna kill me, but let's see what happens. Again, my out on Google is this 102.75 break, Luca.
Yeah, guys, congratulations to the SOUN shorts who short that level. That was absolutely solid. So the size was at 373. It was 4,500 lots. The size is now chasing it down. That's why we're getting this big flush lower. So yeah, I called that out. That was an absolute banger.
Nice.
And yeah, congrats. Again, I didn't do anything with it, but that's all good, man. I'm just kind of sitting here calling it like it is. Nice little move down. At this point, I'm not really too sure what happens next, but anytime that size sort of sits there somewhere and it's waiting for the fill, especially on a small cap like this, it definitely wants to get the fill. On Apple, on Amazon, on Meta, what you'll see is you'll see some size, and then price can move $1, $2 away from that size. Then it can come back, and the size is still there waiting, and then it finally gets the fill. Anybody who is thinking, yeah, I'm going to short this SOUN, or maybe it's, who knows why the seller is there, but look at this move, man. From $1.52-ish all the way up to $4. I mean, you know, who knows where it goes next, but I just feel like if we pull this thing up in a few days, this thing could easily be below $3, right? So, yeah, somebody definitely wants that fill. That is why they're chasing that down, but slowly getting the fill. Now I'm seeing 3,200 lots on the offer there. So, you know, it was 45, now it's 32. Do they chase it down again? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Eventually, as more people see the trade, it becomes a crowded trade. People who sit in front of that size are putting their stop order above the size. So if for whatever reason that size fills right now, if it fills right now, and again, I'll pull it up over here for you guys to see. There it is, 33.22. Like if this fills 340, if that fills, think about all the stops that are at 341. So as soon as it goes 341, this thing could, boom, be back at 360, 365, 375 very, very quickly. So again, going back to when you see something the first time and you think it could be good, that's when you take the trade the first time. When you see it the second time and it gives you another opportunity, or it's at a different price, it's a completely different trade. It's not as good. Again, the first time the size was at 373, and I don't even know if it was even higher to start, but it was at 373. You already got 30-cent move to the downside. So now if you're doing it again, or if you're new to the party, or if you're like, oh, like it worked the first time, maybe it's going to work the second time, like this isn't a level that you're recycling. And even if it is, it's the same general concept. Like, is it really going to go down another 30 cents? The only way that it would actually do that is if this seller says, no, I really want the fill, I'm going to slam levels to the downside. So, I mean, the odds that somebody does that is relatively low, especially if they're watching the tape, watching the green come through, watching them get the fill here. Like we're seeing this in real time, like 16, 15, 1300. So there you go. It breaks to the upside. Stops get run. It goes higher. And now it's just, I don't think there's going to be genuine follow through and buying just because it's kind of going down. It's one of those kind of, you know, those names that goes all the way up. Now you have everybody who's bagged at the 4 level. So yeah, going to the downside. But again, breaking the size, that size is now officially gone. The trade is now essentially done on that one. You know, so congratulations to anybody that had the scalp trade on initially. That was a really, really nice move there. Somebody's saying check out Amazon. So let's go back to large caps over here. Amazon, yeah, I'm kind of glad that I didn't get back into the short. And I sort of said this. I was like, if the short's going to be good, it should eventually go. But the last thing I want is for this thing to now get into floating territory and it just sort of moves to the upside and stops going down. So if you are trading like a level where it's showing you that this is the level, maybe there's a seller there that's selling, right? But then eventually that seller is done selling, and then it just kind of breaks, and then now it's in like a new territory where at this point I don't even want to short it. So it's not like, oh, I love the short over here, so I love it even more if it gets to 103. Like, no, that's not the case. What it is I love the short because there's a seller there. As soon as that seller's done, my idea of the short and the recycling is done. So yeah, I'm basically going to let Amazon go for the time being. At this point, if we do break 103 to the upside, then I like the short again. So let's see if this thing can get to 103, pop to 103. I'll consider the short up there for like some recycling over under. Maybe a seller selling. Yeah, exactly. Maybe what was your name? Dustin. Maybe a seller selling. Maybe sellers want to sell, and if they keep selling, then why not be short, right? But yeah, no. IVR in the chat, what's going on? Saying check out SFT.
Yeah.
SFT, oh, 30-cent stock here. I don't know if you got any
So
opinions on
IVR,
this.
I mean, I've seen you post that many times. So just one time, because spamming the chat, you know, we usually don't we don't like that here. But we're gonna have a look at that when we get back from the energy update. Brendo's at the big desk. Bro, look how many times.
Concern. We're back to the upside, back in positive territory anyways after that early sell-off that came on the back of more, as you guys were talking about, dollar strength. This chart in the middle just showing you different oil contracts versus some of the equities and some of the commodities. So we are still performing a little bit better than the rest anyways as far as oil is concerned today. But it's all about higher demand once again, or the possibility of lower demand, I should say, on the back of higher U.S. dollar. Higher U.S. dollar means still underlying strength in the economy, means possibility of further interest rate increases to come from the Fed, limiting output overall for the economy. So we are still, as I said, positive, about 0.5%, but we had that really nasty early selling pressure in crude all the way back to 72 before this bounce takes us back to 74, which is basically where we ended back on Friday. But overall, pretty choppy day for equities, pretty choppy day for oil as well, guys. If you haven't done so already, make sure you take a second, hit the like, and subscribe if you haven't. Guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, let's have a look at SFT here. So SFT, in case you're wondering, let's just pull that up so you can follow along. Shift Technologies is an end-to-end auto e-commerce platform transforming the used car industry with a technology-driven customer experience. Do I see a headline on it? I don't see one today, but it is up 23% on the day. It is a sub $1 stock. It looks like it is a former runner, having made the initial move. It's been moving for a while, but the first big green day here I'm seeing is January 4th, followed by a nice one on February 1st. Today is a nice breakout of the range, moving up to 40 cents. Yeah, Snap's moving down. We'll get to that one in a second. Yeah, sorry. 40 cents is the high today. We're currently hanging out below VWAP at 33.5 cents. I'm not going to take this one long. Again, typically because it is a sub $1 stock, but what I don't like about this is the failure. This is a clear bull flag right here. There's a move up, and then you have the pennant kind of formation, the flag formation, and then instead of breaking out and continuing north, which is what you want to see on these bull flag continuations, you have a breakdown and below VWAP. So this one is in my what books for now, for today, but it obviously is giving you opportunities to run. Here's the daily chart on it. 40 cents is the high, and looks like we broke above this interesting level that we had here at, I want to say, around 32 pennies. We created a bit of a top. We broke out of that range now. So now we're above the 50 period on the stock, and now we're looking to create newer highs. So looks like it's a good multi-day runner that's going on, but at the moment, from an intraday perspective, I'm not going to touch this because it is a failed bull flag pattern. That's how I see SFT, but interesting little find. What's going on with Snap?
Guys, Snapchat, so first of all, Uber, this was great. I took the breakout trade, kind of scaled into it. It didn't look good. It wasn't holding. Somebody in the chat's like, this doesn't look good. I'm like, I know, man, I know. So I got out of this one. So I avoided a landslide, clearly. But also, covering Snap, and this was my own mistake. I was like, I'm sort of mentally exhausted. It's Monday. I'm sort of getting back into the swing of things. Having a good day, definitely can't complain. But I'm like, I feel my kind of mental cap draining here. So let me just get out of this one. Because it just didn't, I don't even know what I'm doing, and I'm like, let me just punch out. I'll take the small L on it. And as soon as I get out, it just decides to landslide to the downside too. So congratulations if you guys are in the Snapchat short. This is basically what I was going for. Now, mind you, I would have covered at 12 and at 11.95, so I would not be holding this anymore. But this is the move that I basically was looking for, where it's like goes over 12, spends a little bit of time there, and then shorting into 12 and lower, right? So at least you get some of the win, where if you're like averaging in and you have like a 12.09 average, you can take 10 cents on the first, 10 cents on the next. You average out 15 cents, 17 cents, give or take, whatever. Yeah, nice little scalp trade, and basically using the level that you know is a level. So obviously 1160 is that first level, but the secondary general area that you're looking at is this sort of overhead resistance that it's showing you. So 1160 going into 1250, it doesn't really spend too much time here, man. This is on the daily, but it goes up, it goes back down. It goes up, it goes back down. These are earnings trades where it kind of flies into the level and rejects. Rejected again. This was earnings, it rejected again. So I'm basically I take the shot where I think it makes more sense to kind of take this trade. So again, congratulations to anybody that's in that trade or making the money. I did not, small loser, but it's all good, man. That was just a product of me being a little bit lazy. So I live with it and I move on. I am currently chilling, man. It is now 1 o'clock. I might go for a little bit of a water break very quickly. But if you guys do have any more questions, feel free to let me know. I like that. No money, no honey. Yeah, guys, keep the quotes coming, man, because I just look at this, look at you guys talking, and
They're good to add to the repertoire too. I like having these market-related quotes, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Let's look at BBBY. Is this thing even high? No, this thing is not higher. If this is at 4, guys, let me know, please. Yeah, caffeine. New York Jets, caffeine. I had caffeine. It's just, you know what it is? It's just Monday, man. It's Monday. My brain is tired, and I'm just like, okay. But yeah, let's see if there's any other questions. I'm just scrolling back through the chat here to see if there's any other questions coming through. Tech Giants, no. BBY, Coin. Yeah, let's look at Coin. I haven't looked at this today. See where this one is. Coin at 74-ish. I'm sort of waiting for an extension play on Coin. I don't necessarily want to trade it. I haven't really traded it as of late. It did extend the other day, but I love the 100 level. It's very far away, but this is sort of back burner until it gets there. So gives the extension play. I was hoping that this would keep going and get to 100 somehow. When BlackRock announced, I think it was a partnership, but that's why this went through 100. But when BlackRock announced the partnership over 100, and then it moved over 100. This was a banger, man. It went from like where was the high here? 118. It flew down into 106 and then halted to the downside, and it never printed above that halt level. So if I remember it correctly, it was 106.45, I think. And then again, it did not print above 106.45, not even that next day. So the key level for myself is 100 to 105 on coin. If it does get there, I'm going to definitely have crazy trades on it. But yeah, for the time being, it had the up move. It's back down, middle of the day, 12 million shares traded. I'm not really going to dabble in it, but for the time being, it is holding VWAP. But yeah, just kind of extension plays. Double top here at the 76 level. I'm not really too sure where this thing goes next. But yeah, best of luck if you trade that one. Yeah, I'm definitely not. Meta, oh, I'm so sad about Meta. Somebody's like, Luca, Meta's going down and then going back up.
Yeah, I got in.
Yeah?
Yeah, I got into Meta there on the dip because it dipped down
man.
to the Friday's close. That's my idea. Want to rinse and repeat. I mentioned that earlier. There we go. Already 20 pennies in the money. So nice. Let's take a little bit of an out here. There we go. We get a nice little out. Now we'll wait for continuation through 187. So let's go hang out at in the mid 90s. It retraces, but that's to be expected. Let's put some outs. There we go through the break of 187. We'll hang out at 187 and 187.5. So hanging out on those, printing on Meta. Nice little move. Here's what I'm talking about in case you guys are wondering. Let's bring in the chart. Like, why'd you go long Meta here, guys? Bounce, 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 bounce. So that's the whole idea. This level here, 186.50, that's Friday's close. It's been a good level of support. So just, it's not rocket science, just kind of play the levels that you see. So there we go. We get that fill through 187 quick. Wow, that was a nice one little on Meta there, blowing through that 187. Thankfully, we were hanging out there with a resting order. And so nice little move, but now retracing back. But where are we long? We're long 66s. So decent for now. Unloaded 30% of the position. Now a little bit out of the money as it retraces again, but that's to be expected. I'm going to hang out here. I like this level, and we'll see what we do. I'm also in this Google long. This Google long not as good though. 103.16? Yeah, 15 is my price. So 15 pennies out of the money. We've been hanging out at that 103, rejecting, going below, rejecting, going below. So we'll see what this one does. I've got my resting orders on any pop here on Google, but the market's got to have to cooperate. But Meta printing nicely, Google not so much. And those are the only trades that I'm in. I'm in two longs. Wow, okay. That hasn't been the case lately. Let's see what else is going on. I think something just halted here. ARBK just skyrocketed here. Let's get to that one. That is a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. ARBK.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I know, right? It's so exciting. We're halted. Let me tell you guys quickly. ARBK. Let's see what the tap is on this. 315. So technically 3 pennies from where we halted at. We halted at 318. I'll tell you quickly what the float guy is on this one. ARBK. Let's go find out the float. 472 million shares. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but that's what I'm seeing here on my platform. Let's see what the daily looks like. So this was a sub $1 stock till quite recently. It's been having a nice little upward run for the most part here. Let's have a look at this. This is the daily chart on ARBK. 318 is the high today, and looks like, yeah, we're going to have... Looks like $4 is an interesting area of resistance here. We have a nice long consolidation around that $4 area. So we'll see how this one does. Let's get back to the Meta trade here because it kind of just dipped below our area, and so we need to be adding to this Meta long. So there we go. Let's dip here. Now we're dipping below, so let's go ahead and add at this level. Do we get the fill? We get a partial fill, looks like, for now, so we'll see if we get the full fill later, as it looks like it's going to go without giving us the full fill here, but that's okay. We'll continue to watch that one. Google still flirting with that 103 area, so not much to report on that. Let's see how these two trades end up panning out, Luca.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, G Trader, saying Uber VWAP. You know what? I said I was going to wait for 34 on it. I said I was going to take a long if we do that. I lost on the trade. I don't want to dabble in as much as because the thing is, I pull this up. I go, is this going to bounce off VWAP? I go, no, don't dabble in this one. I had one trade on it, one plan. That was the plan. Now it's in the middle. I don't want to diddle in the middle at 1:13 in the afternoon here, so I'm going to let it go. But thank you again for the heads up. Always appreciate it. Michelle saying BBBY4? No way. 390. 390. Okay. All right. Let's look at this one here. Okay, 3-4 coming into play, BBBY. This is now pretty exciting. Congratulations to the longs that are in this name. Yeah, let's go to 420, man. Let's go to 420. I think I'm going to offer 420, 420 shares there. No, I'm just kidding. We'll see what happens. Obviously, first has to break the 4 level. Are we going to get some type of over-under action? This is pretty interesting, man. As much as I want to smash a long here into 4 because I think it's going to print, I am probably playing with fire if I do that. This is a very, very parabolic move to the upside, and I want to wait for the extension plays. So yeah, just a heads up there. This is going to 4, probably going to break 4 really quickly. I know Sharif's in a banger meta long there, guys. Sir. I did a quick scalp trade on this. This was pretty good, but Sharif built into that long there and absolutely solid. Feel free to show his screen there.
Absolutely, yeah. So we get that bottom little wick here on meta. We add sizably into that one. Scalp. Our cost basis now is 186.37. We are 187.05s. We're going almost $1 in the money here. Let's see if we can break this top. 186.25 is the break of that top. Printing here, but not with a lot of shares left, guys. Still about, I want to say 15% of the position hanging out here. So, you know, if it makes its move, we're not going to print huge, but nice little move up. Let's go see our Google move as well. Now, what are we doing on our Google? We're still out of the money. 103.15s. We're now printing 103.06s. Google is the bane of my existence today as it's not moving up as aggressively as I anticipated. I think if I just break even on this trade, I'm probably lucky. You know, I've got a temptation to put all my outs here at the break even, but you know, the greed inside me saying, wait for that move up. I'm sitting at 30s, 40s, and 50s to get printed here. So if you do find a bit of a reprieve and a move up in the market, it looks like I will print nicely. Meta now is starting to print even higher to the high side now. Where are we at? I'm almost $1 in the money on this. Let's go ahead and take some out there. Do we get the fill? We don't get the fill. That's fine. We'll hang out. Retraces back into 187. We were just in the 187.20s. All of a sudden, we're back in the 187 singles. But there we go. Right back is Meta. Very volatile. And definitely recycling off that 186.50. That has been absolute money. Now, it's broken below. But guys, it retraces off that level every time. I mean, if you're going to use this as an exact level and have your stop exactly below it, you will not do well on this particular trade, I feel, at the moment, because it is breaking those levels, whether the algos are purposely doing that or whether the volatility lends itself to that kind of result. Is beyond my area of comprehension, but all I know is it's working and all I know is it's printing, so let's keep going with it. All right, so we'll let Meta, we'll see what Meta does. Now, back to Google, still hanging out at that same level. I'm definitely looking, should I take some out through at 25s? You know what, I think I might. Let's go ahead and sit here at 25s, Luca, to de-risk a little bit. Should we make, that's like still 20 pennies up there. That's going to take, it's going to take a while. All right, so I'll send it over to you as I wait for some of these Meta and Google outs to print. There you go, Meta printed. Nice.
Yeah, nice. It's funny because I'm like, you're like, I'll send it to you as I wait for this to come through, and then I look over and I see like.
You're good luck. Look over more.
Yeah, man. Nice. No, man. Nice long on that one. I was basically playing the bounce with the idea that it was gonna come back there, but no, it didn't, man. That was a nice long there, flushing. This is the thing. I was waiting there. And I was like, I saw it bounce the first time. I was kind of sad because I'm like, oh man, like I was waiting there the first time. Then we went to the north side. I was waiting and I thought I was going to miss it. And this is the vacuum move that I was going for. So I was waiting for it to break 186. It comes back up. I hit the long. It runs back up to the level. Like this was like a 1 second trade. It was like in, out, provide liquidity, make the money. Yeah, man, I take that win. Like that was like in like 11s, out at like 39s, 35s ish. So yeah, not too good, not too bad on that one. But yeah, Sharif, definitely a nicer trade for yourself there. Congratulations. Yeah, Michelle, I see you. First thing to say is Ape, nice move, man, nice move. I should have taken the 3 long. I'm so sad that I didn't get filled on a flush lower. Then I see you call out VWAP. I go, do I go long? I go, nah, whatever. Maybe it comes back down. It didn't. It's now 320. Congratulations to the longs on that one. BBBY is over 4 here. So this thing is interesting. I'm not punching long on this. I'm not going long. I'm basically waiting for the extension. So we'll see if this thing wants to then pop a little bit higher. Nice parabolic move. We'll see if it wants to hold trend. I don't think the move is done. I honestly do not believe that this is the top. I think that we're going to do a lot of volume over 4. There's going to be some banger short opportunities, but let's see if this can actually go above 320 and continue, because then things get really, really spicy and it gets really, really good. So the previous high is like 315-ish, and it didn't break 315 yet. So I almost feel like it wants to break 315 at least. And then this is an area, and I'm using an area for sure on this one. I am thinking short eventually, but scalp trade short for the parabolic move up and then back down. I'm basically using 325 into 460. So that's kind of my area, 325 into 460 as like the first resistance zone. If it breaks, 460 on the first move up, I don't know, man. Can this thing go to 5 and like keep going? How many people are short this thing? Is this going to be a squeeze to the north side? So yeah, these are the things that I'll watch. It's now back below 4. I hope this isn't the top of the move, because then I got my shorts for no reason. So we'll see where this one wants to go. Yeah, Michelle, Luca, you want the 420 long? I know, no. You know what it is? I want the long because it can go from 4 to 40, but it can't go from 4 to negative 40. So yeah, the odds are the long is not a bad idea. But it is going bankrupt, right? So it's a 50-50. Which side? I mean, guys, I'm going to be scalping like crazy on this thing if it keeps doing volume, so I don't really care too much. Somebody's saying I commented on BBY all day Friday. No one cared. That's the thing, man, with trading, with the market. Nobody cares about your opinion, so make that money. Congratulations if you were talking about it. If you're making that money on the long, this thing was at like $3 almost. It closed at like $3.
Pumping, Luca.
Yeah, Meta, don't even remind me how bad I am on that trade.
No, bro. Okay, so that's it for me. I'm getting out there. What do we get? 40s. Okay, so I paper hand another trade as it continues to move to the high side. You know what? Luca said it best. You're never happy as a trader. You're always mad. Whether or not you got the best entry or the exit, you're always dissatisfied. I'm in a constant state of dissatisfaction. That's life as a trader. And how you like manage that or moderate it is, I guess, you're probably something to do with like your personality. Now, we're out of Meta. Meta ends up being a big boy trade, but the not big boy trade, the anti-big boy trade, the antithesis of the big boy trade is this Google trade. The only saving grace, though, is it's loosely holding this trend line that I've drawn here, and it really is loosely holding it for a couple of breaks here and there. And it's also above VWAP. The thing that's holding it back is the market's not really pumping to the high side. It hasn't made newer highs, and it's down percent and 2/3 on the day. So obviously the trend is down. We're riding an uptrend here on it. Like the trend line that I have is an uptrend line, but the macro picture on Google has not been good, and this is a trade I kind of regret, to be honest with you. But we'll have to see if we can get break even or even make some money on this one. Meta is continuing to pump now to the high side. Above 188 is where I like this one. Above 188 and a continuation through VWAP, which is currently out, I want to say, in the area of 188.20. So 188.25. We print that new high, we reclaim VWAP, then you're in the good books here. The market, starting to show us. It's still rangy. I mean, I'm seeing what I want to see here, which is an uptrend market because I'm long Google, okay? The truth is, we're in a range. We're in a range from that 41.28, 41.27 area, kind of down to that 41.17. It's been that way since basically 12 o'clock. Where are we at? We're at 122. So an hour and 20 minutes is basically the range that we've been in. Come on, why does it do that? Stupid chart. All right, so we'll have to fix that chart, but there we go. Meta continuing to make new highs. Google doing bupkis, and I'm going to have to wait this one out, Luca. Ugh.
Yeah, somebody asking, guys, how do you like determine or estimate what the tops are for these moves and stuff? So it's, you know, like I'm not sitting here calling tops, but you just look at daily levels, man. You look at daily levels, you know the range. So yeah, again, 425 to 450 is like my range for this. So I don't necessarily think it's done. What I want to see is a break of the highs, pop even higher. I'm going to take a shot at it. I don't know if it's going to be the top or not. I have no idea. But you look at levels, you look at daily levels, you look at trends, you look at, you know, parabolic move. Where did the move start? It started from 370. You know, if it runs 40 cents, that's essentially a 10% extension. So what does this thing usually extend? Does it usually extend 10% in reverse? So yeah, these are all the questions that you ask yourself. I'm basically patiently waiting now. I'm not going to punch into a short just yet or a long on BBBY. Hopefully it extends. I think 4 is a kind of over-under level. Every time it goes above 4, it does it. You know, it tests it, rejects, over, under, maybe it has another one. That high of the move there is 406. So yeah, my short-term levels are obviously 411, 406, and 4. But these are very, very tight ranges. I'm not necessarily taking the trade yet on this thing. I think a lot of people would potentially try to short this here, and then their stops are 4 in the high a day. And so if it goes back up, those stops get triggered. There's obviously people that are long this that want high day break as well, I'm assuming. So that would be the steam for this thing to continue up. That's why I think that it's not done. I hope it's not done. The higher the better, man. That just makes the short way better. So I'm going to be patient and see where this one wants to go. Lucas saying it's difficult to get top. Oh, yeah, I see what you did there. Yeah, funny, man. Funny. It's Monday for myself. I'm tired. And
I like how you read that out loud too.
Well, no, because I thought you were saying something else.
It took me a minute to put it together. I'm just so blasé. I don't even notice what's going on, so I have to repeat it in my mind to actually get it. Someone's saying phase. Yeah, it's up 8%, almost 9% on the day, but it's kind of barcodey. Is that a word? Moving up here to $1.13, retracing all the way back down, sub $1 to 96.5 cents, and then barcoding its way back up. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going to have any part to play in a stock like this. Kind of hard for me to glean levels, but let's have a look at the daily for you to see if there's any outstanding levels. Michael Noss would say buy smiley faces, and here's what I see as a smiley face. You have big move down, and now it's smiling at you a little bit. Let's see what it does around that 130 area. That seems to be a top going back to February 2nd. I was going to say January. February 2nd, so let's see what it does in and around that area. I'm not going to participate it on an intraday basis today. It's not the kind of stock I want to trade price action-wise. Google continues to go against me, despite the fact that the market not really retracing. So that is proving to be a not-so-good trade, but we'll continue to see what that one does. And, yeah, we'll report back on that. NVIDIA continuing to give up the ghost. It was strong. Now it's almost back down to flat. The flat level, I want to say, is at 211 area. It kind of closed at 211. It rejected, bounced off, I should say. 211 here, but coming back in to retest it. So I wonder if NVIDIA can hold up here. You know, let's see what it does. Below VWAP at the moment. Does it get bought up, or do we continue to make newer lows? Keep an eye on that 210 level. That will be another interesting level to break. There was some support. A bit of a trough around that 210 level from earlier before it bounced back up and made the big move. So that's another key area to watch on that, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm going through my position board. I'm going through a bunch of names here. I'm wondering, is there any good opportunities? Everything is basically barcoding. Not so much barcoding, but, you know, I don't want to jump into too many crazy things. Maybe Tesla here, like over under 95 cover VWAP. That's a good look over there. AMD sort of holding that general low, but I would have thought that it would have bounced a lot faster. If we curl up, I mean, I don't know. The market, if the market was down over here and AMD looked like this, then I would say, oh, maybe the market can rip up and AMD will rip up too. But I just feel like if the market goes down, which it easily could go down another, 5 points, give or take, AMD is going to break the lows, trigger the stops. So I don't actually want the long in AMD until we maybe go test 83s. Even $1.83 for the bounce. So I'm actually going to do that right now. I'm going to sit on the bid close to 83s. If we flush lower, give me the fill, hopefully bounce back, I'll take that. The meta long, man, going back to this one, not to talk about the same things, but I really don't even know. I mean, now, guys, at the time, I was like, what a banger. Instantly, 1 millisecond, I'll take that win. And then it just flies to the upside, and I'm like, Sharif, you have this, and I don't. At least one of us has it, right? And hopefully somebody else had that as well. Happy birthday, Luca. No, it's not my birthday, man. But thank you so much for the kind wishes. It's nice to know that somebody cares. But yeah, no, not my birthday. Not even close. Good try. Good try. Try again next time. Let's go back to BBBY, see where this one is again. BBBY, where are we? Yeah, still at that 4 level. So I am basically waiting for this to break 4 and pop again. So maybe it needs the 50 period to catch up to it. Then it sort of consolidates and then has another run up. Anytime I have a chance, I mean, it already did it once. Pop, you know, die off, drop, squeeze again. Is it going to do this exact setup? That's actually a really good question.
Why is everyone saying happy B-Day, Luca? He just said it wasn't his birthday,
It's
guys.
not my birthday, guys. Yeah, it's Luca, my brother.
It's like a chain reaction, guys. That's so
guys,
funny.
it is not abort. It is not my birthday. But if you guys want to send gifts, I mean, feel free. You know, send some super chats, send some gifts through. Feel free to Uber Eats, you know, pizza and beers and whatever else to the office.
Yeah, let's take this opportunity to thank the chat and all the super chatters for that amazing Friday we ended up having. We had a lot of drinks, a lot of food. He got a Super Sota pizza. He got everything he wanted. Super Sata. And Neil got the pineapple. Of course, he didn't have any. But yeah, what a day it was. We had a lot of drinks and we went out after and it was great. Michael Hebert saying $2 happy birthday, Luca. Michel Hebert, sorry, butchered your name. But yeah, I like how this is going to go.
Someone's like, it's your birthday now.
Oh my God, look at this. Oh, I can't even read some of these chats, man.
It's not my birthday.
No, it's not. The chat's going wild with it.
One person said it, and Neil's laughing in the back. One person said it, and then I was like, guys, it's not my birthday. And everyone's like, happy birthday. Someone's like, it's now your birthday. Today, the official birthday of Luca, February 6th. Yeah, guys, no, but
happy bar mitzvah, Luca.
Yeah, I mean, you know, feel free to send, oh man, you know that, just on the tip of my tongue now, I totally forgot. Yeah, guys, cannolis, cakes, everything, pizza, love it. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you guys for the kind wishes.
Yeah, it was
happy not your birthday, bro. Absolutely not my birthday. Neil's in the back laughing. I'm literally, when's my birthday? It's you guys can take a guess as to when my birthday is if you want. If that's the these are the games that you want to look at. But anyways, going back to BBBY very quickly, I wanted to just draw what I think potentially could happen here. Because this is basically what I'm looking for.
Happy fake birthday.
If it, happy not your birthday. I like that one. Happy
Super chats
not
are
your
coming
birthday.
in, baby.
If this like dips down and then goes back up, then we get a squeeze. Then I like it for like the over/under. Or if we like dip and then like go up. Like I want to see this move. Because if this move happens, it's more extended, and then I can actually eye like 380, 360, 350 for the covers. So I would love it like over here, which would be like call it like 420-ish and above, right? Down over here, it's just the, it's the 50 period maybe needs to catch up to it, and then it bounces off the 50 period, curls back, runs the stops, shorts get squeezed, then I want to get involved. So yeah, hopefully this can keep going to the upside. I mean, it looks like it could potentially keep going right now. Running the 4 level, just needs that follow through there. So yeah, I am watching 420 and above. Going into 450, that would be awesome. I don't know if it's going to happen in the next 30 minutes, because again, if it does that little sideways and then dip down and then run back up, maybe it happens in like 40 minutes or whatever. So yeah. Okay.
I love this is like spiraling out of control here.
I have like not looked at the chat. I'm like done. I'm gonna mute this right now.
You're gonna have to address all these super chats.
Oh my. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
No, they're yours. They're for your birthday. I'm not doing it. I'm playing.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. As always, very kind of you. And see me, see you. I hope I didn't butcher that one. US $2 super chat. Happy fake birthday. Thank you so much. King of the Ring. 150 CHF super chat. Thank you so much with the little cake emoji. Ooh. I didn't even know that was possible. You could put emojis to that one.
I like it.
Yeah, thank you for that one as well. And what else do we got here? Jewel Nerd, happy 50th birthday, bro. 50. I'm not. Yeah, I'm 50. You know, trying.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Sean, you're back. You're late to the party. Everyone thinks it's my birthday right now, so they're all. Yeah, they're all sending like happy birthday wishes and super chats and.
They're actually sending super chats.
Happy birthday, Luca. Yeah, it's yeah, guys. It's not my
pile
birthday.
on. Now everyone's gonna believe it. They'll be like, yeah, no, we got the right birthday. This is hilarious. All right, guys, where are we at here? We're still underwater on this Google trade. I'm going to leave that, otherwise it's going to annoy me. NVIDIA continuing to print south, though. Now we're flirting with that 200 period on my 3-minute chart, but, if I had to guess, this one looks south unless the market really can have a turnaround here, and the market is just showing you its intention to continue consolidate. We're now at the 1:30 time slot. You'd think we'd start having some volume come back in here. We're way out of lunch. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. 2 o'clock usually picks up a bit more, sometimes earlier. So nothing to report on from the market except that it's still consolidating. And if you want to be long, you got to be some of these stronger names. Don't be like me and getting into this Google long here, and it's ending up like being the bane of my existence as we continue to print lower on Google. So we'll see what is good with that one, Luca.
Yeah, guys, feel free to hit the like button for my almost birthday. You know, I see we have 2,400 likes here, 5,000 people watching. To all 5,099 of you that I see right now, hopefully you're enjoying the day and hopefully you had a great weekend. Thank you for all the kind words here. Yeah, thank you for the kind birthday wishes.
Happy birthday, Luca and Nicole Harris.
I wish it was my birthday every day. Thank you so much, Nicole Harris. Yeah, hopefully you guys are having as much fun as I am, because I'm having a great time. Hit the like button for my fake birthday
today. The chat
today.
is like troll extraordinaire. Displaced Texan.
Congrats on your engagement.
I love it.
Okay, yeah, that's
what random. That's Prad. That's Prad, guys.
Oh man, this is so funny.
I love it.
I don't know what to say anymore.
I don't know, man. Someone's guessing you're a
big
Gemini. Trader Lucy thinks you're a Gemini.
I am not a Gemini,
There
but
you
good
go.
guess, good guess.
Okay, keep coming in. Keep coming in with them. All right, guys, we'll see what is going on. Everyone's enjoying this at the moment. Where are we here, Luca? We got to find some trades.
Yeah, what do we got here? What's
So
moving
let's see
around?
what CDIO is doing. So Sean is trading Amazon off
Yeah, it's like
102.50. I'm assuming that to the south side or the north side? Yeah, so he's short, guys. 102.50.
Nice breakdown.
That is the 50 period on my 3-minute chart, to be honest. So you know that relatively weak today Amazon is down 1.06%. Not as bad as Google, which is down 2%. Somehow I found myself in this long. So don't be like me. Be like Sean. Take the short on the weak names. Don't take the long on the weak names. Yeah, okay, that's basically it at the moment, guys. Wow, what's everybody saying? Here's $2. Get yourself some eggs from Burn Shata. I hope I didn't butcher that. Burn Shata, get yourself some eggs. Yeah, you might be able to get 1 egg for that price, but it's okay. Bang, thank you. We're always appreciative, of course, of your super chats, but we're making tongue-in-cheek jokes about the fact that eggs are very expensive. Sharif calling Sean short, sheesh. I'm not calling him short. He's my height, man. I'm just saying he's short Amazon. The chat is always trying to instigate beef. You guys are jokers. There you go. Sean hitting the emoji, guys, for you guys there. I got no trades on. What have you been looking at? You've been punching keys.
Yeah, man, I'm shorting Amazon. So Sean mentioning 102.50. I basically pull Amazon back. It's now back into the range and sort of giving that feel of like popping into this level again. So I'm basically scaling into the short, looking for it to flush back down, and then the below VWAP covers is what I'm going for. Houdini, eyes on VS, offering is over. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. We'll have a look here at VS. Oh, I thought it was on New York. On the NASDAQ. 94. Wasn't this above 9? Wasn't this above?
Remember us going last week? Remember this?
Oh, this one? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, guys, look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, from 63 cents to $4, back to below $1. I'm not really too sure what's gonna happen with this one.
Look at all the
oh my God,
super chats coming in. Houdini with $10.
Yeah,
eyes on versus.
I was just saying
okay,
that
sorry.
one. Yeah.
Trisha Doughton. I hope I don't butcher your name. Thank you for everything. I listen every day, and you've made a huge difference in my trading. I'm hooked on your show. I'm sure we both appreciate that, no doubt. Thank you for that, Trisha, and thanks for being a fan. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're not already, and share with your family. That's the only way we grow, guys. Patricia, $5 super chat. Congrats on the triplets, Luca. When did you have the triplets? I didn't get a chance to get you anything. When was the baby shower? I need to know that I was invited. The Hayes Records, $199. Took 72% on my Starbucks call. Happy birthday, Luca. Man, you're making it for everybody today, man. It's a good luck day. Everyone's printing on Luca's birthday.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are having a great day. I have lost for words, guys. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He doesn't know what to say anymore, guys.
Okay.
I love it.
Yes.
Luca is a father, says Christian Garcia. Okay. All right, Becky G, $4.99 super chat. Guys, I'm watching you on 75-inch TV. M long right. LOL. I'm not sure. What do you mean? You're long? What are you long? Are you? Oh, the TV's long. Well, it's huge. 75 inches, a big boy TV. I've been looking for those using Facebook Marketplace, trying to sniff out a deal. Thank you for the super chat, Becky G. Really appreciate that. Love to be on your TV. And we're accessible on all platforms, iPads, phones. Like, we had a guest come and visit us here at the firm, at the floor here. And she was telling me how, you know, she keeps us in her pocket. She kind of has her headset on. She runs us on YouTube on her phone, and she gets all her updates that way from us. So it's been kind of cool to figure out how different viewers, how we reach different viewers. And I know that my mom watches me on the big TV in her house. So
I love how like
my
somebody
mom watches me.
Somebody in the chat was like, "Yeah, Luca, 5K likes, and you change your birthday to today." I don't even know if that's like
it's even possible.
That's not even a possible thing.
That's what we'll have to find out, I guess.
Oh, speaking of like your birthday versus your born day, I'll tell a quick story. So my grandfather, this is back in the day, back in Italy. He was obviously born, but then it took some time to actually get to the office to log the stats. I'm sure like a lot of this is like super old school stuff,
okay.
But you know, born on, for example, February 6th. And then by the time he got to the government office to log his birthday,
oh, wow.
It was like February 26th.
Whatever, yeah.
So,
wow,
so his government birthday is February 26th, and it's not actually February 26th, but his government birthday is February 26th, but his born day is February 6th. So, you know, it's funny because as a family, we always used to celebrate like his actual, like his government birthday. And my mom would always tell me, like, no, I called him on his born day because that's when he was actually born.
A bit of a twist to that story. So in Egypt, like, again, kind of similar to that, you know, you could kind of be born and not really report it. So some of the ladies in my family, the older ladies, like from like my grandma's sisters, they've all passed away now. But it was hilarious because my grandma knew her sister to be exactly 20 years older than her, but somehow on her birth certificate it was 15. So we all posited, you know, that she kind of took advantage of the lack of records there to shave 5 years off. So shout out to her. My mom knows exactly what I'm talking about there. We'll leave it at that. But those are the funny things that you could do back in the day. Not so much now, where record keeping is much more robust, Luca. All right, so
somebody's saying, I listen to your show while I deliver Pepsi all day, every day.
Awesome, man.
Shout out to you, man. Doing the dues, delivering Pepsi. Yeah, I guess I should pull up Coca-Cola stock to look at. I'm kidding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's have a look here at Pepsi to see where this thing is, if it's doing anything today. Usually Coca-Cola, Pepsi on a given day, not really going to do anything, but shout out to you. Let me just quickly pull it up to see where it is. Are there any levels? This thing is barcoding on the daily, side to side, not doing anything too exciting. But talk about value plays, man. Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Cat, all the big value plays. If you think that value is going to continue to provide value in your portfolio, this looks like maybe a decent time to watch it, man, because it is bouncing off of these levels. What a great time to actually pull this up here. Kind of this general area. So I guess if we get closer to 165 and you want value in your portfolio and you think rates will continue to stay high and growth is just off the table for the time being, Pepsi is in, this is the daily, guys, so it's going to be like a slow mover, but a dip into 165 looks sort of interesting, and then a move to the top end of the channel. You know, maybe we do see that in the near future. So, you know, 180, 185, 190 to the upside. Pretty good look. But yeah, shout out to you for delivering Pepsi, doing the dues, and listening to us. Thank you so much. Just a heads up again on BBVY. I know this is now getting higher, going towards the high. So let's see what this thing wants to do now. Now things get interesting. This is what I was waiting for. So now, Amazon short. Yeah, I'm in the Amazon short here. Amazon now flushing, so I will actually take a little bit of a cover here. Yeah, Sean, great trade there, man. He's obviously short 102.50. I'm here short 102.38. But late is better than never. Nope. Here's a nice banger. Short cover. Oh, he's already short. She's short 45. So he's like, oh, it's only 45. It's not 49 or 50 or anything. But still ahead of me there. So yeah, banger trade. Now going below VWAP. I mean, I don't know where he's targeting, but for myself, I was basically short above VWAP, cover into VWAP and below. So let's see if this thing wants to actually go to 102. I'll take the 102 prints over there. Probably get the fill. It's me. You know who. Lucky Luciano,
I love
my
that
main
I saw
paisano. Thank you so much for the super chat. Much appreciated as
love
always.
It.
Thank you guys. You guys are too kind.
Best fans.
Let's go to BBVY because now we're at 420. So now Now I go short. Yeah, now I go short. So let's see where this one wants to go. I expect it to go higher, and I'm okay with it to go higher. I will scale into the short for the move back down. But I am cognizant of the fact that 450 is the better level. And so I might punch out of the, if you see me out of the short, I might punch out of the short to then get a better price because I think it could go higher 10 cents. But this is not full size. And to the person asking before, what is full size? It's different every trade. So it's just like if I have an idea of like, okay, I want Amazon, I want, for example, BBY, like I want this to sort of go higher here. Like I'm just gonna like scale into the short. So I'm obviously not taking full size, and I might not get full size. It's just a product of like what I'm about to do here. But yeah, if I do get full size, it's just it changes every time. It could be, you know, it could be 1,000 shares, it could be 500, it could be 5,000. It really just depends. We don't necessarily talk about size on the show if you're tuning in for the first time. We're more about education, entertainment. It doesn't matter. I don't want to sit here and be like, yeah, like I'm making like $10,000, I'm making $1,000. Like I don't want to say that. I just want to be funny, entertainment, you know, what can the market handle? That's more relevant of the size. And what is your risk tolerance? Everybody's different. You could have a better trade than me, but I could have more size and make more money, but you could have traded it better. So it doesn't matter the size and the money that you make. It matters, did you do the right thing? This is the stock market. It's scalable up and down. So yeah, just keep in mind to build habits that are repeatable, build strategies that are repeatable so that you can continue to do it, teach yourself how to make more money, build good habits, and grow from there. So yeah, that's basically why we don't talk about that. Hopefully that helps you out there. Yeah, nice little flush down, but I do think this thing is still not done, so we'll see where it goes. If it flushes back down, I'll cover, and then I hope it goes back up so I can like kind of recycle over and over again. That's what I'm going for, but let's see if it wants to actually get to that 450 level. Volume is pretty good right now, so it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Meta coming back down to that level we've been talking about all day, that 186.50. That's been the level that it closed at Friday, and it's bounced off that level every single time today. You know, it's had these wicks that have broken it. We talked about that, but the closing print on all these candles is in and around that 186.50 area, and it's held it well, despite the fact that it's been making lower highs basically since the open. That's the top. We had that top being made right after the open around, what time was that? Like 9:45, 190.70, and it's been all downward, but it's holding that level. So I wonder how many times we can rinse and repeat that same level over and over on Meta. There we go, bouncing again. 186.60 is where it got down to. There you go, right back into that 187 again. Not making newer highs, but that range trade with 186.50 as a low has been, you know, printing really well. 185.80 is technically the low on Meta, but that, I mean, it just kind of wicked there super quick. Look at that. This is a 1 minute candle, so it didn't even spend like 30 seconds down there. Wicked right back up, just enough to probably stop everybody out and take your money, because that's what these algos want to do. Google still printing to the downside, not good. The market still range bound from that 41.17 low to that 41.27 high. It's kind of like a 10-point range. It has been for the majority of the morning, or at least for the majority of this show. But yeah, you know,
yeah, you know.
yeah. I don't know what else to say. It's not giving us, it's not giving me the opportunity here on Google. Google's frustrating the hell out of me. But Meta now printing through 187 again. That was a perfect trade off that 186.50 there. What's the chat up to? A lot of people talk about
Somebody's
BBBY.
like, I listen to you guys all the time while I deliver Pepsi. That's what that's why I was like, okay, let's look at Pepsi just very quickly there. But yeah, no, it's not really doing anything.
I mean, that's awesome. You're probably getting a really good education while you're working, right? Because we're trading these stocks every single day, so you're probably hearing the levels, hearing our thinking that's going into it. Luca gets super descriptive with a lot of his techniques. Likewise, do I. So,
yeah, this is looking real good.
Again, got no trades on. Again, looking at for these big cappers, because the small cappers have all but died out. We had earlier, we had CDIO, we had SECO, had SOUN, we had OMER. OMER is looking the best of these small cappers, if I'm being honest here. They've all kind of broken below VWAP and really shown their intention to be you know, more southwardly bound, except this one. Technically, it is below VWAP, sitting at 4.25, but it's hugging it real close from the downside. It could reclaim it at any minute, and the majority of time it's spent the last couple of hours have been above VWAP. So that $4.75 area technically is the high, but that's the high after the close. Looks like before the bell, around 9 o'clock, 5 to 9, we made a high of 514. So 514, yeah, 514, that's the high. So that's the pre-market high. Do with that information what you will, but I'm going to keep my eye on OMER in case it really gets strong during that afternoon, I want to say power hour period, and then maybe we'll look for some longs there. NYSE saying, Sharif, can you check short on percentage on DXY? So Luca had a look at that one earlier. I kind of don't trade currencies, nor do I really keep my eye on it. So I think anything that I have to offer with respect to that is not going to be good. And I don't know how to check the short interest percentage on the Dixie. Do you know how? I have no idea. So he says no. Henry K, $10 super chat, says, love listening to you guys. Luca keeps the jokes coming, whether you're up or down, helps with the emotions. He's always lighthearted like that, guys. You always say it all the time. What's your saying? Memories over money or something like that?
Oh yeah, man.
So
Memories over money
that,
for sure.
Yeah, but all that good life, baby.
Yeah, no, I'm watching BBY, so I basically scaled into the short here, and let me just make sure that, okay, I cover that one. Yeah, so the plan, that was actually not, I gotta find a way back in. So the plan is short into the level, stop myself out, goes back down, punch back into the short. I should have had a stop there 51, so that was not the plan to punch out sixes. I wanted out at 51s, but I was just a little distracted there, so I didn't notice it. So that's no problem there. But let's see where this wants to go, because now 460, I feel like the short is going to still be good here. So I kind of want to find a way into this, but I got to make sure I get this. I don't know, Sharif, if you're looking at anything for the time being.
Yeah, not really, Luca, to be honest with you. Having a look at meta here, basically missed out on this trade. Had it the first time around, didn't get it the second time. That rinsing and repeating on these levels is probably what I should have been focusing on rather than looking at Google. 186.50 area didn't quite make its way down to 50 here, but you know, if you were sitting at 60 or anything in the high 50s, you're printing and you're already like 70 pennies in the money as this one broke 187 to the north side. We're looking for a new high. The new high for me here would be that 187 above 60, let's say 65. That would be an interesting new high. So we're like 40 pennies or 50 pennies away from that at the moment. Meta now pumping a little bit to the high side, but you know, it's been weak. It's been weak lately. I mean, it's bouncing off these levels, but anything upwardly bound has been weak. It's more of it's slower, guys. We're definitely closer to the lows now than we are to the highs of this range, this 417, 427 range we've been talking about on the ES March contract. Now we're flirting with the lower end of that range. Let's see if we see a breakdown. What we've seen here is consistently lower highs, making that top here at 41.36, and then the next nearest top is at 41.28. Then we go back into 25, and now we're down in the 17. So if we break this bottom here and close below it, this might be kaputs for some of these big capper longs the rest of the day, and we're going to have to shut down our Google long. But right now, there we go. Some buying coming into the market here, pumping a little bit, getting off the schneid, as Neil likes to say. 41.17 was a low. We pump out there to 41.22 is a lot of buying. Interesting here on the futures. We'll see whether that translates into any upward momentum for some of these big cappers. So far, from what I'm looking at on my big capper charts, not really.
Oh, baby.
What's up?
Oh, baby. BBBY. So, guys, it's pretty sloppy right now, but essentially short, cover, take the L, short, cover it. What I did wrong, though, is I'm not getting the price. I like butchering like the structuring of it because I'm trying to multitask here, which is no big deal. But, again, you should be trading this very kind of hands-on. This is the level, man. This is the level. I know people in the chat are like, go long. Like, and somebody was like, oh, I hit that. It was pretty good. So I'm just kind of getting excited the higher that it goes. I'm wondering, do we actually run to 5? I don't think we're going to hit 5 before we flush. And maybe this is actually the flush lower. And I think the problem is like when you miss the fade down, it's like super like, okay, now that it's hard to see with the fill. So let me just like zoom in here. If it holds this area, which is now 450, this doesn't look like a top. And the same way that I was like, oh yeah, like this doesn't look like a top, or where was it? Over here at 4. I was like, this doesn't look like a top. I'm hoping that it can come back. Maybe now it's kind of top-ish. But yeah, I'm going to have to see. I think 475 was a way better level. Yeah, I definitely missed that. Hopefully you guys are doing better than I am. That was yeah, I just butchered that. That's gone. Okay, it's no big deal, but it's just a product of multitasking. Just easier when you're focused and locked in. But yeah, no, that's a nice move back down. Now the thing is if this fades back, so if I was in this short, if I scaled it a little bit better, then once it breaks 450, because 450 is like the blow off top over under. And let me just move the fills so that it's like more of a better example. Okay, yeah, so 450. So it runs into the level. I'm okay to stop out at 450, but I have to recognize that the short is still good for the mean reversion for the parabolic move up. And so it pops up, it does the more volume, it flushes back down. If I did, so the way that I tried the short over here and then took the L, I should have like structured it a little bit better over here. And then when it flushes back down, I would now be watching the 450 level. Like it should not go back through 450. So basically for like this kind of general area, like the 60-ish area, it should not come back up and break through 460. If it does, there's a chance that it like explodes to 5. But if it's going to fade back down, maybe I would be like, okay, like stop in at like 455 or whatever. So if I did it properly or if I did it a little bit better than the way that I did it, my average would be around over here. It would be flushing to the downside. And then I'd be eyeing like the covers at like, 430, 420, 410 for the 50 period. And then hopefully anything below 50 period would be like a gift for myself. I don't know, man. Yeah, sometimes you do good, and then sometimes you kind of butcher the trade, but it's all good, man. We got 7 minutes to go here. Still up on the day, so definitely can't complain. Yeah, I got really no more ideas. I would say like this is probably the best idea for the time being, doing a lot of volume. And yeah, definitely congratulations to the long. Somebody they make me laugh. They're like, Luca never stresses out. It's like, yeah, Bob, Luca never stresses. I'm trying to get better at like managing stress. Obviously, it's like multitasking, talking, trading, doing numbers in your head. You're doing a lot, right? You're doing a lot. But it's fun, man. It keeps me sort of entertained and keeps me busy. Definitely challenging. And when I lose, I just say, whatever. Like, what could I do differently? How can I get better? So I think going back to how I did this trade, if I just put the fills back, like going back to how I did this trade, I think what I could have done better is put a stop order in faster. So if I just had a stop order in better, then I wouldn't have, like this wouldn't have happened, this wouldn't have happened, these would have been closer to break evens. So I think I was just kind of slow, and maybe it's just a product of Monday. Like it's Monday, I'm just kind of like slow hitting the keys. And to be honest, these bots, they don't think it's Monday. They're just like on, off. So they got me this time, but yeah, maybe BBBY is not done. Maybe this thing is gonna like really, really squeeze and go crazy. And if this thing's over $6 like tomorrow or for whatever reason, I mean, it's going to be fireworks tomorrow. So yeah, it could be interesting, but just to kind of pull up the daily, because in case we do get there, I would be watching like 6 because it didn't break 6 last time. 5 is clearly a psychological level, so 5. And then this kind of general area, so I would say like 8 into like, yeah, 8 into 9. And then if we get closer to 10, like that's a whole new level. But I mean, it did squeeze before, even though everyone's like, well, it's BlackBerry. Like, the thing is everybody is shorting this name. Or sorry, Bed Bath & Beyond.
I was like, what?
Everybody's like shorting this name. Everybody's shorting this name. So when we go higher, it doesn't matter if they're going bankrupt. Like, people get squeezed, right? And it's all just margin. So like anybody who is short from 5 saying I'm riding this into 0 because they're gonna go bankrupt, if this goes over 5 and they start losing, margin calls come through. That's kind of what happens there. So yeah, this thing could go. So I hope it does to provide more opportunities there. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Besmirch the name of BlackBerry. Neil
Yeah,
writes
doing,
in the
doing
chat.
too much
That's so
right now,
funny.
doing too much.
In case you guys don't know, BlackBerry is a Canadian company that we used to be really proud of called RIM. And there's a product of it right there. This man still has a BlackBerry. Not many people do, I would say. Shout out for you. I know Arun had a BlackBerry that he was trying to hold on to. They kicked. Yeah, I remember they sent him a letter saying, it's no longer going to be supported on our network, so chuck it and get something that's going to work. But my man to my right here still has his, guys. It used to be called Research in Motion. Remember Jim Balsilles? And remember how he wanted to buy like an NHL team and put it in Hamilton? And then there was revealed that the Maple Leafs actually had something in the constitution of the NHL that they could have a veto power over a new franchise within their area. And so they basically exercised that and put the kibosh on that franchise. Yeah, anyway, guys, just a little history lesson there. Where are we here? What am I doing here? Okay, so I'm looking at BBBY because my man to the left here was trading it. There you go. You get that retracement into a random area. To be honest with you, I don't know what this 435 area is all about or why it stopped there. But that's where it stopped, and now it's pumping back up. Day's high is going to be that break of the 4 3/4. Here it comes. Now we're in the mid 60s, no, but right back into the high 50s. So we'll see what this one materializes and does. But keep in mind that anything can absolutely happen on this type of stock. Just because it's going bankrupt does not mean it's going to go linearly south, down and to the right. That's not how it works. That's not how the market typically acts. And you'll find that out quickly enough if you're not careful. So BBBY moving. Someone else was saying something else is moving here, and I pulled it up. Let me have a look. Where is not NVIDIA? No, it was something else. Jeez, I don't remember what it was. Anyway. I'm still locked into this Google trade. I'm still not out of it. The market still within that 10-point range, 41.17, 41.27. That's the ES March contract. Not much going on there. Amazon, interesting because you guys were involved in that one. It's retracing back into that short level where Sean got short. I think he got short 102.5, maybe a little bit below the half dollar there. But there we go. Now a retracement into that as the market inches closer, the market by I mean the ES March contract, is closing in on the higher point, the higher range, the higher part of that 10-point range, 41.24 now. Let's see what it does, whether we can continue to head to the north side. That will be good for our Google long as we really try to maneuver out of this really bad trade. And let's call a spade a spade. It is not a good trade. It was down on the day, and for some weird reason, my brain said take it long, and that has made me pay the price. Yes, Coinbase was the one that I want to mention. Someone in the chat said Coinbase is turning here. Have a look at this VWAP bounce off that 73.50. What a move, right up to 74.50. That's a dollar that it presented right there. Quite an easy trade. I don't want to say it's an easy trade. There's no easy trades. I'll take that back. But it was a very, easily executable trade, which is taking it off that VWAP bounce. You had that initial VWAP showing you it's respecting that level, and then you had it again here for the move high. Still negative on the day, but close to being positive. I want to say 74.64. That's where the Friday close is. So if it breaks above that, we get into positive territory. We're curling up a little bit here on Google. Finally, if we get back into 77s, I'm going to be gonzino on that one. And that is it. It looks like we got 30 seconds or so. Luca, I know that you're still in BBY. Do you have any
no, I was I tried the short, and then I basically stopped out high a day, but then punched back in. So that's basically the product of my trading. And at Day Trade the World, people were asking, oh, who do you trade with? We're with Day Trade the World. It's very nice to be able to just punch in, punch out, punch in, punch out. That was a nice actual flush down now. So I'm going to see if I can hold this for the move down. And I think if we break so we already flushed the first time. We went back up, and I said this. My stop would have been here because then we really go crazy.
Google just flew to the high side. What's going on here?
Oh, nice.
Something just absolutely shut up. We get out of that. That's an absolute monster trade. Wow, nice, what a move on Google. What in the, what just happened? What was that?
I love
Where'd that come from, dude?
I don't know, but keep it going, man.
Okay, so Tesla just shot up. Google shot up a lot, but all these big cappers are moving up. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Program screen. There we go. Alphabet and CEO announced Bard Chat. Oh, wow. There we go. Okay. So we were just waiting for this. Sean's been talking about it. There's no way Google's going to sit down, sit on their hands, and absolutely watch while Microsoft and these other companies take the market share on AI. But what a time to be long Google. This couldn't have been better for me, man. I was, in the in the dumps on this trade. Ends up being an absolute monster of a trade to the high side. I think we're at a time, though. The big kahunas are going to
notice the time. It's
the
big doing something. You're like,
we're getting excited, dude. It just shot up for no reason. I was like, woo!
The short is now good on BBBY too. So let's see if this keeps going. I'm going to nurse this short for the time being. Basically covering into the 50 period. Had a great time, man. Lots of fun. But yeah, we're done for today. We'll be back tomorrow. Lots of fun there. Good luck rest of the day, guys, and ciao for now.
Yeah, Brendo's at the big desk.
Time to come back in. Let's show you this one more time if you missed it. Big move up for Alphabet currently on this. The CEO announcing the Bard AI chatbot and more